Not so very long ago, 6 canisters washed up on the shores of an island called Matanui. 6 heroes emerged from those canisters and dared to challenge the darkness. But these canisters do not carry Toa, and this is not Matanui. And on this island, the darkness has already won. Welcome to the island of Voya Nui. The Piraka hope you enjoy your stay, because you won't be leaving ever.
Piraka, the gang is on the loose. Piraka, gang is on the loose on Bionicle.com.
Exploding from her lungs, the Matoran called Daily runs for her life. Running is not natural to her. She is a fighter, but she has seen her island invaded, most of her friends enslaved, her hope and her heroes crushed. So Delu can be forgiven if she wishes she were somewhere else right now. Anywhere else.
Well. Don't run, little Matoran. We Piraka might get the idea you don't like us. And you wouldn't want us to think that, now would you?
It wasn't supposed to be this way, Daly remembers. The island of Voya Nui was facing drought and famine with 6 mysterious canisters washed up on the shore. The island's Matoran villagers dared to hope that salvation had arrived. They were wrong. Posing as heroic Toa, the newcomers put the Matoran to work building a fortress. Others were sent to dig holes in the slopes of Mountain Valmay to drain the lava from the volcano. Those who worked too slowly were encouraged to move faster. Garen, the Matoran leader, grew suspicious and learned more than he bargained for.
Hey, Hakkan. How much longer do you think we have to keep pretending to be Toa?
Not much longer, I hope. All this nobility and virtue makes me ill. Still, if we tell the Matoran the truth, that we're Piraka, here to steal the only worthwhile thing this barren wasteland has, they might object.
So, remember what we did to that Toa of Sonics who objected on our last mission?
Sort of a Toa of silence now, isn't he? Dead silence.
Now aware of the danger they were in, the Matoran began to plan a rebellion. But the Piraka struck first, trapping almost all the Matoran in their village and launching Zamaspheres. The Zamaspheres transformed the Matoran into mindless slaves of the Piraka, which suited the Piraka just fine. Only 6 Matoran were left free to oppose them. And now there are 5.
Try not to let her escape this time. We haven't come this far just to be stopped by pathetic, ignorant villagers.
As I recall, I didn't let her escape. You did! You were so busy proclaiming victory over those foolish heroes who tried to stop us that you never saw her slip away. You really should be more observant.
And you, Hakkan, should keep your gaping jaws shut!
You know, I was going to be patient and wait for Avak or one of the others to finish you off. But now, as a wise being once said, if you want someone melted into slag, you have to do it yourself.
If only your aim was as sharp as your wit, you might survive this day. You need a lesson in obedience.
When you find someone able to give it, let me know. Now, let's see you handle something you can't dodge. Zaktan!
Hakkan's mental blast stabs into Zaktan's brain, sending him reeling. But eventually, Zaktan realizes the pain can get no worse, and he finds strength in that thought. Too late, Hakkan realizes that a mental blast is of little use against a falling slab of rock. Leaving the final score, Stone Block 1, Piraka 0.
Ah, the sweet sound of an enemy crushed. But you're not dead, are you, Hakkan? No, for if I'm going to find the treasure of Voya Nui, I still have need of you. We still have need of you. The Kanohi Mask of Life. the most powerful mask in existence, is nearby. The enslaved Matoro and the other Piraka are hunting for the mask even now, never dreaming of its true potential. The power of life, and so the power of death as well, all in one canoe, and so close to being in my grasp. The mask of life must be found!
Elsewhere on the island,
Why? We had a pretty good life before, Thok. Artifacts to steal, Toa to snap into. What's so important about this mask that we have to come here?
I know it makes your head hurt, but try thinking, Riddick. Legend says the Mask of Life was forged by the great beings and given to the great spirit Mata Nui for safekeeping. It was hidden here, somewhere beneath the volcano, safe from thieves, would-be conquerors, and spirits of destruction, but not from Piraka.
Well, I'm sick of this place. I need somebody to break in half and... Hey, Thok? Thok!
Oh my! Don't worry! Riddick, I'll go find help! Let's see. Vast treasure divided by 5 instead of 6 equals another tremor. It knocked one of our Matoran into the volcano. Shame. Now the rest will have to work harder.
That was a long fall down the mountain. Long climb back up, too. It's an experience you shouldn't miss. How about I throw you over the side, Thok, and see how many times you bounce? Won't that be fun?
meanwhile,
So, it's a deal. We find the Mask of Life, Thok. You and I steal it and strand the others here.
I already have a deal with Irnakk, but maybe we'll let you swim home if you keep your mouth shut. Hey!
What did you do that for?
I thought I saw something in the trees.
Look out! This didn't fall naturally. We've cut clean through with one stroke.
Then we have company.
There, headed right for us.
So what?
I see him, northwest beyond the trees. He's big.
So am I. Let's go.
later,
You said he was here.
He was. He is. I feel it.
What's this junk?
Records. The entire history of Voya Nui. Its people, its culture. The Matoro must have hidden them here to keep them safe.
Safe. What a laugh.
Well, there weren't any clues to find the Mask of Life in here, you rock sheep brain pirate. Gavin! Cute. Are they really stupid enough to think that will hold us?
Of course it won't hold them. You have to know that.
It doesn't need to. Just slow them down.
I felt the tremor in the ground. Vezon must have destroyed all the tablets. Our history is gone.
There is more to be made, Malta. Today is tomorrow's history.
If we don't stop the Piraka, we'll all be history. And what can we throw against them? 6 Matoran and you. That's all that's between them and control of this island.
This island? Foolish Matoran. Is that what you think this is about? Remember your legends. In the time before time, Matorans like yourself lived free and happy lives under the watchful eye of the great spirit Mata Nui. It was Mata Nui who made the sun shine, the wind blow, the rivers run. Mata Nui who was our protector, your world, your universe. But Mata Nui was betrayed, cast into a deep sleep by his enemy, and darkness fell over.
I've heard rumors of such things. But when Mata Nui awakens, all will be right again.
Not when he wakes up, Malta. If. Mata Nui has slept for more than 1,000 years. His symbol, the Kanuhi Hall, has stood for hope for all Matoran. But I tell you now, Balta, if the Piraka are not stopped, if they find the mask of life they seek, Mahri Nui shall die.
Turaga Duma, elder of Mahri Nui, slammed shut the door of his chamber. Although his face was covered by a Kanohi mask, no one needed to see his expression to know he was filled with cold fury. He looked at the 6 Turaga assembled around the table, then made a sound of disgust and turned away. "We have reached the end," he said, staring out the window at the city he loved. "In a matter of weeks, perhaps months, the great spirit Mahri Nui will be dead. When he dies, so too will our universe. It is time to lower our voices, avert our eyes, and wait for the darkness." He turned abruptly and pointed a shaking finger at the other Turaga. "But one of you could not let our tale conclude with dignity. One of you has betrayed us." Stunned by the accusation, the 6 Turaga looked at each other. Since their return to Mahri Nui, they had spent almost all of their time in this chamber, trying to think of some way to forestall disaster. Turaga Duma and Turaga Nuju had read in the stars that Mahri Nui was not merely asleep as they had long believed, but was actually dying. Only the legendary Kanohi Mask of Life could save him. In desperation, the Turaga sent the heroic Toa Nuva on a quest to the island of Voya Nui. Their mission was to find the Mask of Life and save the Great Spirit. Many days had passed with no word and no sign of them, until even Turaga Vakama conceded that they must have failed, or worse. Only the Toa of Light remained in the city, and there had been much debate about sending him to rescue the others, but it was agreed that a single Toa, even one as powerful as he, would stand no chance if 6 Toa Nuva had fallen. More, Duma insisted that if by some miracle the Toa Nuva did return with the mask, Takanuva's presence in the city would be of vital importance. That left the Turaga with nothing to do but wait and hope. As one day turned into the next, it became increasingly obvious that it was all in vain. The Toa Nuva were gone, the Great Spirit was doomed, and all he had created would perish with him. "We had agreed that the Matoran would not be told," Duma continued. "After their great efforts to return to their homeland, it would be beyond cruelty to tell them their time would be cut short. So now I must ask, who among you dared to break this agreement? Who told the Matoran their world is about to die?" "Now wait," said Onawa, Turaga of Stone. "How do you even know anything was revealed? I hear no shouting in the streets, no wailing that the end is coming. Believe me, in my time, I have come to know the sounds of panic, and there are none to be heard." Duma sat down heavily in his chair, as if the weight of all his years was on his shoulders. "Jala is gone," he replied. "Jala, who insisted so strongly that the Matoran had to know where the Toa Nuva had gone and why. And with him are Matoro, Nuparu, Kongu, Huki, and Hali. All of them vanished from their homes overnight. They were last seen in Le Metru, heading for the abandoned underwater chutes that lead to the south." "You don't mean—" began Winua. "Jala would never be so foolish," said Vakama. "Oh no," whispered Nokama, looking stricken. "I never thought he would." Duma turned to look at her. When he spoke, his voice was hard. "So, you told Jaller?" "Yes," Nokama replied, with more than a hint of defiance in her voice. "We are facing the possible end of the universe. The Matoran, our friends, have a right to know why they are going to die. But I never imagined Jala would try to act on what I had shared with him." Nuju whistled sharply twice, and then made a slashing motion across his throat. Vakama nodded in agreement. "You're right, Nuju. They will never make it to Voya Nui alive. We have no choice. We will have to send Takanuva to bring them back." "Something I would gladly do," Duma replied. "Except that he's gone too." "You shouldn't have come," said Jaller. "You shouldn't have gone," Takanuva answered. The two of them were scouting ahead, while the other 5 Matoran moved cautiously across the blasted landscape. They had emerged from the underwater chutes only a few minutes before to find themselves on a long, narrow land bridge. They had no clear idea how to reach their destination other than to travel south and then up.
Holly was right, Challer muttered. It would have been easier to return to Mahri Nui and sail south from there.
It's a big ocean, said the Toa of Light.
We still might never have found it. I'm not sure what 1 Toa and 6 Matoran will be able to do against whatever stopped the Toa Nuva anyway.
Whatever it is, we'll do it. But you should turn back. If anything happens to you, the city will be defenseless.
Takanuva gave a bitter chuckle.
And if Mahri Nui dies, the city won't matter. Besides, I couldn't let you have all this fun by yourselves.
Jaller paused on a rise. In the distance, he could see a tunnel mouth, and beyond that, what? There was no way to know. The Toa Nuva had traveled to Voya Nui in protective canisters, for the Turaga had said any other means of travel would be too dangerous. That meant the Matoran could not count on any opposition ahead having already been dealt with, for the Toa had not passed this way.
Go back, Jala. Let me find the Toa Nuva and the Mask of Life. It's my job.
Jaller shook his head.
We all live in this universe. That means saving it is everyone's job.
Takanuva sighed. It was next to impossible to win an argument with Jaller, especially when he was right. Rather than continue the debate, the Toa of Light pointed up ahead.
At least let me scout the tunnel alone. If there is anything in there, I'm better equipped to deal with it.
Be careful, said Jaller.
Takanuva laughed.
Now where's the fun in that?
The 6 Matorans stood on the plateau, watching as Takanuva prepared to enter the tunnel. He had done a brief test of his elemental and mask powers, abilities he was still not completely used to. Once he felt ready, he surrounded his body with a luminescent glow and headed for the entrance. Jala watched as his friend took one step into the tunnel and utterly vanished. He blinked and looked again, for it made no sense. The Toa of Light's aura should have been able to pierce any darkness, making him visible until he was well inside the tunnel. Jala could only think of one thing to say about this turn of events.
Uh-oh.
In his previous life as a Matoran, Takanuva had journeyed all over the island of Mahri Nui. He had plunged into the frigid depths of the sea and climbed the snowy peak of Mount Ihu. He knew how it felt to be blasted with frigid air in the snowfields of Kauwahi, but he had never experienced true cold before, not like this. Jala had at last run out of patience.
Takanuva! Takanuva!
He called into the dark tunnel mouth. Behind him, the other 5 Matoran watched uneasily.
Maybe he's hurt, said Holly. We should go in after him.
Not unprotected, said Nuparu. Give me a few minutes, and maybe I can put something together. I brought my tools with me. We haven't got a few minutes, said Jala. Kongu, Huki, come with me. Holly, Matoro, Nuparu, give us 30 seconds, and then you follow. Make sure your light stones are lit, and stay together.
The 3 Matorans stepped into the shadows of the tunnel. Instantly, the glow of their lightstones vanished. Curious and concerned, Holly took a few steps forward and extended her lightstone into the tunnel. As soon as it entered the mouth, its illumination disappeared. Then she withdrew it, only to find it still as bright as before.
Now that's weird, she said.
Here, said Nuparu, extending a length of cable to her. I salvaged this from the ruins in Mahri Nui. Loop the cable around your waist so we 3 are linked together. Once we're inside, keep talking. If light doesn't work in there, then we can follow the sound of your voice. Holly turned and started inside the tunnel. Matoro's words stopped her.
Holly, before we go in, there's something... Turaga Nuju said something.
The Gamatoran turned. Matoro had been Nuju's translator for centuries and was bound by an oath never to repeat anything he learned as a result of that position. For him to even consider breaking that oath, it had to be something serious. Matoro took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Nuju said they sent the Toa to Voya Nui in canisters, like the ones they used to come to Mahri Nui. He said there was no other safe way for them to make the journey. He said the way to Voya Nui passes through a land of the dead.
Holly reached out to put a comforting hand on his arm.
Matoro, the Turaga speak in riddles sometimes. You know that.
I've rode through winding streams that were straighter than their words most times. There is no land of the dead, any more than there is some hidden paradise called Artaka. They are just legends, my friend. Now let's go. Matoro nodded and fell into step behind Nuparu.
But he couldn't help thinking how frequently the legends told by the Turaga turned out to be all too painfully true. As soon as he crossed the threshold into the tunnel, Matoro's lightstone went out. The same had obviously happened to the others, as he was surrounded by complete darkness. Despite Nuparu's advice, Hali was staying silent, which Matoro found unnerving.
"Speak up," he shouted. "Where are you?"
At least, those are the words his mouth formed, but no sound emerged. He reached down and felt the cable around his waist. Yes, it was still there, and still taut. The others had to be up ahead of him. He stumbled forward in the darkness, once almost tripping on a rock. He stuck his arm out and could feel the stone wall to the side, but could not find Nuparu in front of him. If it had not been for the cable, he would have felt hopelessly lost, alone, desperate, and maybe even panicked. As it was, at least he didn't feel alone. He stumbled again, this time over something that felt alive. He reached down and felt someone grab his hand. Matoro smiled. It felt good to make physical contact with one of his friends, even if they couldn't see each other or speak. He helped the prone figure to his feet and held tight to his hand, trying to lead him out of the darkness. Matoro felt a tug on the cable, then another. He picked up the pace, still guiding his unseen friend. Around a corner, he spotted light. Wonderful light. Glorious light. There were Hali, Nuparu, Nuva, Jala, and Hoki, and Kongu, and if they are all there, whose hand am I holding? Matoro turned quickly, even as he felt the hand in his slip away. There was no one to be seen. He turned back to his friends, looking down at his hand, and trying not to show how shaken he felt.
"What is it? You look upset," said Hali.
"Just missing someone," he replied, not looking up at her. "Or some thing." "Anyone who wants to turn back, now is the time," said Jala. Stretching before them was a long, narrow strip of land, flanked on either side by a violent sea. In the distance, they could see a natural stone archway, and beyond that, a winding, tortuous path between two peaks. "Right, I want to quick go back through that tunnel again," Kongu said sarcastically. "I haven't had that much fun since I rode a gecko that had hiccups."
"We shouldn't waste time," said Hali. "If we are going, then let's go."
The group began walking again. Nuva hung back to walk beside the Gamatoran. "You seem uncertain about all this, Hali."
"I am," she replied. "As the chronicler, it's my job to record the adventures of Toa, just as it was your job before me. Now I'm afraid the last chronicle I write will be obituaries for us all."
Nuva nodded. "Maybe. I don't agree with how Jala did this, but I do see why he acted. If we did nothing, you would be writing a last tribute to the entire universe, Hali, not just 6 Matoran and 1 novice Toa."
"You're not a novice," Hali said with a little smile. "You beat Makuta after all."
"I got lucky," said the Toa of Light. "His pride made him want to challenge me one-on-one, his shadow versus my light. If he had used the other powers he commands, well, things might have turned out differently. You know, I glimpsed his mind when we were briefly merged into one being. It's a labyrinth, all twists and turns and places that have seen no light in centuries."
"You still defeated him," said Hali. "Your light was stronger than his darkness."
Nuva shrugged. "Or he let me win. Maybe he thought it was inevitable that we would make our way back to Mahri Nui eventually, so he decided to pick the time. Maybe the whole thing was just part of some bigger plot." Hali looked up at the Toa, puzzled.
"Bigger?"
"I'm just guessing, but what if he hatched a plan so deadly that it wouldn't matter if the Matoran returned to Mahri Nui or not? What if, in the end, he decided that carrying out that plan mattered more than beating me?"
"If you're right, I don't think much of his planning skills," said Hali. "After all, he got himself killed, remember?"
"It certainly seemed that way," Nuva replied. "Didn't it?" Their conversation was cut short by a shout from Huki. The Pomatoran was up ahead, trying to pry something out of the ground. Exerting all his strength, he finally tore it loose, only to go tumbling over backward from the effort. He sprang up, holding his prize in his hands, a dirt-encrusted, slightly battered Kanohi mask. Smiling, he took off his own mask and slipped the new one on, only to remove it almost instantly. "It's a great mask," he said. "I could feel the power in it." Toa Nuva took it from him and examined it. I don't recognize the design. Turaga Vakama might, though. I wonder what it does. Before any could protest, he removed his mask of light and put on Huki's find. At first, nothing happened. Then Toa Nuva suddenly said, I am not taking too many chances, Holly. What? Said the Gamatoran. What are you talking about? You said I was taking a risk by putting this mask on. I heard you. I never said anything, Holly protested. She's telling the truth, said Huki. Maybe it has something to do with the mask. Maybe it's defective. Or maybe it works just fine, said Jala. Holly, be honest. What were you thinking when he put the mask on? The Gamatoran shrugged, obviously uncomfortable. I was thinking, well, that we only have one Toa with us, and he shouldn't be braving any unnecessary dangers. You heard her thoughts, Jala said to Toa Nuva. It's a mask of telepathy. It must have belonged to some other Toa who passed this way, who knows how long ago. Passed this way, or never went any farther than this? Asked the Toa of Light, quickly replacing the mask with his own. What are the odds the rest of that Toa is underneath our feet? Jala didn't answer. There wasn't any need. The Matoran camped about 3/4 of the way to the archway. Jala stood watch while Hali, Huki, Nuparu, and Kongu slept. Toa Nuva had wandered off by himself. Jala! The two Matoran turned to see Toa Nuva running toward them. A Matoran! He shouted. I just saw a Matoran inside the archway! The others had awakened due to the commotion. Now they gathered around as the Toa of Light shared his experience. I was walking along the coastline, wondering about the Toa who had worn that mask. Then I glanced up, and there he was, a Matoran I had never seen before. He looked at me from the other side of the archway, with fear in his eyes. I used a fraction of my power, just enough to create a soft glow, but before I could say anything, he ran. Jala frowned. What was a Matoran doing way out here? The same thing they were? Or was there more going on than any of them were aware of? Come on, let's find him, he said finally. No one should be alone in this desolation. How do we know he's alone? Asked Kongu as they started for the archway. How do we know he's even a Matoran? Matoro added. Well, what else could he be? Remembering the hand holding his in the tunnel, Matoro answered, Oh, you don't want to know. Toa Nuva led the way back to the archway, Jala and Huki close behind. There was no sign of any Matoran or anything else up ahead. Matoro glanced around as he ran, just to make sure something wasn't using this sighting as bait for an ambush. This way! Yelled the Toa of Light as he approached the stone arch. An instant later, he went flying backward, crashing into the Matoran behind him. Shaken, he got to his feet and ran toward the archway again. As soon as he reached the threshold, he slammed into an invisible barrier and was knocked to the ground. Now he was angry. Rising, he hurled 2 narrow beams of light at the unseen obstacle. They ricocheted wildly, almost burning a hole through Kongu. Watch it! Snapped the Matoran. We're on the same side, remember? Nuparu took a few steps toward the archway, then stopped. Cautiously, he reached out and felt nothing at all. Puzzled, he took another step and passed right through as if no barrier were there. Emboldened by the sight, Toa Nuva went to follow him, but for him, nothing had changed because he still could not get through. I don't understand this, he said, frustrated. What lets a Matoran through but bars a Toa? The other 5 Matoran hesitantly crossed under the archway, leaving Toa Nuva the only one still on the other side. Jala tried to go back and join him, but now found the barrier stopped him from returning the way he had come. Explain this, said the Matoran to Nuparu. The Onu Matoran inventor shook his head. There's nothing mechanical inside the stone, at least as far as I can tell. There's no sign of a power source. The barrier is there, but I can't explain why. Maybe I can. The words came from Holly, who was holding a small stone tablet in her hand. I found this on the ground, not far from here. It's ancient, almost unbelievably so. Turaga Nuju showed me some of the marker stones kept in the Ko-Metru knowledge towers, and based on the carvings and symbols on this, it was made before Metru Nui even existed. It's a warning, she reported. It reads something like, This is a realm of shadow, of famine and plague and blight. This is a world of darkness, and there is no place for light. Nuparu nodded. Of course, it makes sense now. To you, maybe, said Huki. All I see is whoever's in charge of attracting tourists here is doing a lousy job. I thought that tunnel we went through was just a natural phenomenon, something that doused light stones. Now, I'm wondering if maybe all illumination wasn't actually being devoured. And if that wasn't enough to send a bearer of light running home, we come here, where light is actively repelled. Okay, but what about us? Why can't we get back through? Asked Matoro. We don't have the power of light. Only Toa Nuva does. I think the answer to that one is frighteningly simple, said Nuparu. Someone, or something, doesn't want us to leave. This is insane, said the Toa of Light. You can't keep going, Jala. It's a trap. Stay where you are, and I'll find some way through that barrier. I don't think you will, old friend, said Jala. Not if it was built to keep you out. Go back to Metru Nui and tell the Piraka what has happened. Tell them not to send any help. We'll keep moving and hopefully find the Toa Nuva somewhere up ahead. Toa Nuva reached out for his lifelong friend, but the barrier got in the way. I can't even shake your hand goodbye, he said sadly. This could be the last time I ever see you, and I can't shake your hand. We'll see each other again, said Jala. After all, who is going to keep you out of trouble if not me? Until I get into much bigger trouble than Matoran. Most of the time, anyway, the Toa of Light said, trying to smile. Hey, Jala, you already died once for me. Don't die again, okay? It would make for a lousy chronicle, the same thing happening a second time and all. Jala smiled and turned away, trying to hide his own emotions. After a moment, he said to the other Matoran, Come on, we have to keep going. If something is after us, there's no point in being a sitting target. The small group said their goodbyes to Toa Nuva. Holly couldn't even get the words out, just pressed her hand against the barrier to meet Toa Nuva's. Then the party began walking away. Jala! Toa Nuva shouted. The Tomatoran turned around. Destiny should have chosen you to be the Toa of Light. You would make a great Toa. Thanks, but no thanks, Jala replied. It's tough enough just being a Matoran.
Kongu paused, stretched his aching muscles, and gazed up at the summit in the distance. He, Jaller, and the others had been following a winding trail up a mountainside for what felt like days. More than once they had believed they were near the top, only to reach a plateau and find the rock extended several hundred feet higher up. I don't have any faith that there is a peak to this mountain, he muttered. I think it just goes up and up until we are mask to mask with Montanui himself. Then maybe we can talk to him about sleeping on the job, Nuparu answered. If I had the right materials, I could make us some climbing gear. We'd be at the top in no time. Yuki shook his head. You miners and tree swingers are out of shape. In Pokoro, we used to climb pebbles like this every day, just for the view. Kongu glanced at his companion in disbelief. Yuki managed to hold a serious expression for only a few seconds before breaking into a grin. Only thing worse than a Pomatoran carver is a Pomatoran carver with a sense of humor, said Nuparu, laughing. A scuttling sound above and to the right brought the chatter and the laughter to an abrupt halt. Kongu bounded up the slope and looked around. Then he turned back to the others and shrugged. I don't see anything, he whispered. Matoro caught up to the others. He had obviously heard the sound as well. Maybe we should head back down? Find another way to where we're going? There is no other way, said Huki. Kongu and I already looked. It's up the mountain or nothing. Jaller and Holly approached, talking in hushed tones. The tall Matoran was scanning the rocks with his keen eyes, searching for movement. He found none. We'll keep going, but carefully, he decided. What we all heard might just be some Rahi, or it might mean there is someone else here. Maybe even the same someone responsible for the Toa Nuva's disappearance. So we walk into a trap? Asked Holly, resuming the climb. No, replied Jaller. We just make sure we spring ourselves. The next hour was spent hiking up the mountain, with periodic stops for rest. The scuttling sounds had become more frequent as they climbed higher, until they became almost constant. They obviously came from something large, but it remained unseen, a fact that bothered Nuparu. It doesn't make sense, the Onomatoran said. How can a creature so big stay out of sight? Ever try to catch a dermis turtle when it doesn't want to be caught? Said Holly. They're slow, but they know their home territory. Every rock, every patch of seaweed. They can hide for days while you swim over, around, and past them. So we're being stalked by a really big turtle? Asked Congo. The harsh, clattering sound of something scrambling across the rocks came again, this time almost on top of them. At about the same time, Jollar pointed to the rocks just above them. A lone Matoran was peering down at them, close enough for the party to get a good look. His mask, in the shape of a Kanohi Rao, was weathered and dented in numerous places. His armor was scratched and discolored. Most striking of all, his left arm was badly damaged and hung limply at his side. "Who are you?" Holly shouted to the Matoran. "Come down and maybe we can help you." The figure never moved, just stared at her with frightened eyes.
"If he's not coming down, we'll have to go up,"
said Jollar. "Slowly, all. Let's try not to scare him off." Moving casually, the 6 Matoran made their way up the slope. Jollar held out his arms, palms up, to show that he carried no weapons. Holly forced herself to smile. None of it seemed to make any difference to their new companion. "Do you think that there's something wrong with him?" whispered Kongu. "He lives here," Hyuki replied. "So I would say that's a good guess."
When they were within about 5 paces of the Matoran, the scuttling noises returned, this time from both sides.
Jollar threw up his hand to halt the group just as the source of the sounds made themselves visible. 2 monstrous crabs emerged from the rocks to flank the silent Matoran, followed by 2 more, and then 2 more. Although no one in Jollar's party had ever seen such a thing before, they all knew what they were from tales told by the Toa. "Manas," Holly said, shocked. "This is impossible," said Matoro. "The Toa said that there were only 2 of them, and they were driven off. Toa Anua encountered one later on and survived to tell the story. How can there be 6? 2 more Manas appeared now, moving to stand by the others. The Matoran they crowded near appeared to take no notice of them. 8, said Hyuki. "And maybe Toa can't count?" "We need a plan," said Matoro. "Would screaming and running count?" asked Kongu. "'Cause that seems like a really good plan right now." The silent Matoran took a step forward, gestured for the others to follow, then turned and began to walk up the slope. After a moment, the Manas turned and started after him. Jollar's group stood for a moment, puzzled, before Holly began to follow as well. "What are you doing?" asked Nuparu. "You're going in the direction of the Manas." "I'm the chronicler," she answered, not looking back. "Finding answers is part of my job." The 6 Matoran did not have to travel far. Their strange guide in the Manas led them into a bowl-shaped canyon. All around they saw Matoran in various stages of disrepair, many of them vastly different in size and mask style from those Jollar was familiar with. They regarded the newcomers with hollow, haunted eyes. As the small party passed by, these wounded Matoran fell into step behind them, moving silently like an army of ghosts. "What is this place?" asked Nuparu. "It looks like one of Makuta's daydreams." "All of these Matoran look frightened," said Jollar. "No, beyond frightened. Resigned. Like they lost hope long ago." "Can't say I blame them," remarked Holly. "Look up ahead." The metal structure she pointed to might have once been a landmark to rival the Metro Nui Coliseum. Now it was a charred, twisted ruin whose towers reached up like claws eager to rend the sky. Dull fires burned within, but there was nothing welcoming about their glow. An explosion suddenly rocked the canyon. Jollar and the others turned to see a small volcano erupting to the east. Amazingly, it spewed chunks of ice into the air that flew high and then landed with a crash. Matoro approached one of the frozen missiles and reached out to touch it, only to pull his hand back with a cry. "It's hot!" Jollar touched a fingertip to the ice and drew it back quickly. "He's right. This ice is searing, but at such a temperature it should melt, shouldn't it?" Holly gave a shout. They turned to see her standing knee-deep in a pool of water, staring wide-eyed at a waterfall consisting completely of dust. It billowed over the rocks, an arid brown cloud. but where it came from she could not tell. "Why do I think that if we find a fire here it will freeze us?" said Nuparu, "or that the only thing that might fall from the clouds above is a hail of stones?" "Let's see if we can set a record for fastest to get out of this place," said Matoro. A violent flash of lightning ripped through the sky overhead, but no thunder accompanied it. A few moments later, a gentle breeze rippled the water of the pond, producing an ear-splitting thunderclap. "Okay, that does it," said Joller. "There has to be a way through or around this canyon, and we're finding it." The group turned to leave the way they had come, only to find a half-dozen monos blocking their way. More of the monstrous crabs were now lining the rim of the canyon as well, silently regarding the newcomers. The only way open to the Matoran was forward. It was not an easy trek. At one point they passed through what seemed like a statuary garden, with stone sculptures of Matoran everywhere. When they started to move on, they discovered that the rock beneath their feet screamed with each step. The sound so unnerved the party that they stopped dead. "Maybe we should just wait here until we wake up," said Holly, "because this has to be a bad dream." "It is indeed a dream, little Matoran, and the last one you will ever know." The words came from a huge armored figure who blocked their path up ahead. Like the fortress from which he had emerged, he was battered and twisted, and his mask looked as if it had been patched together from 3 or 4 different ones. His ebon and gold armor was studded with razor-sharp blades, and his gauntlets crackled with energy. In one hand he held a burning length of chain. His eyes were a deep, hollow black, and when he spoke his voice was surprisingly quiet, as if he had not used it for a very long time. "Who are you?" asked Kyuki. "What kind of crazy place is this?" The powerful figure smiled. "This is my home, and now yours as well. It has been many, many centuries since any Matoran came here. You are most welcome. As for who I am, you may call me Karzahni." Then Holly whispered, "I knew I had heard that name before. It was in one of Turaga Vakama's tales. He said that there was an ancient legend that Matoran who were poor workers were sent to a place of darkness, ruled by a being called Karzahni, and none of them ever returned." Karzahni spoke again. "Long ago, perhaps 100,000 years, perhaps more, I lose track. Matoran came here by the score. Some were damaged, others simply possessed a lack of dedication to their work. A small number found new life here, and the rest found only what they had expected, which was nothing at all." "These Matoran don't look like they're enjoying their new life very much," Holly remarked. Karzahni smiled. "I suppose they find it preferable to the alternative. As you will too, no doubt, provided I give you the choice." "This is monstrous!" snapped Joller. "I can't believe that the Great Spirit Montanui would allow such a place to exist. Even Makuta would not—" He stopped speaking when he realized Karzahni looked completely confused. "Mata Nui," said the armored figure. "Makuta. Who are they, and what possible influence would they have here?" A dozen of Karzahni's Matoran closed in then, stripping the party of their tools, supplies, and even the Kanohi Soletu they had found. Then Karzahni stretched out his arms toward Joller and the rest, prepared to receive the last and most important things they possessed. "Your masks," he said. "Take them off." Joller shook his head. He had only recently learned that the mask he wore had once belonged to Turaga Likan, a great hero of Metru Nui. Likan had died to save the Matoran from Makuta. There was no way Joller would simply surrender his mask to anyone. "You can remove them, or I can have them removed," Karzahni continued, his tone growing more menacing. "Decide." "Try it," said Joller. Energy flashed from Karzahni's gauntlet. Joller braced himself for a physical impact, but there was none. Instead, the world around him melted and shifted until he was back in a place he knew well, reliving a moment he could never forget. It was Kini Nui, the most sacred site in all of the island of Motunui. He and his best friend, Takua, were battling monstrous Rakshi alongside the Toa Nuva. The Rakshi Turak was advancing on Takua, and Joller knew he had to save his comrade. He knew what was about to happen, for he had already experienced this months ago. He would sacrifice himself to save Takua, who would then don the Mask of Light and become a powerful Toa. The fact that he was eventually brought back to life did not lessen the importance of what Jaller had done that day. Only now, something was different. Jaller was telling himself to run, leap, block the rock sheep from reaching Takua, but his body was not responding. As if it were happening in slow motion, he saw the rock sheep blast Takua with concentrated fear energy. His friend screamed, staggered, and then fell dead from sheer fright. Time shot forward. With Takua dead, the Toa of Light never came to be. The Rockshi stole the Mask of Light so that there would never be any chance of such a Toa rising against him. Makuta created more and more Rockshi to send against the island of Motunui, until eventually the Toa Nuva were overwhelmed and destroyed. Emboldened by his victory, Makuta himself led the next attack, capturing and imprisoning the Turaga and enslaving the Matoran. Any violation of Makuta's law, or any hesitation in carrying out his orders, was punishable by death. It took only the loss of a few villagers for the rest to decide it made more sense to just obey. The only glimmer of hope in the next 1,000 years came when Turaga Oniwa led a breakout, and it seemed like the village elders might escape. Instead, they ran into a patrol of Rockshi. Jaller wished he could close his mind's eye and not have to see what happened next. As it was, he was forced to watch every gruesome moment of the battle and its inevitable conclusion. The final image was the worst of all. He and Holly, once among the bravest of the Matoran, were reduced to being personal servants to Makuta. The expressions on their faces looked far too much like those of Karzahni's Matoran for comfort. That realization snapped Jaller out of the illusion. He was back in this strange land, surrounded by his friends and confronting his tormentor. But the vision he had seen had done its work. He couldn't easily shake the feelings of despair and hopelessness that it had sparked. He knew he had saved Takua in real life, but now he also knew what it would have been like if he had failed. What if he failed again? What if this time Holly or Matoro died because he wasn't fast enough? It might be better just not to try anything. Eyes locked on the ground, as silent as the Matoran of Karzahni's realm, Jaller reached up and took off his mask.
Holly looked around at her 5 friends, now both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Each had been given a new mask by Karzahni in place of the ones they had surrendered. Kongu had been quick enough to ditch the one he was handed and put on the Kanohi Sulatu the party had been carrying. The rest were stuck with what they were given, and chose not to ask to whom the masks had once belonged. Karzahni beamed at them like a proud crafter seeing his creation for the first time.
Far better. Who you once were does not matter, you see. Now you are here, and so you become whoever I want you to be.
Jaller said nothing, just stared at the ground, a grim expression on his face. So what now? Asked Uparu. Lock us up? Kill us? Turn us into one of these empty shell Matoran you have walking around?
These empty shells have been with me for over 1,000 centuries, toiling away for the day once like you would return,
Karzahni replied, so softly he could barely be heard.
Now you are here, and no doubt are but the first of many. The furnaces must be stoked, the tools made ready, and to do that, I need fresh workers. You will relieve them of their duties and wait for the legions to come.
Huki smiled to himself. They would be alive, and they would have access to tools. That was all he needed to know. Put a hammer or a chisel in his hands, and he would fight his way out of this place in no time.
You will go and tend the fires now. All except this one,
Karzahni said, pointing to Holly.
I heard you call yourself a chronicler. You are a keeper of histories?
Yes, the Gamatoran responded. I record the triumphs of the Toa Nuva.
Toa Nuva?
Karzahni said, a trace of wonder in his voice.
All these new terms. The world outside must have changed much since I came here. You will remain with me and teach me about the new world, so that I may more efficiently expand my realm.
I would tell you where you can go, but I think we are already there, Holly shot back in reply. I stay with my friends. Karzahni shook his head sadly.
Such spirit. It would be a shame to snap it like a twig. I could show you horrors, Matoran, that would render you a mindless, screaming hawk? Will your friends show you the same loyalty when you are a gibbering lunatic? Or will they turn away in disgust? It might be interesting to find out.
Don't, Harley, said Huki. Your sacrifice won't help anyone. We'll be all right. Harley looked at Jala. The Tamatoran nodded. All right then, said the chronicler. I'll teach you more than you want to know, Karzahni. I'll explain to you exactly how this kingdom of yours will be brought to ruin the instant the Toa arrive, and I hope you choke in the knowledge. The hours crawled by. The 5 Matoran had been tending the giant furnace, a furnace so huge that it made Mahri Nui's legendary one seem puny in comparison. They had expected the former laborers at the site to drift away once they were relieved, but instead they sat on rocks and watched the newcomers with the barest flickers of interest. At least the fire's hot, said Huki. Something works the way it should around here. What do you think he needs this thing for? Asked Matoro. Do you think it's for... No, said Jala, cutting him off. I don't. Kongu looked around. Hey, where's Nuparu? Did anyone see him wander off? Does anyone ever? Asked Huki. But he should know better than to look for things to tinker with around here. The tools might bite his hand off or something. Guys! Nuparu came running down a slope from the north. You need to see this. Now! Harley paused to take a breath. She had been talking almost non-stop since the others left, with Karzahni only occasionally interrupting with questions. She made a point of detailing the Toa Nuva's great powers and how they had triumphed over so many powerful foes. Maybe he'll get the hint, she thought.
Go on, he urged. There must be more.
I think it's your turn, Harley replied. As you said, it is my job to write histories. I would like to know yours. Karzahni gave a slight smile.
It would take most of your lifespan to relate all that I have experienced, Matoran. I was one of the first creations of the great beings, I and my brother. I was given a land of my own to rule, and so was he. I chose to make it a place where those who had transgressed could find redemption, or punishment. Or perhaps that was chosen for me.
Harley waited for him to continue, surprised that he seemed honestly confused.
Sometimes I remember it one way, sometimes another, he said with a shrug. My brother chose to name his land Artaka and make it a refuge for Matoran.
Wait, interrupted Harley. There is a Matoran legend about a place called Artaka, a land where Matoran can be safe from all harm. Are you saying this place really exists?
It is as real as the rock you are sitting on, he replied. Which, by the way, is an action you might want to rethink.
Harley looked down to see that her legs had slowly begun transforming to stone. At the same time, the rock had begun to squirm, as if taking on life. With a cry, she bolted up and ran several paces away from her former seat. After a few moments, the process reversed itself.
A very effective way to combat laziness, said Karzahni. Those who prefer to sit around all day unmoving as a stone eventually become one.
Then those stone statues of Matoran we saw on the way in were...
Formerly willful and disobedient Matoran, he finished for her, now fulfilling a valuable role as examples of the consequences of such behavior.
You're insane.
I prefer the term creative, Karzahni replied. Though I suppose there is not much difference between the two in the end, is there?
So what did you seek find? Asked Kongu. A new kind of bow driver? A really great wrench? Look for yourself, answered Nuparu. He had led them into a vaulted chamber that looked as if no one but their little group had entered it in centuries. It was immediately obvious to Huki's eyes that this had once been a busy crafting center, though he had no clue what they might have made here. Whatever it was, they were making a lot of it, he thought. Look at the size of this place. Nuparu had walked all the way to the back of the chamber and pulled open a sliding door. Inside were a series of long tables, with stone tablets scattered about on top of them. Piled in the corners were dust-covered pieces of armor. The Onu Matoran pointed to one of the tablets. I found this. It shows a Matoran, one resembling us, being rebuilt. Even some of the organic tissue is being replaced. And see here? When they were done, he was smaller and thinner. Then the writing on the tablet trails off. Parts have even been scraped away. He searched briefly and grabbed a second tablet. Here, the same Matoran, only this time with tools, items that can double as weapons. Then here he is, along with hundreds of others, being transported somewhere. I don't get it, said Kongu. What does this have to do with anything? If I'm reading this correctly, something is really wrong here, and has been for century upon century, Nuparu said, excitement in his voice. Remember the legend? Matoran who were poor workers were sent here, but why was never explained in any of the tales. Don't you see? Karzahni wasn't supposed to imprison or punish them. He was supposed to repair them. Matoro took a closer look at the image of the Matoran carved into the tablet. He didn't do a very good job, did he? That's the point, said Nuparu. He didn't. To compensate, he gave them weapons they could use to defend themselves. And then he adopted other methods to fix Matoran sent to him. And we have seen the results of that. He could have made them better, stronger, more efficient, the same way that Turaga did with us. But he chose another path. When the Matorans sent here never returned, they stopped being sent, said Jala. He has been waiting 100,000 years for Matoran who never came, until we showed up. Lucky us, muttered Kongu. We have to get Harley and get out of here, said Huki.
When he realizes there aren't any more coming, he might decide to fix us.
Question, said Matoro. I have never seen Matoran who looked like this. Certainly there were none of Mata Nui. Where are they? Wherever he sent them so they would be out of his sight, Nuparu answered. And wherever it is, I hope they are happy and at peace.
Jala and his friends were exiting the huge chamber when they heard a weak voice calling, "Wait!" A lone Matoran staggered from a darkened alcove. First glance revealed that one of his legs was badly twisted, making it impossible for him to move quickly. His mask was badly dented and covered with rust and soot. Nuparu rushed over to help the Matoran, gently guiding him to where the others stood. The injured being looked them over and said, "You are newcomers?" "That's right," said Jaller. "I'm guessing you've been here a while. What's your name?" The Matoran shook his head sadly. "You know, it has been so long since anyone used it. I cannot remember. Maybe Karzahni stole it when he stole my mask. I've hidden in here for too many centuries, and been forgotten even by my friends. That is why Karzahni never found me here, you see. No one remembers I am alive." "We're leaving here," said Matoro. "Come with us. No one should have to spend their existence in this ruin." "Leaving?" The Matoran laughed. "Leaving how?"
I used to run out of my liquid detergent so fast because it's mostly water. And that's why I switched to...
Can you turn invisible and slip past the mana scrabs that guard every road? Can you close your mind against the nightmares Karzahni brings? Or maybe you can soar like the birds over the mountain, or fly beneath the waves in a silver canister. "No, we can't do that," Jala replied. "Wait a minute. Canister? Have you seen such a thing? Did they carry Toa Nuva inside? Where are they?" The Matoran frowned. "Toa Nuva? Never heard of them. Canisters. Canisters, where did that come from? Oh, yes, the canisters. We built them so long ago, my friends and I. Just before they sent us here. Long and bright they were, and strong enough to survive even a plunge into the ocean depths. We made them well." Nuparu couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You made them? Who? Where?" "In the world that beats the world, of course," said the Matoran, as if shocked anyone would not know this. "The wellspring of flame that blazes bright, yet burns none but its bearer. And he, oh, he it burns until there is nothing left, not even ashes." "Never mind the where," said Jaller, half convinced this Matoran's mind had snapped. "When did you make them? And for whom?" The Matoran giggled. "Long before there was a you, or a you, or you. And we made them for the destined ones, of course. We made them for Tahu and Gali, Liwa and Pohatu, Onua and Cold Kopaka. In a place far, far from this blasted land, they entered the canisters, and there remain to this day. Nuparu leaned back against the wall, stunned. The Toa were not still in those canisters. They had traveled in them to the island of Mata Nui and floated in the ocean for 1,000 years before being drawn to shore. Then they emerged and set out to save the island from the power of Dark Makuta. And this long-missing, half-crazed Matoran had been one of those who crafted those marvels, built to carry the saviors of Mata Nui. We made so many, and scattered them here, there, and in places no one would ever find them, the Matoran continued. You never know where Toa might need to go, you know. I still wander down to see them now and then, just to try and remember my life before this place. Joller did his best to contain his excitement. Take us to see them, please? We've, never seen anything like that. The craftsmanship, it must be amazing. Yuki, getting the idea, added, Everything they make now falls apart in a few months. Now, crafters in your era, they knew what they were doing. Why, I bet those canisters can still travel. The Matoran nodded. Oh, yes. But you mustn't ride in them. You are not a Toa, are you? Only a Toa so mighty can ride. Anyone else, woe betide. Do you like that? I made that up. When was it? 20,000 years ago? Or perhaps 20,005. Repeating his little piece of verse, the Matoran turned and limped away, beckoning for the others to follow. Karzahni had half-dragged Holly back to the site of the furnace. His mood, at one point almost charming, had turned foul. The Matoran he had so long held captive scattered at his approach. When he found Joller and the others were gone, he grew so enraged Holly feared for her life. They have run, he said. The anger in his eyes was not present in his voice, which somehow made the situation all the more disturbing. But there is nowhere to go. No one here will offer them refuge or aid. Well, no one but the Manas. They welcome all with open claws. It's when they snap them shut again that all the problems start. Maybe they are just taking a rest somewhere, Holly offered. And maybe they simply don't care about you, he replied sharply. Look, they've attempted to escape without you. Chroniclers must not be highly valued where you come from. Karzahni scanned the surrounding area, first with his eyes, then with his mind. When he was done, he chuckled. Oh, so that's where they are. And with company, too. A fitting final resting place for your friends, among all the other useless relics. Without another word, he marched up the slope, pulling Holly along behind him. She mouthed a silent wish that if the others were trying to escape, they succeeded before this monster found them. Down here, said the Matoran, leading the group down a darkened staircase. Mind you don't hit your heads. Yuki glanced up. The ceiling was a good 6 feet above them. They couldn't have hit their heads if they jumped. I hope you know what you're doing, Jala, he thought. We made 6, said the Matoran. Always 6. How come? Asked Matoro. The Matoran turned, a look of worry on his face. So there would not be 7, naturally. If there were 7 canisters and 7 Toa, then that meant the darkness had come. You don't need light if you have no darkness, true? Then there was no more time for questions. The Matoran opened a vault door to reveal 6 Toa canisters, all resting in a row and looking almost new. Jala half expected to see Toa emerge from them at any moment. Astounding, whispered Nuparu. I saw these on Mata Nui, of course, but to see them completely intact? I could spend days studying these. You have about 2 minutes to figure out how they work, Jala replied, because we are getting Holly back and getting out of here in them. No, said the Matoran, shocked. Only Toa can travel in these. That is who they were made for. Anyone else will die. I'll take that chance, said Huki. It's better than the living death of staying here. Let's go, said Jala. Nuparu, I expect you to have those things ready to run when we get back. We'll be back with Holly. Jala, Matoro, Huki, and Kongu started up the stairs, only to stop abruptly. Karzahni was coming down the staircase, a struggling Holly in tow. I believe I can save you a trip, Matoran, he said. 2 trips, actually.
I return your lying friend to you, so you need not seek her out. And now that I know these canisters are here, I will destroy them. You are here to stay. Karzahni flung Holly toward the others. Jollar caught her in his arms and helped her to her feet. Lying? He said. I have known Holly for centuries. She does not lie. Then you are a liar as well. Or a fool, replied Karzahni. A great sleeping spirit. An evil armored shapeshifter. 6 heroes who bathe in silver liquid and emerge with new power and new masks. He laughed bitterly. Am I some cowardly Rocky to be frightened by Matoran fables? There is no Mata Nui, no Makuta, no Toa. There is Karzahni and Artaka, and a universe that exists to serve our whims. Jala's mind raced. Physically, 7 Matoran, one possibly insane, were no match for this foe. No threat of retribution from Mata Nui would work either, since Karzahni did not believe anyone wielded greater power than he. But they could not just surrender. He would destroy the canisters, and with them the best chance to escape. It was more than just their lives at stake, for he remained convinced that Toa Nuva were in deadly danger somewhere. It was Matoro who stepped forward to stare up at Karzahni. I was afraid on the way here, he said quietly, almost too afraid to go on. If it had been possible, I would have turned and fled back to Metro Nui, and let the universe collapse around me. The Komatoran swallowed hard, and forced himself to keep talking. When we met you, I thought this was it. This was the reason behind my fear. You would torture or destroy us, and we couldn't stop you. You could make us see terrors that were more frightening than anything imaginable, because they could so easily be real. Make your point, Matoran, Karzahni answered, before I show you a vision of pain unending. Matoro planted his feet and stared up into Karzahni's ebony eyes. Then do it. The other Matoran turned to look at Matoro. Why was he challenging this being to invade their minds again? Why was he inviting certain defeat? Jala started to pull Matoro back, but the Komatoran pushed his arm away. His attention was riveted on Karzahni. Do it, Matoro repeated. Pluck the worst possible future out of our heads and make us live every moment of it. Prove your power is something other than those Matoran fables you make fun of. Or are you just one of those legends come to life? A lot of smoke and shadow and no substance. Karzahni screamed with anger. The next second, a wave of power struck the assembled Matoran. The world spun away from underneath them, and suddenly they were back in Metro Nui. The air was filled with cries of fear and grief. The light of the lone sun had been extinguished for good. The waters of the Protoderma Sea were rising to engulf the city, and not all of Takanua's power could buy the Matoran even one more moment of life. The sky shook, the stars flickered and died. The ground beneath the Colosseum cracked open and swallowed that massive building whole, and the Turaga with it. Matoran ran every which way seeking some escape, but finding none. There was nowhere in the universe to hide, because the universe itself was ceasing to be. Mata Nui was dead. Some would perish right away. Others would survive for a while, despite the lack of food and warmth. Citizens would huddle in Ta Metru, trying hard to keep the fires in the forges going, until finally the ocean claimed that district as well. A small number would man the boats and try to find a haven to the south, but everyone knew they would fail. Those who did not go mad from grief would be lost in the violent storms that gripped the sea lanes. Back in Metro Nui, Takanuva would write the last chronicle. It would be a memorial to the Toa Nuva, the Turaga, and the Matoran. He would inscribe it with a futile hope that it would survive the cataclysm, even though in his heart he knew it would not. At last, he sat down in the center of Pometru, closed his eyes, and the vision stopped abruptly. The Matoran were shaken, heartsick, almost traumatized. All except Matoro. The Komatoran's eyes were on Karzahni, who looked almost as staggered and shocked as his victims. Mata Nui, he muttered. A whole universe ended. My realm lost. If Mata Nui dies. Such power. More than I ever imagined. Such power. Matoro calculated they had only a few moments before Karzahni came to grips with the fact that there was a great spirit Mata Nui, whose power dwarfed his own. Once he realized Mahri Nui existed, but was comatose, there was no telling what might happen. The Comatoran grabbed Jala and Holly and started running for the cylinders. The others followed. Nuparu was frantically opening the long silver tubes and fiddling with the controls inside. "I don't know if I can make this work," he cried, "or where they will take us if I do." "I'll settle for away from here," said Jaller. He turned to look at the Matoran who had led them here. "Come with us. We can help you escape." The Matoran backed away. "No, the only escape you will find that way is death. Besides, what do I have to go home to? A land that cast me out, doomed me to spend my life here? No doubt they think me dead. Only fitting, for they are dead to me. But," the Matoran smiled, "do what you have to do. The vision, as horrible as it was, showed me there is still hope. Mahri Nui is not dead yet. What we saw does not have to happen. If you can stop it, you must dare anything to do so. Just as I have to dare leaving my hiding place to help the Matoran here." "Jala, come on!" yelled Huki. The Tamatoran turned back to find the others in the cylinders. As he climbed into his and sealed it shut, he could see Karzahni suddenly realizing what was happening. He began to whirl his chain, preparing to tear open the cylinders and retrieve their contents. Jala hit the largest switch on the controls. He felt the cylinder surge forward, even as he could just barely hear the other craft moving as well. Although he had no way of knowing it, the cylinder was already boring through rock as smoothly as if it were passing through still water. In a matter of seconds, the realm of Karzahni had been left behind. It was a place Jala would never forget, though with all his might, he would try to erase it from his mind. Karzahni would never forget either. The vision he had shared with the Matoran had showed him there was a vast universe beyond his borders, with the power vacuum at its head. For now, this Mahri Nui was no threat to anyone. If he could seize total power before the Great Spirit awakened, he could give the Matoran new reasons to fear.
The island of Voya Nui. It's never been the easiest place to live. There's the constant threat of lava flows from Mount Valme, rocky terrain only a Rahi goat could love. But one thing you could say about Voya Nui, it was always quiet. Or it used to be.
Stop this! Now! If you could stop behaving like starving Rahi fighting over scraps for one moment, perhaps we could find the mask of life and get off this miserable island.
Might help if we had an idea where to look, not just guesses.
I say we tear the island to pieces until we find it.
Of course you do, you ingrate Barracus.
There was someone who thought he knew. Our seventh member, Vezon.
I told you never to mention him again.
Vezon deserted us, betrayed us, and came here before we did, only to disappear. Thok! Irnakk! Find him!
Find him, he says. Where are we supposed to look?
Radic, there is this new pastime called thinking. You really should try it. The Matoran never saw Vezon, or they would have mentioned him when we got there. That means his canister had to wash up far away from any place the Matoran would roam, like here.
Well, I'll be a Muwaka's dinner.
With any luck at all, yes. Now we track him right to where he's hiding. Follow Radic and try not to break anything.
How about if I just break you?
Look out!
Hey!
We don't need any Toa here to fight us. This island's already doing a good job of it.
What did I say? Smash the island into rubble, I said.
You'll smash nothing. This island holds nothing for you but pain and despair. I have known your kind before, Piraka. For more than 100 centuries I have looked into the face of evil again and again. It sickens me. You sicken me. Leave this island, give up your mad dreams, or suffer the consequences.
I'll give you consequences, you!
6 Piraka together are a dangerous threat, but 2 are just exercise.
You're about to be out of shape, stranger.
as in flattened.
You have 5 seconds to put that down and end this battle in one piece, Piraka. 1, 2, 5.
What are you? You don't smell like Toa.
I was placed on this island as a guardian of the Mask of Life. One of many. All of my power and my very life is dedicated to keeping it out of the hands of trash like you.
Fine. Keep your mask. We just need to find our old friend Vezon. We heard he came this way.
Point us toward him, and we won't have to shove that axe.
Quiet!
Vezon serves the mask now. You won't fight him, and you don't want to.
Then I guess we don't need you anymore, do we?
I will clean you off this island, Piraka, like the foul plague you are.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You always did rush things without thinking, Axxon, my old friend. But then, you always had me to guard your back before. No more. From this day forward, true power on this island belongs to Brutaka.
New giants from Bionicle. Brutaka is a mighty warrior, but a traitor. Axxon is strong and a brave defender of justice. Once they were friends. Now they're enemies. But both are fighting against the vicious spider, his ruthless master. Vezon's got the mask, but Fenrik's got the teeth, and they're hungry for battle. New giants from Bionicle, each set sold separately.
Elsewhere on Voya Nui, 6 canisters carrying 6 Matoran villagers from an island far away have washed up on the icy coast. They have braved stormy seas and perils beyond imagination to reach these shores. But their true test of courage is only beginning. Nothing could prevent what is about to happen. Nothing could change the course of destiny. Nothing could prepare them for what they would become.
Even when your hope is gone, move along, just to make it through. When all you gotta keep is strong, move along, like I know not to. And even when your hope is gone, move along, just to make it through.
Bionicle.com presents new Inika Heroes.
A moment ago, the Piraka were winning. From their stronghold, they and their ally Brutaka controlled the island of Voya Nui. The Mask of Life would soon be theirs. Then someone knocked on their door. Or rather, knocked it in.
You, Piraka, have a choice. Leave the island on your own, or we'll throw you off. Go on your own, and you can live out your long, rocky life. Make us do it, and there won't be enough of you left to feed a Makuta fish.
The Toa Inika have had a busy first day of existence. Created by bolts of lightning from the Red Star, they found their weapons charged with strange energies. Their bodies were charged up as well, so that their features were hidden by a blinding glow. Their masks had changed too, becoming more organic and feeling almost alive. And their new mask powers? Nothing less than incredible.
Well, said Nuparu, I always wondered what it'd be like to become a Toa. Somehow I never pictured blinding features and moving masks. Think we could get a do-over? Jaller abruptly turned to Kongu. What am I thinking? Before the Toa of Eric could think of a response, he heard Jaller's voice in his head. It was saying something about a Rahi beast he had fought a long time back. Kongu listened for a few moments and then replied, You were remembering a Mawaka that threatened Takuro 3 years ago. You and the guard needed 2 days to drive chase it off. And how did I know that? It's a mask of telepathy, remember? Said Jaller. When we found it, Toa Nuva was able to read Holly's thoughts. It changed like the Matoran mask we were wearing, into this more organic form, but it still works. Despite the mask's strange appearance, I'm willing to bet they work the same as the ones we know. Who knows? Maybe better. Nuparu stood up. Great, but how do we use them? Remember how long it took the Toa Metru to master their mask powers in Tarag of Akama's tale? We have no training in using great masks, and they won't activate just by our saying, I wish my mask worked. No sooner were the words out of Nuparu's mouth than he shot straight up into the air and collided with the cavern roof. He fell back down, stunned. On the other hand, maybe they will, commented Hyuki. Zaktan, leader of the Piraka, was not happy. The operation on Voya Nui had seemed like it would be a simple one. Get on the island, snatch the Mask of Life from its hiding place, and get off. No mess, little risk, and great reward. It had started to go wrong almost from the beginning. The Piraka had been unable to sustain the fraud that they were Toa here to help the local Matoran. A small group of the villagers rebelled, and time had to be wasted hunting them down. Then 6 Toa Nuva arrived on the island. They were also seeking the mask, and it took a lengthy combat and the help of Brutaka to stop them. And now there are more here. None of the Piraka were talking openly about what they had seen, but that didn't mean they weren't reviewing the moment in their heads. Those 6 stars that appeared in the sky were spirit stars. Zaktan was sure of it, and each star was bound to a Toa. Apparently, this worthless little island on the south end of nowhere had suddenly become a gathering point for would-be heroes. Add that to the fact that the Piraka themselves were turning on one another. Zaktan had already put down 2 open rebellions by his team. There were bound to be more. Eventually, he might just have to kill one of the other 5 just to make a point. It would be worth it. Nothing mattered more than getting his hands on the Mask of Life. Let the Matoran burn in the lava. Let the others on his team fall to Toa. And let the rest of Voya Nui sink into the sea, as long as he had that mask. The others didn't understand. They thought it was just one more Kanohi. Zaktan knew it was more, although he couldn't put his finger on just how he knew. But each time he closed his eyes to rest, he awoke more certain than ever that that mask was the key to ultimate power. Legend stated that the Mask of Life was forged by the great beings long before the coming of Mata Nui, or the creation of the city of Metru Nui. It was no exaggeration to say that the life or death of the universe was tied to that mask. Under normal circumstances, it might be donned once every 5,000 years by a Toa whose destiny called for such a sacrifice, for the wearer of that Kanohi, it was said, would burn with the energies it unleashed. These, of course, were not normal circumstances. The great spirit Mata Nui was comatose and had been so for 1,000 years. Metru Nui had been abandoned by the Matoran, then reclaimed. Entire cities had been destroyed or else torn from their home continents, as Voya Nui had been. Vizirac had ran wild, Rahi was still on the rampage in some areas, and the Brotherhood of Makuta was at war with the Dark Hunters, and both sides eliminated any Toa they ran across. Chaos ruled. That explains why the Toa are here, and why they want the mask. They think they can restore order with it. The fools, Zaktan thought. Order is dead and buried. The universe belongs to anyone strong enough to seize the stars and crush them in his grasp. The emerald-armored Piraka was reluctant to admit even to himself that he didn't really know exactly what the mask could do. He privately doubted that any one Kanohi could slay a universe. The legends were probably just that, legends. Comforting little lies passed down by weak-minded Matoran that were designed to convince the Matoran that all would be well in the end, and that there was nothing truly scary lurking in the darkness. Zaktan smiled. It is obvious the tale-tellers never met a Piraka. Hakkan woke up. His head felt like a Kikanano had been dancing on it. He coughed up some rock dust and decided it was time to try getting up. Shoving aside some rubble, he stood up. He was in the Piraka stronghold where Zaktan had left him. Foolishly, Hakkan had calculated the Piraka leader might be ripe for an overthrow, and he had acted on his own rather than allying with others. Zaktan had beaten him with embarrassing ease, and then, in a show of complete disrespect, had allowed the rebellious Piraka to live. Hakkan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Acting from emotion was what had gotten him defeated. He had to be smart. He had to have a plan. Most importantly, he had to get someone else to take the risks next time. Conveniently, 3 other Piraka, Avac, Redak, and Thok, chose that moment to enter the chamber. Hakkan purposely slumped against the wall, trying to look more badly injured than he really was. When they asked him what had happened, he would tell them Zaktan attacked him for no reason, and convince them they would be next. That's what he would have done, anyway, but the three walked right past him with barely a glance, as if a wounded Hakkan was something they saw every day, or wished they did. "I should throw you off cliffs more often," Irnakk said to Thok. "It's fun!" The white-armored Piraka simply glared. Avak stepped in between them, snarling, "Shut up and listen! Brutaka beat 6 Toa Nuva with one swing of his blade. What happens if he comes after us?" "I point him at Irnakk and get out of the way," Thok replied. "He got in a lucky shot," Irnakk said. "Took the Toa by surprise. I could have handled him." "Like the way you handled Zaktan?" Thok growled. "We had him caged and you freed him, you idiot!" "Enough!" Hakkan shouted. The others turned to look at him, then resumed walking. But the crimson-armored Piraka was not going to be denied. "You're missing the obvious," he continued. "I expect that from Irnakk, but you, Thok, where is that cunning brain you're always bragging about? Has it rotted from the heat of Voya Nui's lava flows?" "Shut up, Hakkan," said Thok. "All right," Hakkan replied. "Then I guess you don't want to know that Zaktan was conspiring with Brutaka long before you knew he existed. The two of them have a pact, and who else wants to bet it involves 5 dead Piraka and Zaktan with the Mask of Life?" The other three stopped in their tracks. Ordinarily, they wouldn't believe much of anything that came from Hakkan's grinning mouth, but they also knew what Zaktan was capable of, and if he had a being like Brutaka at his side... "Forget this," said Avak. "Let's get off this rock. I'd rather take my chances with the Dark Hunters than get snapped in two by Zaktan and his pet monster." "I hate to risk leaving Zaktan in control of the Mask of Life, if it exists," said Thok. "But unless we can split Brutaka away from him—" "Are you finished?" Hakkan said, sounding bored. "There will be no splitting. There will be no snapping. Instead, you will listen to me and do exactly what I say. Assuming, of course, you want to live to see another rainy day on Voya Nui." Hakkan waited a moment for his words to sink in and then smiled. "We can handle Zaktan. Brutaka is the real threat, so we get him before he gets us, and here's how we do it." The other three Piraka listened carefully to the words that followed. By the time Hakkan was finished, they were smiling too.
Once they were sure they were not being pursued, the members of the Matoran resistance stopped and caught their breath. Garen looked around and noticed not all were present. "Where's Dalu?" "I don't know," Balta replied. "She wasn't there when I woke up. Maybe she escaped before they brought us to the Chamber of Truth." "We need to find her," said Garen, "and we need to find the Toa." Piruk shook his head. "The Toa Nuva are almost certainly dead. The Piraka would not leave them alive. It's hopeless." Velika smiled. "There was once a Matoran who was stricken with thirst. He left his shelter to seek out his water bucket, but when he found it, it was dry. Puzzled, he lifted it up and discovered a hole in the bottom and let the water leak out. Angry that his thirst could not now be quenched, he cursed the bucket, cursed the island, and cursed his need for water. So frustrated was he that he never noticed water had begun to fall from the sky." There was a long silence. Finally, Kazi sank his head into his hands and said, "I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what does that mean?" "It means don't get so caught up in looking for salvation from one direction that you miss seeing it coming from another," said Garen. "The Toa Nuva may be captured, or they may be dead, but 6 new stars appeared in the sky, and 6 new Toa walked this island." "What makes you think they will fight any better than the Toa Nuva did?" asked Piruk. Garen recalled the image of the 6 Toa Nuva, battered into unconsciousness by Brutaka. It had been the last thing he had seen before darkness claimed him as well. "All I know, Piruk, is their fate cannot be any worse." Nuperu wasn't sure whether to shout with joy or scream with terror. Just after he and the new Toa had left the cave, an idle thought crossed his mind about his Kanohi mask. A second later, he was flying high above the rocky ground, swooping and diving like a manic gecko bird. For someone who had spent virtually his whole life laboring in underground tunnels, it was exhilarating and horrifying at the same time. Down below, the other Toa watched him, eyes wide with shock. Behind his mask, Kongo could not keep the resentment off his face. After all, he was the best Gukko rider on Motunui. If anyone got a Mask of Flight, it should have been him. "What's he doing up there?" asked Holly. The answer came to Kongo almost immediately. "He doesn't know how to safe land." There was more, but he chose not to share it. Ever since he had triggered his mask power for Jala, he had been unable to turn it off. His mind was now full of the babble of everyone else's thoughts. Jala was worried they had plunged into more than they could handle. Holly was struggling to remember all that Toa Nuva Gali had taught her. And Huki was a little upset. No one had commented on the fact his armor had turned from brown to yellow when he became a Toa. Nuperu banked at the last moment and just avoided smashing into a peak. Convinced someone had to do something before they wound up short one Toa, Jala turned to Matoro. "Can you use your ice power to, I don't know, hold him in place for a second and—" The Toa of fire stopped abruptly. Matoro was lying on the ground, completely still, as if he had just been struck dead. Jala, along with the others, rushed to his side. Nuperu's plight was now forgotten. "Matoro? Matoro! Is he?" Huki asked quietly. "I don't know," said Jala. "I don't think so. What could have happened? We were standing right beside him. No one could have attacked." "Perhaps it's these masks," answered Huki. "Maybe they're trying to kill us." "No, I don't understand it either," said Holly. Jala looked up to see that she was facing away from Matoro, apparently having a conversation with empty air. He wondered for a moment if Holly had gone crazy. "Just relax," Holly continued. "We'll figure this out, I promise." "Figure what out?" said Huki. "Who are you talking to?" "Well, she thinks she's happy talking to Matoro," reported Kongo, "which is obviously ridiculous since Matoro is over here and isn't much of a conversationalist right now." "You're wrong," said Holly. "Only his body is over there. His spirit is floating in the air over here, and no, I don't know how it happened. Matoro thinks it has something to do with his mask. He says there are 5 Matoro not far away who are looking for us." "How does he know?" asked Jala, rapidly running out of patience with this increasingly bizarre situation. Holly glanced down at the ground before answering, clearly realizing the others were about to think she had lost her mind. Well, he says he flew through the mountains, straight through the rock, like it wasn't there, and he saw them, but they couldn't hear him or see him." Huki, Jala, and Kongo looked at each other, then looked at her. Finally, Kongo muttered in disgust, "Sure, he's flying. Nuperu's flying. Everyone's flying but the one who knows how to fly!" Jala frowned. "Can he reverse whatever happened?" Holly turned away from the others and said, "Try." On the ground, Matoro suddenly stirred. The light in his eyes flared to life. He jerked awake like someone emerging from a very bad dream. "What? Where? Motunui? What a dream." Holly knelt down beside him. "I don't think it was a dream. I saw you, even if the others didn't." She smiled. "And that's some power you have." "I'm not sure I want to know what my mask power does," Huki remarked. "It might turn me into a Lamatoran or something." "You wish," Kongo shot back, managing a grin. Jala ignored them, focusing on Matoro. "Which way are these Matoran? Keep in mind, we can't walk through solid rock." Matoro pointed to the north. "They're scared, Jala, of something or someone called Piraka. I got the feeling they're the only Matoran on the island still free." Jala helped the new Toa of ice to his feet. "Let's go find them. The more I find out about this place, the more worried about the Toa Nuva I become." There was no direct route to the spot where Matoro had spotted the Matoran, just a winding path through the foothills and into the mountains. At one point, Holly suggested that Matoro use his mask power again to find them, but the Toa of Ice refused, still disturbed from his last experience. Jala finally coaxed Nuperu close enough to the ground to communicate what they were looking for and asked him to scout from the air. He returned within a few minutes to say he had not seen any Matoran, but that he had spotted something that was most certainly not a villager or a Toa. A face only a mother Manas could love, Nuparu said. And he's armed. Only one? Asked Jala. Nuparu nodded. Blue armor, nasty spikes, weapons in both hands. I saw him make a rock explode just by glancing at it. Sounds like someone we should talk to. Yeah, let's take him down, agreed Huki. When the others turned to look at him, he smiled and said, Hey, I'm Toa of Stone now. A rock has been destroyed. I have to avenge it, don't I? Vezok's eyes were riveted on the dark sky. He could have sworn he had seen a flying figure a few moments before. Whatever it was had spotted him, then turned tail and soared off. Worse, it didn't look like just some flying Rahi. The last time he had seen someone fly on this island, it had been Raidak, and he had been hurled into the air by... Suddenly, he knew just what he had seen. For an instant, he considered running back and getting the others. Then, the potential for the kind of victory that vaulted one to leadership crossed his mind, not to mention all the loot that might be his. The other Piraka, he decided, would really just get in the way.
The Matoran resistance gave the new Toa Inika information and new weapons, and asked one simple question. Will you help us? Now, the Toa Inika have given their answer, starting with Toa Nuporu.
Out of defense, we should have stopped you. But you aren't saying to think you can defeat us, Toa.
Oh, I've been crazy for years. Ask anyone. After all, who else would do this?
What?
Using his mask of flight, Nuporu flies through Zakpan, drawing the prototypes that make up the Piraka's body into his wake.
Let's go for a ride. You could use some fresh air, Zakta. You're looking kind of... great. So tell me. Yes, well.
Elsewhere.
Fox eye beams, making the world spin. I can't keep my balance.
Struggle all you wish, Toa. I like prey that fights back.
Then this should leave you overjoyed.
Aiming at the sound of Thok's grating voice, Toa Holly fires her energy harpoon.
Sneaky. You will make a wonderful Piraka. Ever think of changing sides?
If you think I'd even consider it, you're in for a shock.
Pretty good, Toa. But you haven't seen all my tricks yet. Like this one. I call it Let's Trap a Toa!
This won't hold me. Or don't you know what water does to stone?
Firing at a helpless foe. That's cold, Piraka.
Who are you calling helpless, my friend?
Toa Jaller spots Hakkan trying to make his escape.
Leaving so soon?
I don't like crowds. Especially armed ones that are after me.
Should have picked a different line of work then.
But I'm so good at treachery and theft. Oh, how did you learn to do that move?
It's the mask. Lets me do things others can't.
And here I thought Toa just wore masks to hide their ugly faces.
Ugly? You're the one to talk, Piraka. I've seen Rahi that were dead for a month a little better than you do now.
Flattery will get you fried, Toa.
Are these heat beams supposed to scare me? Back in Takoro, this would be a cool breeze.
That's not supposed to scare you. This is...
Faster than Jaller's lightning, Hakkan aims and fires his Zamasphere launcher. Too late, Toa Jaller realizes he is not the target.
No!
The Zamasphere is on target for the Piraka's newest ally, the powerful being known as Brutaka.
Watch out!
Time seems to slow down as Jaller tries to knock Brutaka out of the way, while Thok, sensing what is about to happen, runs for Hakkan.
No, you don't, Hakkan, not without me.
Too late, the Zamasphere strikes Brutaka, drawing his incredible power directly into Hakkan and Thok.
I did it!
If I hadn't intervened, you would have taken all the power for yourself.
Are you still here? Begone, Flea! We have stolen Brutaka's energies, Thok. Now we can take whatever we want from this island.
It's lucky for you that Jaller still lives, Hakkan, or you'd find out just how terrible a Toa's revenge can be.
Really? What would you do? Rain on me?
You seem to forget. We are no longer just Piraka. We are the ultimate Piraka!
Ultimate traitors is more like it.
The Mask of Life is for all of us to steal, not just you.
Be quiet. With my new powers, you fools don't stand a chance. We are the new rulers of this universe, Toa. Now all that remains is finding the Mask of Life.
Toa, we strike together. Now!
My compliments, Toa Inika. This is almost a challenge.
Hear me, Hakkan. You will never have the Mask of Life as long as the Toa live.
Then live no longer.
The Mind Blast strikes with startling swiftness, overwhelming the Toa Ignika.
Yes, Fenrak, I know. Others are coming. Coming to take our mask. It's been so long since we've had company. We must make sure they stay with us forever.
Garen and his Matoran comrades moved carefully through the darkened corridors of the Piraka stronghold. The Toa Inika would surely keep the Piraka occupied, but there was always a chance that automated Nektan might be positioned at key points. Garen kept his weapons ready, just in case. Their mission was a vital one. Find the Toa Nuva, lead them back to their masks, and get them to join the fight. Of the Toa, only Matoro had the power to do a faster search, but in his wraith form, the Toa Nuva would be unable to see or hear him. Garen had no doubt that part of Jalet's goal was to get the Matoran out of harm's way, but he also knew that the presence of the Toa Nuva could prove to be a crucial edge in the fight. "I don't like this," said Delu. "We should be back there, fighting for our people." "There were once 2 little lava rats who wished to cross a great chasm," replied Velika. "All day and all night, one carried small sticks and pebbles to the hole and dropped them in. He hoped that someday the hole would be filled. His brother rat, being the wiser, wandered the barrens until he found a Kikanalo. Sympathizing with the plight of the rats, the Kikanalo used his great strength to knock down a tree, making a bridge over the chasm across which the rats could travel." Yeah," said Piruk. "What he said." "Good old Velika," commented Kazi. "Never use 2 words when 127 will do." "Quiet," snapped Garen. "I found something." He pushed open a thick iron doorway. The creak of the hinges sounded like thunder in the quiet corridor. There were no Toa Nuva inside, only scattered tablets. One in particular caught Garen's eye. It featured a map of Voya Nui, but not the island as it was now, red as it had been 1,000 years ago. Originally, Voya Nui had been more oval in shape, with a large, thriving village where the bay now existed. Centuries ago, the land on which that village rested had broken off and sunk into the sea, taking the village and its Matoran down to the bottom. "These are histories," the owner Matoran said, "but much more recent than the ones we had. The Piraka must have brought these with them." "How?" asked Bolta. "How would they know anything about Voya Nui?" "Someone had to be watching this place, or knew someone who had been," Garen answered. "They have the entire record of the sinking, and—" His voice trailed off. "What is it?" asked Delu. "This carving, it makes no sense," Garen said. "According to this, the village still exists. It's beneath the waves, but somehow our brother and sister Matoran have survived." "Then why haven't they returned?" asked Bolta. "Why haven't they sent some sign?" "I don't know," Garen answered. "But when this island is free of Piraka, you can be sure we are going to find out." Nuparu stepped through the gaping hole that once was a chamber wall. He carried an earthen cocoon on his shoulders, containing the semi-conscious form of Zaktan. The shock of hitting the water had knocked the Piraka leader out, but picking up and carrying a mass of billions of prototypes had proved to be a problem. so Nuparu had simply encased him in earth, making sure it was porous enough to allow Zaktan to breathe. He expected the battle to be over, one way or the other, but he wasn't prepared for the sight of a half-dead Brutaka and imprisoned Toa and Piraka. Dumping the cocoon on the floor, he ran and freed Jala. What happened? That's not as important as what's about to, Jala answered. He strode over to where Brutaka lay and snapped. You told them, didn't you? Brutaka said nothing. You know the location of the Mask of Life. After Hakkan and Thok stole your power, they gave you a choice, didn't they? Tell them where the mask is, or die. Jala, that makes no sense, said Harley. He would have been unconscious from Hakkan's mental blast, just like the rest of us. Would he? Kongu, use your mask and read his mind. Toa Kongu triggered the power of the Mask of Telepathy and tried to scan Brutaka's thoughts. After a few moments, he shook his head and gave up. His mind is shielded. Exactly. From what Huki and Balta have told me, it's clear that Axxon and Brutaka were on the island to protect the mask. With that sort of valuable secret in their heads, it only makes sense they would be shielded against telepathy or mental attack. Nothing could make them part with that knowledge. Except cowardice.
Or necessity.
The words came from Axxon, who stood amidst the rubble of the wall. Toa Jala turned to face the newcomer. Who are you? What are you?
It's enough that you can be sure we are on the same side, Toa, said Axxon. And I think who I am is less important than what I know.
Hakkan and Thok are on their way to get the mask, said Jala. We need to know where it is so we can stop them.
I'll stop them,
Axxon said, turning away. Jala stunned everyone in the chamber by grabbing Axxon roughly and pulling him back. We don't have time for this. I don't care how powerful you are. We can't let the safety of the universe depend solely on one being. For good or real, we are Toa, Axxon. Tell us where the enemy has gone, and let us do our jobs. Axxon looked from his former friend, Brutaka, to the Toa. He hated to admit it, but Jala was right. The stakes were too high for pride to dictate his decisions.
Come with me, out of the Piraka's hearing, and I will tell you all I know.
Hold it,
shouted Avak, still bound by Thok's creation.
You need us.
Right, said Kongu, like we need a second shadow plague.
Maybe you won't talk so much, Toa, with your mask stuffed in your mouth, growled Radak. You know and we know. The only way you are going to stop Hakkan and Thok is to reverse what they did to Brutaka,
Avak continued.
And only we know how to do that. We'll make a Zamosphere that can reverse the process, but only if we go with you.
Huki smiled. We could find other ways to get the information from you. Avak laughed.
Even if you had the will, and you don't, Toa. Not heroes like you. You don't have the time.
He's right, said Harley. We don't. And, Huki, we can't afford to become worse than the enemies we fight. An unpleasant decision was finally reached. The 4 Piraka were freed, on condition they create a Zamosphere that could undo what had been done to Brutaka. While they did that, Axxon examined the empty spheres that already existed, as if they were the most fascinating things he had ever seen. Toa Kongu, on the other hand, was drawn to the vat containing the virus used to enslave the Matoran. There was something about the eddies and currents in the substance, and how it moved inside the crystal. A Gamatoran would have called it an angry sea. Without his conscious urging, the mask of telepathy activated, sending tendrils of thought into the vat. Kongu leapt back suddenly, as if jolted by an electric shock. Kongu stood, frozen, and just stared at the vat for several minutes. It took him that long to even allow himself to consider what he had just experienced through the power of the mask. Whatever is inside that crystal, inside the Zamospheres the Piraka used, it's alive, he realized. Alive. And evil. Axxon handed Toa Jala a strangely glowing Zamosphere.
You're going to need this.
For what?
Jala, the Mask of Life is not just any Kanohi. It's powerful. In the wrong hands, devastating. And it needs protection, Axxon replied. Ages ago, at almost the dawn of time, my people hid the mask away and placed guardians around it.
You and Brutaka, Jala said, nodding. Axxon smiled sadly.
Oh, if it were only us, there might be no danger. No, what protects the Mask of Life are things infinitely worse. Beings beyond good or evil, who exist for one purpose: to keep the unworthy away from the mask. Even I, one of those assigned to protect this ultimate Kanohi, would not be allowed to lay hands upon it without first overcoming them.
So if we defeat them, if we prove ourselves worthy, we can get the Mask of Life, Jala said. And if we are unworthy?
They will kill you,
Axxon answered. Jala glanced to the right and saw Zaktan handing over a Zemo sphere to Toa Huki. In theory, this sphere would reverse Hakkan's actions and return the stolen power to Brutaka. Then we'll just have 6 treacherous Piraka to deal with, he thought. It looks like we are ready to get moving, said the Toa of Fire. Are you coming with us?
No, Axxon replied. I'm staying here.
I see. As backup, just in case we fail? Axxon shook his head and looked at Brutaka, still semi-conscious on the floor.
No, Toa. Just in case you succeed.
2 evil Piraka, Thok and Hakkan, have stolen the awesome powers of Brutaka and are on a rampage. The other Piraka have already fallen before their might. Now the Toa Inika are ready to join the battle, but they will be lucky just to survive the encounter. And if the Toa lose, Voya Nui and the universe beyond it will be ripe for conquest.
Nice of Brutaka to tell us where to find the Mask of Life, so we can steal it and rule whatever we don't destroy.
As if he had a choice. Oh look, the Toa are getting back up again.
While one of us breathes, we fight.
Words. When did Toa get to be so noisy?
And when did Barraki get to be such bad shots?
Axxon said we would need the special Zammer sphere he gave us. Better work or they'll be carving our memorial stones by dark.
Thok and Dekar are side by side. Strike now!
Even as Toa Huki fires his Zamasphere launcher, Hakkan and Thok unleash a final all-out attack on the Toa. The impact blasts the Toa into unconsciousness. The golden Zamasphere strikes the draining their stolen power and returning it to its destined master, Brutaka. Much later, a recovered Toa Kongu and Toa Nuporu helped the others to their feet.
Not my fault. Thok's Spellbind division made us crash.
I think we have bigger problems than that right now.
Holly's right. The Piraka were here, defeated by Hakkan and Thok. And now they're gone, and Hakkan and Thok with them.
They've gone after the Mask of Life.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sure this cave opening wasn't here when I did my flyover. Do you think?
We don't think. We know. The Piraka went in there and we're going after them, no matter what's waiting inside.
Speaking of what's waiting, far below the surface, in the chamber of the Mask of Life, Vezon and the monstrous Fenrak impatiently await visitors.
They will be coming soon, Fenrak. Be sure of that. Coming to take the Mask of Life. But it belongs to us, or we belong to it. I never can keep that straight. It seems so long ago this began, and it was only weeks. The 6 Piraka had traveled to the lair of the evil Makuta near the city of Matoro Nui, hoping to find weapons to steal. They found one. Oh yes, they did, the legendary Spear of Fusion. Which would have just been fine if it hadn't gone off. The spear's energy struck Vezon, splitting him into 2 beings, his miserable self, and the newly created me. I knew their plans. After all, I had Vezon's memories, and took my first chance to escape them and head for Voya Nui. And the Mask of Life. Stupid, stupid me! If I knew what I know now, perhaps no one would have had to die today. I made it down the stone staircase that leads to this place unchallenged. It felt almost as if something wanted me there. I found the Chamber of the Mask. I saw it waiting for me. I reached out, and I touched the Toa Inika, the Mask of Life. And the world exploded. When I could think again, here I was, fused to you, my dear friend, with the Mask of Life fused to me. I was its new guardian, and here I will remain until the day I die. If I even can die. But at least we don't have to worry about that with our guests, eh, Fenrak? They can, and they will, if they even make it this far.
I am Umbra. I guard the Mask of Life. You shall not pass.
Do you know how many battles we've already fought to reach this spot? This is insanity. How can this mask be worth so much violence and death?
Umbra rockets forward, too fast to be seen, and headed right for the Toa Inika.
If you do not know the mask's worth, then why are you here?
In a millisecond, Umbra disarms all 6 Toa.
He's too fast. How come there's never a mask of timer out when you need one?
You cannot even begin to match my power. But I will be merciful. In my life form, I can slay you swiftly and cleanly.
Down! If he hits you, it's all over!
This is crazy. How do we stop a beam of light?
With a mirror, or as close as we can get to one.
I'm making a break for the exit. Follow me.
Umbra pursues Nuporu. Everyone in the chamber knows there's no chance Nuporu can win this race. Then again, maybe he doesn't have to. Umbra's light form strikes the mirror like ice and bounces off, only to ricochet all over the chamber, until finally, even Umbra must fall stunned.
He's down, but not out. Let's move. We must be close to the mask by now.
More than 100,000 years ago. 2 cloaked figures walked silently through a vast underground chamber. They had traveled far to reach this spot, starting from a place whose forges burned hotter than the stars themselves. They had traversed the domains of Brutaka and Karzahni, crossed vast wastelands that would someday teem with life, until finally they reached their intended destination. All along the way they were watchful, for the path was dangerous and the cargo they carried priceless. Their journey had brought them to the center of a large continent. All around them, the biomechanical beings they had named Matoro were hard at work at an assortment of tasks. They took no notice of the newcomers, for that is how the 2 travelers wished it. "Is this wise?" one asked the other. "Wise, and something even rarer than that," came the answer. "It is practical." The smaller of the 2 figures raised his weapon and blasted a hole in the ground. Again, the Matoran took no notice. He fired again, creating the beginnings of a tunnel in the earth. As he did so, his partner stood to the side, holding the golden shell in which their treasure resided. The work of blasting and tunneling went on for some hours, with hours more spent carving a great staircase that traveled the length of the tunnel. At the bottom of the stairs, the grim figure increased the power of his weapon and blasted a huge chamber into existence. "Is this far enough down?" he asked. The second figure nodded. "We wanted to take them time to reach the bottom, but not all of their days." Both figures shed their cloaks. The new chamber was ringed by canals of molten lava, and the heat was stifling. The golden shell was placed on the ground, gently, as the 2 set to work building a pedestal for it out of a piece of stone. When they were done, the taller figure opened the shell slowly and hesitantly, as if its contents might explode. "Be careful," said the other. "You remember what happened the last time someone touched it." "I do indeed." It was a useful lesson in the need to respect objects of power. Now keep quiet a moment, or we will get a second lesson courtesy of our creation. Unlimbering special tools, the figure pried apart the shell to reveal a Kanohi mask inside. On the surface, it seemed not so very much different from dozens of other masks of power. But where other masks might be useful tools or powerful weapons, this one had the power to give life to a universe, or to obliterate it. Steeling himself for what was to come next, he grasped the mask with the ends of the two tools. Energy flowed up the shafts and into the figure, sending intense pain through his form. But he did not scream. He would not, he decided, give something he had made the satisfaction of knowing it had hurt him. Ignoring the agony, he used the tools to lift the mask into the air and deposit it on the pedestal. Then he quickly withdrew his hold of the object. The mask rested in its appointed place now, where it was destined to remain until needed. "It's not enough," said the smaller figure. "We can bury it deep, even provide Umbra as a protector for it. But can we be sure it is safe here?" "We will do what we must," his partner replied. "Mahri Nui will one day face challenges we cannot even imagine, in places we can only dream of. If one of those challenges proves to be too great even for his power, this mask of life may be all that can save him. All the more reason to guard. The mask will make its own guardians as it needs them. You know that. Be assured, the mask of life will never leave this chamber until the destined time." "Then it's time for us to leave," said the smaller figure, putting his weapon away. "I prefer not to be so close to it." "Afraid of something you made yourself?" "I've seen what the mask can do, how far it will go to protect itself. I am still not convinced that we can prevent anyone from taking it before its time, but I pity anyone who tries." With a final look at the mask of life, the two figures departed the chamber and started the long climb back to the surface. This would be their last visit to the continent, and though their passage went unnoticed, they and their kind were not unknown. In centuries to come, Matoran would speak in wonder of the great beings who brought Mahri Nui into existence and charged him to watch over the universe. And the Mask of Life? It would be taken from its chamber only once in 100 millennia. When it was seen what the mask could do, it was swiftly returned with a mixture of gratitude and horror. There it remained until one demented, doomed being dared to attempt its theft, and paid for it. Now mask and mad being lurk down below, waiting for the day someone else will attempt to summon the energies of the Mask of Life. Waiting until now.
The crimson-armored Piraka named Hakkan was trying hard to think. When in a dangerous situation, he knew, it was important to clearly and logically consider events and plan your next steps. And it would have been much easier to do if someone weren't screaming. It took a few moments for Hakkan to realize the screams were coming from his own mouth. "Stop it!" Hakkan yelled at himself. "Stop behaving like some pathetic Matoran and act like the murderous, treacherous Piraka that you are!" What had happened? How had he gone from being in control to being a total, horror-stricken wreck, sitting on a staircase with his armor melting off him? He made a mental leap to grab a shred of reality still floating around in his brain. Yes, now he remembered. The 6 Piraka had discovered the hidden entrance to a huge stone stairway. The stairs, they had been told, led down to a chamber of life where the powerful Kanohi Ignika was hidden. The Ignika, or Mask of Life, was the prize they had come to Voya Nui to find and steal. There were complications, of course. After demolishing a team of Toa Nuva, the Piraka had encountered a second team of Toa on the island. These Toa Inika wielded lightning along with their other powers, and actually proved to be a challenge. But the Piraka had still managed to get a head start down the staircase. Hakkan was in the lead. He knew it was potentially fatal to turn his back on his partners. But the one who made it to the chamber first would get his claws on the mask first. He decided that was worth the risk. He had made his way down a few dozen stairs, navigating by the glow of lightstones embedded in the walls, when he came to a fork in the staircase. The left passage was blocked with stone, but the right was open, so he went right. Suddenly, something flew at him from out of the darkness, too fast for him to dodge. As it struck him, he realized it looked like a Zamor sphere. Had one of the other Pirakas somehow gotten ahead of him to stage an ambush? No, that wasn't it, he realized. Zamor spheres didn't make you feel like this. Hakkan felt like the world was rushing by him and he was standing still. He felt dizzy and sick and warm, then searingly hot, as if the flame power he commanded had been unleashed inside him. He staggered backward, already seeing his armor starting to soften and run like rock in a lava pool. The pain was agonizing. Some little voice in his head was saying that this made no sense, because his organic tissue wasn't near enough to his armor to be affected. The rest of him was too busy yelling in shock and pain. Now something was lumbering up the stairs toward him. It was impossibly big and broad, and the light glinted off its golden head and spine.
Golden spine? That would mean... No, that's just a myth.
But it was no fable approaching, teeth bared in a savage smile, claws ready to rip and tear. It was the nightmare of every member of Hakkan's species, a legendary denizen of the darkness who lived to destroy. It was a creature of myth that had never existed, but it lived here and now, and Hakkan couldn't help but scream its name.
Irnakk!
The Piraka turned and fled then, melted armor dripping on the stairs as he ran. He stumbled before he reached the top of the stairs. He could hear Irnakk coming up behind him. Desperate, Hakkan tried to huddle in a corner.
Maybe he won't see me,
he reasoned, as he shut his eyes tight.
Maybe we'll be content just to kill the others.
And the sound of footsteps came closer, and closer, and closer.
What's happened to him? Asked Thok, looking down at the terrified Hakkan. Is this some trick?
Hakkan!
Zaktan snapped. Stop screaming and tell us what happened.
Raydak tapped Zaktan on the shoulder and pointed down the stairs.
I think that happened.
The monstrous being called Irnakk appeared. Its laugh tore at the Piraka's sanity.
No,
breathed Avak.
Impossible,
said Zaktan. Irnakk bellowed. The sound stabbed at the Piraka's minds like a sword of fire. If they didn't believe in it before, they had to accept the reality of this monster now.
How can this be?
asked Thok, preparing for combat even as raw fear clutched at his heart.
Everyone knows there's no such thing as Irnakk.
Tell it that,
snarled Avak.
Maybe you can get it to agree it doesn't exist.
The brown-armored Piraka reached out with his power to create a prison around the advancing Irnakk. Before it could take shape, one of the multiple Zamor spheres mounted on Irnakk's shoulders took flight. It struck Avak dead center. Just that quickly, Avak found he could not move or speak. He was trapped, and his own body was his prison cell.
No such thing, says you, Irnakk growled in a voice like bones cracking. As real as pain and death, says I.
Thok thought fast. What happened in the myths? How was Irnakk defeated? Then he realized that all the tales told by his species ended the same way. Irnakk slaughters everyone in sight and leaves only when there is no one left to demolish.
All right, if I can stop him, I'll slow him down, the white-armored Piraka decided.
He used his power on the tunnel walls, aiming to bring them to life and crush Irnakk between them. Another Zamor sphere fired from Irnakk's body. When it struck, Thok could feel his power being blocked and reversed. The next moment, his own armor came to life and began to squeeze. He felt the breath being forced out of his lungs. Thok gasped, but couldn't get any air. He was being crushed by his own power and couldn't stop it.
Back to the surface, Zaktan yelled. Let it have these three.
Raydak and Vezon were already on the run, deserting their leader and their partners. 2 more Zamor spheres caught them in the back. Instantly, they turned and started battling each other. Vezon pummeled Raydak with a rock until the black-armored Piraka went down. But Raydak's power to adapt would not let him stay defeated for long. He was back on his feet, slamming Vezon into the walls repeatedly until his enemy fell. Raydak smiled. Then the smile disappeared. Battered and twisted, Vezon rose again. He had absorbed Raydak's power to adapt after defeats and to fight anew. Raydak charged back into battle, already knowing this fight could never end. Zaktan stopped in mid-flight. He could transform himself into a swarm of prototypes and slip past the battling Vezon and Raydak, but now he knew there was no point. There would be no escape from Irnakk. Not this way. the leader of the Piraka turned to face the only thing he feared. Irnakk towered over him, eyes gleaming with satisfaction.
"What are you?" asked Zaktan. "How did you escape from the world of legend to this desolate place?"
Irnakk's answer was a burst of crimson light from his eyes that enveloped Zaktan. The power cascaded over the Piraka's form, transforming him from physical matter to a being of pure thought. He no longer had any substance, but was just a fleeting wisp, like a half-remembered idea. An instant later, he felt a sensation of movement, and he was suddenly somewhere else. Picture the most complicated maze in existence, where slimy walls throbbed with life. Imagine a place that thundered with the sounds of madness, so loud the noise threatened to shatter the skull. Try to conceive of a place where the air was so heavy and thick that taking a step felt like walking underwater. Add all of this together, and an image might form that was 1/10 of what Zaktan experienced in his new home.
"I'm in Irnakk's mind," the Piraka realized with horror. "It turned me into a thought and drew me into its mind."
An explosion rocked the walls, sending Zaktan flying. He felt like his head would burst from the sound. His lungs burned. At first, he thought perhaps someone had attacked Irnakk. Then the truth came to him. The convulsion in Irnakk's mind had not been the result of an impact. That had been Irnakk conceiving an idea.
"Welcome, Zaktan," Irnakk's voice boomed throughout the caverns and tunnels of its brain. "Be grateful you are on my mind for now. If I should decide to think of something else, you won't even exist as a thought."
"What do you want?" Zaktan whispered, or screamed. He could no longer tell the difference.
"What are you?"
A second explosion, more violent than the first, battered the Piraka. That was not an idea being born, that was a memory. Zaktan could feel new knowledge flooding his being. This portion of the stairway leading to the Mask of Life fed off of a traveler's fears. Whatever filled them with the most horror would come to life, and true life, not mere illusion. For the Piraka, that was Irnakk. The answer seemed easy. Stop being afraid of Irnakk and it would disappear.
"And I will do that," Zaktan thought, "right after I stop breathing."
The 6 Toa Inika advanced cautiously down the first few steps, keeping an eye out for ambushes. They were sure the Piraka had beaten them here, and might be lying in wait anywhere along the way.
"We have to quick move," said Kongu. "If they beat us to the mask."
"Vakama led the Toa Metru into a trap," Jell replied. "Nuva charged ahead and got himself poisoned. I won't continue that particular Toa of Fire tradition."
"You don't have to," said Matoro. "I'll be back in a moment."
"Matoro, wait!" Jeller yelled, but it was too late. The Toa of Ice's body sagged and hit the ground. Matoro had once more used his mask power to unleash his spirit.
"Makuta bones, what's the matter with him?"
Jeller grumbled.
"What if there's something down there he can't just fly through?"
"You'll have to trust he knows what he's doing," said Holly. "I know I'm trying to be more open to my teammates' ideas than maybe Taho and Vakama were in the past," Jeller shot back, "but the team has to have a leader. Toa can't just go off on their own in the middle of a dangerous situation."
"I'll keep that in mind," said Matoro, sitting up. "In the meantime, you might be interested to know that there's a huge monster down below who seems to have beaten 5 Piraka. Zaktan's nowhere to be seen."
"1 monster instead of 6 Piraka?" said Huki. "Sounds like the odds have improved."
"Hope someone tells the beast monster that," muttered Kongu.
Zaktan felt himself being hurled forward at high speed. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of Irnakk again, once more a physical being.
"You taste stale," said Irnakk. "I spat you out." "Now what?" asked Zaktan, struggling to regain his bearings. "Do you kill us?"
Irnakk laughed.
"Where is the fun in that, says I? Alive you can fill the air with the music of your screams. Dead, you are just silent meat."
Zaktan nodded.
"You exist because of our fear, don't you? And if we stop fearing you, you stop living."
"True," Irnakk replied, "but you can never free yourself from your fear of me."
"There is one thing that can free us all," Zaktan said, looking up at the ceiling. "One blast of my eye beams in the right place, and this whole ceiling comes crashing down. I and my partners die, and with us our fear, and with our fear, you."
Irnakk laughed.
"A fine game you play, But if your horror of me does not stop you, your horror of death will. I have haunted the nightmares of your kind long enough to know that.
Zaktan's expression darkened with rage.
You think you know horror, Irnakk? Horror is looking into the eyes of the Shadowed One, knowing you are about to die, and then being forced to live. Horror is waking each day to see every part of your body moving on its own, a shifting mass of prototypes where once was solid metal and living tissue. Horror is what is in the eyes of your partners when they look at you, and in the cries of your enemies when your swarm engulfs them. Don't talk to me about fear, creature. I am fear.
Irnakk hurled a Zamor sphere at Zaktan, then another. The Piraka's body formed openings to allow the spheres to fly straight through without doing any harm.
No, no,
said Zaktan, moving closer to his enemy, eyes sizzling with power.
This nightmare is over now, one way or the other. Let us pass, Irnakk, or die.
Even as he said the words, Zaktan knew Irnakk could stop him before he carried out his threat. But strangely, the monster was not acting. Instead, it almost looked satisfied.
You use fear as a weapon, the same as I, Irnakk said. I make you fear life, and in return, you make me fear death. You have found your true being. Your essence is darkness and the grave, Piraka. The pit yawns for you, and who am I to keep you and yours from it?
Zaktan sensed the other 5 Piraka standing behind him, whole and as sane as they ever had been.
The Mask of Life is testing us, he thought. This was only the first challenge, and it almost destroyed us.
Irnakk began to fade from view. Zaktan took no comfort in the victory, knowing the Piraka were still a long way from their goal.
On the other hand, he said to himself, the Toa will never even make it this far. The beings most likely to be destroyed by fear are those who won't admit to having any.
Toa Matoro barely ducked in time. A blast of shadow energy tore through the rock of his head. The near miss wasn't half as disturbing as who hurled the blast.
Okay, this can really stop, he shouted. Any time now would be fine.
The Toa Inika had rounded a bend in the staircase, only to find themselves face to face with a host of nightmares. Blocking their way were a Rakshi, a Borok Kal, a Nui Rama, a Muwaka, and at the head of this assemblage of evil, Makuta himself. All were beings they had faced before as Matoran, but their presence here as a team made no sense. There was little time to puzzle it out, though, as a hail of shadow bolts, fire blasts, fear power, and more drove the Toa Inika back.
Lee Khan wasn't joking, said Kongu. And here I always thought reunions were supposed to be happy fun.
Toa Mahri narrowly dodged the slashing claws of the Muwaka, a great cat-like animal. She responded to the attack with one of her own, a powerful blast of water that slammed into the Rahi beast and hurled him against the rock wall. The Muwaka struck hard and slid to the ground, unmoving. Mahri's eyes widened. The creature looked dead, but she had seen Muwaka get hit by much worse and spring right back into action. The awful thought that she did not know her own strength as a Toa ran through her head.
Hey, Mahri, yelled Huki. This is no time to daydream. You take the Borok, Kongu said to Huki. I want the big guy for myself.
Farther up the stairs, Jala was wrestling with a Rakshi Torak. The red-armoured creature, with its power to induce fear, was a challenge, but still an enemy that a prepared Toa could handle with some effort. Yet Jala felt his muscles turning to water as he fought the monster. Memories of another fight with a Torak kept intruding. He had been a Matoran then, side by side with the Toa Nuva and his best friend, Takua, on the island of Matanui. Makuta had sent his Rakshi to try and stop the Toa of Light from ever coming into being. A Torak had been about to strike down Takua when Jala grabbed onto the Rakshi's staff. Pure fear power poured into Jala until it overwhelmed his ability to handle it. He died then, only to be returned to life later in a way he still could not explain.
But that doesn't change the fact that I died. I died,
he thought as he strained against the Rakshi.
Is that a possibility I can face again?
The metallic mouth of the Rakshi opened to reveal the slimy Krata slug inside. The repulsive sight brought more memories. The village of Tarkoro destroyed, Kokoro badly damaged, Matoran fleeing for their lives, all because of these monsters.
Never again!
Jala shouted, wrenching himself free of the Rakshi's grasp. He aimed his energized flame sword, intending to create a wall of flame between him and his opponent. The fires appeared, as he had wished, but something immediately went wrong. The lightning refused to stay intertwined with the flames, instead lancing out in all directions. One bolt struck the Rakshi, instantly destroying the crater inside. The Rakshi armor collapsed to the ground. Jala stared down at his handiwork, feeling just as empty as the scorched metal exoskeleton at his feet. By the time Kongu had gotten into position, Huki had trashed his Barrok foe, Nupari was locked in combat with the Barrok Karl, and Matoro was trying to ice the wings of the Nui Rama. Strangely enough, neither the Karl nor Makuta had said anything during the battle.
Usually we can't get these losers to shut up,
Kongu thought.
Not sure how you got this monster crew together, Makuta,
the Toa Inika of Air said.
But it won't do you any good. We're going quick down those stairs, around you or over you, your choice.
Makuta did not reply, his silence infuriating Kongu. The Toa took aim with his energy crossbow and fired 2 bolts. Makuta made no effort to get out of the way. Instead, he simply waved his hand and the 2 bursts of energy froze in mid-air. Then the bolts dropped, hit the floor, and shattered like glass. Undeterred, Kongu called upon his power over air, creating a mini cyclone centered on the Makuta. The winds were so powerful that nothing could breathe within or stay rooted to the ground. Yet somehow, Makuta remained unaffected. In fact, the power of the Master of Shadows cut right through the cyclone to blast Kongu with solid darkness. The Toa of Air picked himself painfully up off the stairs. Something was not right here. The mask of telepathy he wore should have been picking up a morass of evil thoughts from Makuta, but nothing was coming through, from him or from any of the other foes. Even stranger, Makuta had taken everything he had to throw at him without as much as a scratch.
Well, not everything, Kongu reminded himself. I still have this Zamor sphere launcher, but Zamors loaded with energized protodermis wouldn't just stop him. They'd kill him.
He toyed with the thought for an instant. Makuta had been tormenting the Matoran for centuries. He had driven them from Metronui to Matanui, and even then did everything he could to keep them living in fear and despair.
He might ever deserve to die,
thought Kongu.
But if I kill him in ice-cold blood, I'm no better than he is, and not worthy of being a Toa hero.
Suddenly, the choice was no longer Kongu's to make. His launcher fired on its own, sending the sphere straight at Makuta. It struck the Master of Shadows dead on. Makuta screamed as the bizarre substance began dissolving his armor.
No!
Yelled Kongu, rushing to the side of his fallen enemy.
How is this possible? I didn't fire!
It was too late for questions. Makuta was dead, slain by the Toa Inika of Air. And Kongu knew that nothing could ever be the same again. The battle was over. The Toa Inika's 6 opponents were stretched out on the stone steps. All of them were dead, and none of the Toa was quite sure how it had happened. They had not set out to kill any of their enemies, nor been forced into it by circumstance. It had just happened.
We lost control, said Hali, sadly. All this power? Maybe it is too much for us to handle. It was just bad luck,
said Huki.
That's all it was. Bad luck for us. Worse luck for them,
said Kongu, bending over to inspect the damaged Borok and its dead Krana.
None of which explains what a Borok and a Borok Karl were even doing here, when we know they shouldn't be. Hey!
The outer surface of the Borok began to shimmer and fade. As it did so, another form came into view. The sight stole the breath from Kongu's lungs.
It's Pohatu Nuva, he cried. This Borok! It just turned into Pohatu Nuva!
The other Toa Inika rushed over. The same thing was happening to all of their fallen foes. The Makuta had transformed into Tahu Nuva, the Rakshi into Kopaka Nuva, the Muaka to Onua Nuva, the Nui Rama into Liwa Nuva, and the Borok Karl into Gali Nuva. All 6 were there, and all 6 were dead at the hands of the Toa Inika.
Illusions, whispered Toa Jala. We fought illusions of our greatest enemies, never knowing. And when we struck, we killed our friends.
Toa Huki threw his Zamor launcher and laser axe on the ground and walked away.
We were tricked into murdering them! Somebody knew we were just stupid enough to believe whatever we saw, and they used us!
That's not even the worst of it, said Matoro. How can we trust our senses, or ourselves, after this? If we can't tell friend from enemy, if we can't control our powers, we're not heroes. We're menaces.
So what do you want us to do?
Kongu said, anger in his voice.
Give up? Hope some other Toa heroes come along in time to save the Great Spirit?
Nuparu sat down on the stairs and stared at the ground. But, Kongu, how could we be sure we were saving him? What if we got tricked again and we killed Mahri Nui? Are you prepared to risk causing the death of the universe? An uncomfortable silence descended upon the six Toa. All of them, at one point or another, had worried that the power they now wielded might be too much to bear. It was impossible to go from being Matoran one moment to Toa the next without having such fears. But none had ever dreamed the misuse of their energies would lead to such a disaster.
I don't see what choice we have,
said Hali.
If we can't rely on our judgment, and we are afraid of our power, we can't be effective. We can't accomplish our mission. Jaller, we will have to turn back.
The Toa Inika of Fire didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the unmoving form of Tahu Nuva. When he spoke, his voice was ragged with grief.
Tahu told me something once, not long after he first arrived on our island. He said, having real courage doesn't mean being unafraid of death. It means you keep on striving for what's right despite your fear.
He looked up at his partners.
Don't you see? The Toa risked death every single day against Makuta, the Rakshi, the Borak. They knew something like this might happen, and they kept on fighting anyway. They weren't perfect. They made mistakes. They fought with each other. But they kept going, and they would expect the same of us. Even after this?
Asked Hali quietly.
Especially after this, Jala replied. Because it means we are on our own, with no hope of aid.
When no one spoke, he added,
I am going on, in honor of Tahu Nuva's memory, and Likan's memory, and all the other Toa who came before us. Who else will join me?
One by one, each of the Toa Inika stepped forward. With a last look at their fallen heroes, they turned to resume their journey. They had gone only a few steps when Toa Huki paused to look back. What he saw, or rather, didn't see, stunned him.
They're gone! The Toa Nuva have disappeared!
The Toa Inika rushed to the spot where the dead Toa had been lying. There was no trace of them.
We only had our backs turned for a second,
said Hali.
What could have happened?
Well, they didn't get up and walk away,
said Matoro, adding quickly, I hope.
You are blind missing a better question. What if they were never here at all?
Kongu replied. He tapped the side of his mask.
Kanohi Suledu, remember? Telepathy, all thoughts, all the time. But I picked up nothing but ever silence from those six. And no thoughts means no minds, said Huki. And no minds means they were just illusions, concluded Kongu.
Then he added, smiling.
Or else they were all Pomatoran.
Matoro grinned. Hali tried in vain to stifle a giggle. Seconds later, the ancient staircase was ringing with a living, vibrant sound it had not experienced in its entire history. Laughter.
Vezon yanked hard on the chain he held. In response, the head of the giant spider he rode jerked up. The creature bared its multiple vicious fangs and gave a savage hiss. It crawled a few paces toward the assembled Piraka, its red eyes glaring fiercely at them. There was something revolting about its every movement.
You're early, said Vezon. Or are you late? I never can keep those two straight. Not that it matters very much down here. Had a little problem with the Matoran, did we?
You were up there? Asked Thok, never taking his eyes off Vezon's monstrous mount.
I was down here, Vezon corrected. Way, way down here. But the mask knew you were coming. It knew, you see, and that's why it wanted me. That's why it introduced me to Fenrak here, and told us to wait very quietly until you arrived.
An evil gleam sprang to life in Vezon's eyes.
So you see, whatever happens to you next, you brought on yourselves.
Zaktan detached a small portion of the microscopic prototypes that made up his body and sent them flying silently to scout the chamber.
But his efforts did not go unnoticed. Vezon's eyes darted in the direction of the motion. Energy poured from his spear, striking the prototypes and fusing them together into a solid mass. The fused creatures hit the floor, dead.
Pests, Vezon said. It's so hard to keep an underground lava chamber free of pests.
Avak had already had enough. He called upon his power and summoned the cage to surround Vezon and Fenrak. It took only an instant for the two to be safely behind bars that could resist even their combined powers.
Oh, very good, said Vezon, smiling happily. But you see, Avak, I am already in prison. You have just shown me the bars, and you can't get what you want if I'm in here.
The deranged Piraka threw his head back and laughed. As he did so, Zaktan saw that a Kanohi mask was fused to the back of his skull. A glance at the empty pedestal in the rear of the chamber told him all he needed to know.
You're wearing the mask of life, the emerald-armored Piraka said. Wearing it, cursed by it, serving it, raging at it, Vezon replied. Not always in that order. Want it? Come try and take it. Please.
Raidak took a step toward the cage. Fenrak snapped at him, barely missing the Piraka's hand. Slime oozed from the spider's mouth. Every drop that hit the stone floor produced a sizzling sound and a wisp of smoke.
Then it's a standoff,
said Zaktan.
A standoff, Vezon repeated. We can't get at the mask, and you can't get at us.
Vezon said nothing.
We have to make some arrangement.
An arrangement, Vezon agreed.
What do you want for the mask?
Asked Zaktan. Fenrak backed away from the bars, carrying Vezon back into the shadows. Only the mad Piraka's crimson eyes were visible as he said,
What do I want? What do I need? I have so much. Eternal life, the loyalty, devotion, and companionship of a monstrous killing machine, or the lava eels I can eat. What could you possibly offer? What service could you possibly perform?
A pause. Then Vezon's expression brightened.
Ah, I know. You could kill Vezok.
Let me in there, Vezok shouted. I'll strangle that freak and shove that spear down his...
Raidak grabbed his partner and flung him hard against the stone wall. Before Vezok could react, Thok's ice weapon had covered him with a thick sheet of ice. Hakkan followed that up with a mental blast that shattered Vezok's thoughts into a million shards.
A few more of those, and he won't be a problem for anyone anymore,
Hakkan said to Vezon.
The Spear of Fusion, used in reverse, split you off from Vezok, and you don't want to risk being joined back up with him. Am I warm?
Searing,
Vezon replied.
We do this, and we get the mask.
You do that, Vezon answered, and we'll talk.
Hakkan turned back to Vezok. He was greeted by an explosion of ice. The next moment, both he and Raidak were being slammed by mantle blasts, courtesy of Vezok's ability to copy the powers of others. Hakkan tried to scramble away. Vezok grabbed him by the spine, spun him around, and threw him at Zaktan. The Piraka leader naturally dodged, allowing Hakkan to slam headfirst into a stone wall.
You're going to believe him?
Vezok bellowed, pointing at Vezon.
I can understand murderous. I can even deal with treacherous. But you five are just stupid.
Vezon giggled.
You left out highly entertaining, Vezok.
You couldn't give us the mask if you wanted to, could you?
Said Vezok. Vezon shook his head.
You will have to pry it off my cold, dead head. That is part of the curse. When I came down here, when I dared try to take the mask, it fused itself to me, just as it fused me to Fenrak here.
Let him out of the cage,
Vezok said to Avak.
Are you crazy?
Avak answered.
You may want to face that lunatic and his pet spider, but I don't.
Vezok turned, grabbed Avak, slammed him onto the stone floor, and pinned him there.
Let him out of the cage. I'll tear the mask off him.
When Avak hesitated, Vezok used a borrowed mentor blast to knock him unconscious. The cage around Vezon disappeared. Vezok stalked toward his enemy.
Now, you misshapen mockery of a Piraka, we'll settle things once and for all.
Then I'll rip the Spear of Fusion out of your claws and use it to put you back in me where you belong.
The Spear of Fusion? Vezon repeated, as if in a daze. Then he looked down at the weapon he held, muttering,
"Ah, that's right. I do have that, don't I?"
A beam of energy shot out from the tip of the spear, bathing Vezon and Irnakk in its power. Instantly, the two of them were fused together into a lumbering, skull-faced giant. Vezon looked at his creation and was satisfied. Gesturing dismissively at the other Piraka, he said,
"Kill them."
The newly formed creature moved to obey. Born from two Piraka, it was twice as eager to grind its enemies into dust, and then blow the dust away.
How quickly can victory turn to defeat? Moments before, the 6 Piraka stormed into the Chamber of Life, ready to steal the Kanohi Ignika from its guardian, Vezon. But Vezon was ready for them, and used his Spear of Fusion to make a monster out of 2 of his foes. Final score, Monstrosity 4, Piraka 0. But the game is just starting.
You served your purpose well, you abomination. But I'm already tired of the sight of you, not to mention the smell. Go to sleep, little Piraka, and hope you don't wake up dead.
The power of the spear turns the creature back into Vezon and Irnakk, both unconscious from the shock of separation.
Are we too late? Do the Piraka have the Mask of Life?
I'm sorry, the Piraka aren't available right now. I can't take a message, but I can deliver one. Enrak and I so love having guests. You don't break as easily as the Piraka, do you? No, of course not. You're Toa, even in those strange masks.
Right. And we're here to crush her party.
It crushed the host.
All done! Then it's my turn. Every blow you strike is fueled by its motion, Toa. And the power of motion is mine to absorb. Hit me or my pet, and you'll only make us stronger.
We didn't come all this way, fight all these fights, just to lose now.
Don't be silly. Of course you did. I am more than the guardian of the Mask of Life, Toa. The mask is part of me. I am cursed for trying to steal this mask, condemned to guard it with my life for eternity. I am cursed, and you are doomed.
Then we might as well go down fighting.
Off balance, Vezon and Irnakk topple into the lava.
Mata Nui preserve us.
He went down and took the Mask of Life with him. I'll have to go in after him.
Are you crazy? He won't last 2 seconds in that cauldron. Wait, Cheller, look! Something's happening to the lava.
What?
Did you think I was gone for good? No, the Mask of Life won't let me go that easily. Wondering where Irnakk is? Well, this is Irnakk, in a way. Defeat us however many times you like. We will always rise again, stronger than before. Incidentally, my new friend, I named him Kardas. Produces energy. Lots and lots of energy. And when he releases it, well, I know you're dying to find out what happens. Or it will be.
Back at the Piraka stronghold, 2 former friends are locked in combat.
Fall! Why won't you fall? I hoped I could still reach some part of you, Brutaka. Some remnant of the hero you once were, but that being is long dead. I renounce you, Brutaka. I deny you, and your evil will not stand.
Axxon and I are too evenly matched, but the virus in that fact makes me stronger. If I can reach it, I can defeat him and claim the Mask of Life for myself.
The keen eyes of Axxon follow Brutaka's gaze. Realizing what his enemy is planning, he whirls, hurling his axe.
No!
And destroying the Piraka's Vata virus. Later, Axxon will remember Brutaka's scream of rage at the sight of the broken vat, and he will do his best to forget the fact that the virus itself seemed to be screaming too.
You fool, Axxon! Don't you realize you're fighting for a lost cause?
Don't you realize that those are the only kind worth fighting for?
Meanwhile, at the Chamber of Life, no words of ours can truly capture the battle about to be fought.
Seconds away from being wiped out. Our only hope is the Samorphir Axxon gave us before he left the stronghold. He said it would help us get the Mask of Life. Here's hoping this is how it's supposed to help.
It worked. They're both frozen in space and time. That's odd. The Mask of Life came right off when I touched it. Almost as if it wanted me to have it.
We've done it! The Mask of Life is ours!
Now nothing can prevent us from saving the life of Matanui.
Did he say nothing? Not quite.
The Matoran resistance members led the Toa Nuva up to the main floor of the Piraka stronghold. The building was in sad shape, with entire walls blown out by the battles that had been fought there. Now all was quiet. The Matoran almost dreaded what they might see. What if the Inika had lost? To their surprise, there were no bodies to be seen. The virus chamber had changed significantly. The crystal vat had been shattered, and there was no sign of the antidermis virus anywhere. Another wall had been smashed, evidently by a being or force more powerful than any yet unleashed in the room. Even the rubble had been pulverized. "What went through there?" wondered Kazi. "One problem at a time," answered Balta. "The Kanohi masks are through here." The Matoran watched in silence as the Toa Nuva reclaimed their masks. The act seemed to re-energize them. Tahu Nuva turned to Garan and shook the Onamatoran's hand. "We thank you," he said. "Now, where are these Toa Inika you spoke of?" "I wish I knew," Garan replied. "Toa Jaller said—" "Wait a moment," Tahu interrupted. "Toa Jaller?" "That's right. He and Toa Kongu and Toa Matoro." Liwa Nuva chuckled. "Kongu, a Toa hero. Oh, this I must see." "When you are finished being amused, Liwa, they may well need our help," said Kopaka. Garan nodded. "Here's hoping they aren't already beyond help." Zaktan smiled.
"We have been awake for some time now, of course. We just felt it made more sense for you to exhaust yourselves in battle for the Mask of Life. Now that you have it, we will take it."
"You mean you'll try," said Huki, "and fail." Both sides braced for the fight, but it was not to happen. The effect of the Zamosphere on Vezon and Cardus had faded. Although it left both too weak to be a threat for the moment, Cardus was not going to be defeated so easily. As the beast collapsed, it unleashed one last blast of energy that struck Matoro. The shock made him lose his grip on the Mask of Life. The Piraka started forward, ready to scramble for the mask when it hit the ground. Except it never did fall to the floor. Instead, it hovered in midair before flashing out of the chamber almost too fast for the eye to follow. It was headed back the way the Toa and Piraka had come. Zaktan and his team turned to go after it. The Toa Inika ran forward, too, determined to get it first. "Huki!" Jaller shouted, pointing at the Piraka. The Toa Inika of Stone nodded and loosed his elemental powers on the enemy. Stone vices erupted from the floor to grab all 6 Piraka and hold them fast. Zaktan avoided the trap by dissipating into a swarm of protodytes, only to be flash frozen in the next moment by Matoro. "That buys us maybe 10 seconds, said Huki. "Then that will have to be enough," Jaller replied, racing up the staircase. The 6 Toa Inika ran as if their very universe depended on it, for in truth it did. So fast were they moving that they did not notice the words of fire forming on the stairs beneath their feet, words that read, "Beware the depths of darkness, that wait with chill embrace, for those doomed to dwell within the pit can never leave that place. No one will know your fate, if taken by the shadowed sea. Only whispers of the waves will say, death has at last claimed thee." As Huki had predicted, it took the Piraka only seconds to shatter their bonds. They debated for a moment whether to free Zaktan or not, then decided they would need their full strength to stop the Toa Inika.
"What about Vezon?" said Thok. "He's still alive. Do we just leave him here?"
"No," snarled Vezon. "We don't." He marched toward the Spear of Fusion, saying, "Someone use this on me and Vezon. I want to be one being again."
"We don't have time for that,"
snapped Zaktan.
"Come on."
"No," yelled Vezon. "We do this now." Zaktan nodded at Radok. The ebon-armored Piraka reached Vezok in 2 quick strides and brushed him aside. Then he seized the Spear of Fusion and, before Vezok could react, broke it in 2, and then broke both halves again. Satisfied, he threw the pieces at Vezok's feet.
"There, done. Let's go,"
said Radok.
"Or do you want some of the same?"
The Toa Inika had been lucky. Their passage back up the staircase had been unimpeded by guardians. Apparently, the mask's protectors were in place to stop anyone from reaching the lower chamber, not those fleeing from it. Still, the mask managed to stay just ahead of them. Attempts to use elemental powers to slow it down or stop it all met with failure. Matoro offered to unleash his spirit and have it fly ahead to see where the mask was heading, but Jaller turned him down. He wasn't going to leave Matoro's body unprotected on this staircase, with the Piraka right behind. The Mask of Life shot out of the stairway entrance and into a driving rainstorm. The Toa followed right after it, fighting to keep pace. The many rounds of battle followed by this chase had made their limbs feel like lead, and their lungs burned with exhaustion. The mask never hesitated. It shot away to the north, heading for the bay. Matoro launched himself into the sky and flew after it, at one time almost coming close enough to grab it. It seemed like every time the mask was lost from view of the other Toa Inika, it would slow down slightly, as if it wanted them to keep up. "It's leading us somewhere," Matoro shouted down. "I don't see any traps ahead, though."
"If you could easy see them," grumbled Kongu,
"then they wouldn't be very good traps." The chase continued over rocky slopes until both Mask and Toa reached the icy coastline. The Mask flew past the edge of the land and hovered for just a moment before plunging into the water. Toa Hully immediately went after it. As soon as she dove, Matoro's body collapsed as the spirit went to follow her down. The Mask of Life was easy to follow even in the murky water, for it gave off a telltale glow. Not so easy was going down after it, as the pressure increased beyond even the tolerance of a Toa of water. More than once, Hully wished she had Toa Nuvagali's mask of water breathing to sustain her. Her lungs were desperate for air, and the mask was no closer to being in her grasp. Suddenly, she faltered. The water pressure increased abruptly, forcing air from her lungs. Water rushed in to fill the void, and Hully began to drown. Matoro watched in horror, unable to affect her physically while in spirit form. His only hope was to flash back to the surface and get the others. He was gone in an instant. He never saw the small shape swimming rapidly up from the depths toward Hully. Back on the coastline, Matoro's body suddenly bolted up from the ground. "Hully's drowning!" The other Toa made for the water, Jaller already figuring out a rescue plan. He never had to use it. Hully's body suddenly appeared on the surface. All 5 Inika wondered if they had been too late, and their companion was dead. Then she sputtered and coughed, the sweetest sound any of the Inika had ever heard. Jaller went to pull her back to shore. That was when he noticed someone was already holding her. A head broke the surface, wearing a Kanohi mask. It was a Matoran. Toa Jaller helped both him and Hully to the beach. The Toa of water was already recovering, but the Matoran collapsed as soon as he hit land. "Who are you?" said Jaller. "Where did you come from?"
"No time," gasped the Matoran. "Help us, city beneath the sea. Help us, or we're lost."
"What city?" asked Huki. "And what are you talking about?" But the Matoran wasn't saying any more. His heart light stopped shining, and his eyes faded to black. He was dead. The Piraka had seen the entire turn of events from up among the rocks. The Mask of Life was lost, temporarily, and the Toa Inika were exhausted and confused. It was a perfect time to strike.
We'll split up, said Zaktan. I'll take Irnakk and Vezon this way. Hakkan, Thok, and Avok attack from the left. We'll trap them between us.
The two teams started in opposite directions, but had gone only a little way when Avok said,
Wait, look!
On the edge of the jungle, the Piraka could see a most unwelcome assemblage of beings. The 6 Matoran who had made up the Voya Nui resistance were standing with Axxon and the freed Toa Nuva. A defeated Brutaka was being carried by some entity the Piraka did not know, and that same being was deep in conversation with Toa Nuva. As they watched, the strange being and Brutaka vanished in a wisp of smoke.
Does anyone think we can beat 12 Toa and Axxon without Brutaka's help?
Asked Thok. When no one answered, he added,
Didn't think so.
So, that's it? We give up?
Said Irnakk. Zaktan's prototypes buzzed angrily.
No, we've come too far for that. Not to mention that having the Mask of Life is the only thing that will keep us safe from the Dark Hunters when we leave this island,
said Hakkan.
I doubt the Shadowed One was very pleased with our defection. We watch,
said Zaktan,
and we wait for the perfect time to strike. Let the Toa think we are defeated and have fled Voya Nui. That is the Toa's greatest weakness. They're always so quick to believe they have won.
Matoro stood over the body of the dead villager. Mahri Nui, watch over him. He sacrificed his life to save mine, said Toa Holly. That may make him a greater hero than any of us. And he brought us more mysteries, said Huki. Who was this Matoran? What killed him? What city was he talking about? And why did the Mask of Life vanish beneath the waves? Toa Kongu shook his head.
Why do I deep think we're all about to go for a swim?
The 6 Toa Inika stood on the beach, gazing at the dark water, and lost in their own thoughts. Some, like Jaller, pondered the fate of the Mask of Life. Others wondered if the Matoran was telling the truth, and there really was a Matoran city beneath the sea. Regardless, the missing mask in deceased Matoran added up to the same thing in their minds.
Maybe fate random picked the wrong Matoran to be Toa,
said Kongu.
We failed.
No, Toa hero, you succeeded,
a familiar voice said.
Now you just have to succeed again.
Kongu and the other Toa Inika whirled in surprise. Coming down the beach, led by Axxon, and the 6 members of the Matoran resistance, were the Toa Nuva. All of them had their Kanohi Nuva masks and their equipment, and looked none the worse for their experiences on the island.
Tahu!
Jaller shouted.
Golly! I can't believe it!
We were afraid you might be dead,
said Holly.
It's so wonderful to see you. Now everything will be all right.
Toa are hard to kill. You know that, said Pahatu Nuva, smiling. Ask Makuta, if he ever gets out from under that door.
Our Matoran friends found us,
said Tahu Nuva,
and freed us from the effects of the Piraka Zamor spheres. One even offered to forge a new air katana for Liwa. By the way, where are the Piraka?
Jaller swiftly related the events leading up to the discovery and loss of the Mask of Life. Tahu listened intently, and reacted with surprise to the news that a Matoran civilization might lie hidden under the sea.
We were trying to come up with a way to follow the mask when you arrived,
said Jaller.
But now that you're here, you can go with us.
Or maybe you would rather we just went back to Metro Nui? Asked Nuparu. Secretly, he hoped the Toa Nuva would brush aside that question. Having tasted the adventure of being a Toa, he had no wish to go back to guard duty on Metro Nui. The 6 Toa Nuva glanced at each other. Kopaka nodded. Gali put a reassuring hand on Tahu's shoulder. Then the Toa Nuva of Fire turned back to the Toa Inika.
I think, perhaps, it is we who should return to the city,
Tahu said.
Take your team, Jaller, and find the mask.
What?
Jaller said, stunned.
But you are Toa Nuva, the most powerful of all Toa, and this is your destiny. It is our destiny to awaken Mahri Nui from his centuries-long slumber,
Kopaka corrected.
You are fighting to save the life of the Great Spirit, which must be done before he can be returned to consciousness. And that, my friends, is your destiny, not ours.
We came to Voya Nui to find the Mask of Life,
said Kali Nuva.
We failed. If it were not for you six, we and the Matoran of this island would still be enslaved to the Piraka. Or worse. Don't you see? Your very existence as Toa is a sign from the great beings that you were meant to find the mask and save Mata Nui.
Jaller didn't want to accept it, but he knew there was truth in Gali's words. Where the Toa Nuva had met defeat, his team of Toa Inika had succeeded, at least temporarily. That had to mean something, unless the universe was just playing a cruel joke.
What about the Matoran here?
Asked Holly.
The Piraka are still on the loose. The villagers are still in danger.
Tahu Nuva hesitated before replying. He hadn't thought of that. Back on Metro Nui, the Matoran had the Toa of Light and the Turaga to look after them while the Toa Nuva were away. Here, there were no Turaga or Toa to serve as protectors. Should they take the Matoran back with them to Metro Nui? Before a decision could be reached, Axxon spoke up.
There is no need to be concerned,
he said.
I will remain on Voya Nui and see to the Matoran. We will rebuild their lives here until destiny says it is time for them to leave.
Jaller didn't know what to say. Axxon had been a mighty ally, and the Toa Nuva far more than that. How could he and his friends say goodbye? And with the mask out of reach under the ocean, was there even a point to a farewell? As if anticipating his worries, Axxon spoke again.
Fear not, my friend. There is a way to reach the undersea realm, but the way is treacherous, and your destination a place of death and despair. But if you are willing to make the journey, my axe can open the way for you.
This time, Jaller did not look to his partners for their consent. He already knew what their answer would be.
We'll do it,
he said.
Then meet me at the Matoran village in the center of the island,
said Axxon. A short time later, Axxon joined the Toa Inika in the center of the Matoran village.
This is the beginning,
the Guardian said,
and Mata Nui will help see you through to the end.
He unlimbered his axe and swung it at the ground once, twice, thrice, 4 times. His blows tore through soil and rock until he had dug a great pit. The floor of the pit was strange white stone. Axxon raised his weapon once more and threw it into the hole, smashing the white stone to bits, and revealing a passage beyond.
Your route lies through there,
Axxon said as his axe returned to his hand.
It will take you to the city beneath the sea and the Mask of Life. But take care, Toa. The ocean is home to many wonders and many dangers. To figures of great courage, and some so evil that even the Order of Mata Nui could do nothing but banish them below.
One by one, the Toa Inika climbed down into the pit and vanished into the darkness. Axxon watched them go, not sure what he felt more. Fear for the Toa, about to face horrors beyond imagining. Or fear for the fate of the universe, if they should fail in their quest.
End of Epilogue.
Dare you enter the deep? Dare you face the creeps? Bionicle presents 6 new Barraki creatures whose like you've never seen. They sharpen their teeth, polish their shells, and are so pleased to meet you. Armed with a powerful long-range squid shooter, these Barraki mean business. New Barraki from Bionicle, each set sold separately.
80,000 years ago. Pridak stood on the tower of his island fortress, looking down at his assembled army. His troops came from an endless number of places. Some were Matoran criminals, others violent brutes looking for the chance to fight, and by far the majority were simply beings who were no longer welcome in their homelands. They were thieves, murderers, traitors, and liars, and easily the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. He shifted his gaze to the west. There, Takadox's and Mantax's armies had set up camp. To the east, the legions of Kalma and Elek were preparing for battle. Karapar's army was the last to arrive, and they had immediately begun skirmishing with some of the others. No effort had been made to stop them. It was best they keep their weapons and their battle instincts sharp for what was to come. Pridak took a deep breath. The air smelled sweet. He wanted to savor these last few moments of his old life. Soon, he would no longer be just the ruler of a small realm, one almost beneath the notice of the great spirit Matanui. Before this day was through, he would be the undisputed king of 1/6 of the known universe. If it were possible for a biomechanical being to be a perfect physical specimen, Pridak was it. Even if his armor and weapons had been taken away, he would still have radiated power. It was hard for him to comprehend how some beings, even entire intelligent species, could live out their lives with monstrous appearances. He imagined they just must be dead inside, and so didn't notice the horror they inspired. A strong wind set the island's trees to swaying. The scent of campfires, unwashed Matoran, and Rahi mounts combined into a musty, foul aroma. The smell triggered memories of past conquests. They had been hard-fought battles, and well worth winning, but they could not compare with what he and his allies were about to undertake. One of his battle leaders approached.
Sir, all is ready. We await your order to strike.
Pridak nodded, his keen eyes trained on his legions below. Indeed, 3 members of a Matoran rear guard unit have propped their weapons against rocks and are having a conversation among themselves. Why? The battle leader turned to look. Then, flustered, he answered,
I have no explanation, sir. They will be disciplined at once.
A tight smile appeared on Pridak's face. 3 ignore their orders while their 50 companions stand at attention and do nothing about it. Not at all satisfactory. He turned to the battle leader. Pass the word among my legions. That unit is to be attacked and completely destroyed immediately, along with you.
What? Sir, I...
Pridak's hand flashed out and grabbed the battle leader by the throat. He took 2 quick strides and thrust the unfortunate being over the edge of the tower. His captive's legs dangled in space. I speaking some unknown Matoran dialect? Pridak whispered. Do you require a translator? I want you to go down there and order your own destruction. I want you to do it now. Pridak leaned in close, his fetid breath washing over his frightened subordinate. Be assured my legions will be far swifter and more merciful in carrying out their task than I would be. With that, Pridak idly tossed the battle leader back onto the stone floor of the tower.
The panicked being scrambled to his feet and raced down the stairs to carry out his orders. When he reached the bottom, he would command the legions to immediately wipe out the offending unit, and then himself. He would do this because he knew Piraka was right. Death at their hands would be far preferable to the same fate in the clutches of his ruler. The other 5 Barraki were waiting in the fortress's central chamber, studying maps carved into stone tablets. They had been given their names centuries ago by the subjects of their realms. It was an old Matoran word, rarely ever heard, which roughly translated to warlord. Each was powerful, well-armored, and a veteran of many a raid. Those who saw them said they made Toa look like some kind of Rahi that crawled out from under a rock. They saw themselves as a higher level of being, preordained to rule by virtue of their superior strength and intellect. The charts they looked over were rough, but they were good enough for the Barraki's purposes. One set of tablets showed key points on the central continent. The other covered the sea approaches to the city of Mahri Nui.
Guarded here, here, here,
said Alec. His nerves were obvious. Although he reigned on land, Alec's species was native to a watery realm. He was able to function on the surface only through a complicated apparatus that enabled him to breathe air. That made him vulnerable, and he knew it.
We'll surround and crush them,
Kalma said, impatient to get started. Takadox shook his head.
No. We let them see an advanced scouting party, then lure them into a trap.
Karapar and Mantak said nothing. One, because he had nothing useful to add, and the other, because he did not want his allies to know his strategies.
Toa,
said Kalma, as dismissively as if he were discussing the weather.
They are a moment's annoyance, at best.
Easy for you to say,
Takadox shot back.
I was there when they annoyed a Kanohi dragon into submission. For what is at stake, they will fight, and to the death.
Prirak's voice was a sharpened sword wrapped in soft reeds.
Yes, remember what is at stake, all of you. This is not some petty raid on another realm. These are the sites of true power. When they fall, Mahri Nui himself falls, and the universe will answer to us.
Further conversation was interrupted by sounds of screaming and yelling from outside the fortress, punctuated by the harsh noises of weapon striking weapon. Karapar rushed to the window. He took a quick glance at the scene below and said,
I think the answer came early.
Piraka and the others joined him to view a shocking scene. A massive army had suddenly appeared from the north and slammed into the legions. The attackers were Toa, Exo-Toa machines, Rakshi, and Rahi beasts, an invading force tens of thousands strong. Unprepared to mount a defense, the Barraki's legions were falling like stone walls before a Kikanalo stampede. But that wasn't what filled the Barraki with a sense of dread. No, that came from the sight of the banner the invaders carried overhead. It was the symbol of the Brotherhood of Makuta. There was no time to wonder how the Brotherhood had learned their plans, or why those defenders of Mahri Nui and the Matoran had chosen to leave their bases and attack. The Barraki rushed out to take command of their legions and try to organize some kind of defense. Each knew that those captured by the Brotherhood, especially in an act of open rebellion against the Great Spirit, could expect no mercy. Death in battle was by far the better alternative. The battle was over by nightfall. The Barraki's troops were tough, good fighters, but they weren't as well disciplined as the Brotherhood's army. Taken by surprise and outmaneuvered, large numbers of them deserted or surrendered. But the leader of the victorious force did not care about them. He wanted their leaders. The Barraki fought to the last, but were finally overpowered. They were brought in chains to the front of their ranks. Then, for the first time, they saw their conqueror. It was the Makuta who guarded Mahri Nui and its surrounding area. His power and genius were known throughout the universe. A lesser being would never have been placed in charge of so vital a region. Makuta looked at the Barraki with cold, crimson eyes, as if they were insects he was looking forward to crushing. They, in turn, looked right back at him, even Alec. After all, they were not some petty criminals who quaked at the sight of a Toa, or even a Brotherhood member. They were rulers, they were warriors, and they were Barraki. "Your rebellion is over," Makuta said. "Your misguided attempt to overthrow the Great Spirit is now history, as are you." Makuta walked down the line of prisoners and stopped at Piraka. "These others I am not familiar with, but you I know. Why?" "I served the Brotherhood in days long past," Piraka answered, not at all intimidated by Makuta's presence. "In fact, it was the Brotherhood who gave me my first command. Oh, it was a small territory, barely worth controlling. But I have since moved on to bigger things." "So I see," Makuta murmured under his breath.
"What will happen to us now?"
asked Takadox.
"You know, our armies could be of use to you, great Makuta. Combined with the might of yours, Mahri Nui could not hope to."
Makuta took 2 steps forward and struck Takadox hard with an armored hand. The Barraki went sprawling in the dirt. "Your every word condemns you," said Makuta, rage contorting his features. "There is only one possible fate for such traitors." The automated Exo-Toa armored suits took aim with their weapons. Those few Toa who were nearby raised their voices in protest. Makuta ignored them. But before he could give the order to fire, a new element entered the picture. A lone figure was approaching, tall, powerful, with a face so hideous it would give nightmares to a Vizorak. Even Makuta seemed taken aback by the newcomer.
"I am Botar,"
the figure said.
"The pit calls, and I have come."
"What?" asked Makuta. "Who summoned you? What business do you have here?"
"The business of punishment,"
Botar replied.
"Although to call it an art would not be far wrong."
"You have no rights here," Makuta snarled. "Be gone!" Botar smiled, a monstrous grin.
"Where there are wrongs, Makuta, I have rights. Stand aside."
"I will not. These are my prisoners." Botar continued to smile, but his voice grew dark and filled with menace.
"Stand aside, or share their fate."
The nightmarish figure gestured toward the Barraki. A ring of energy appeared around them, tendrils of power connecting it to Botar. Before Makuta could act, all 7, the 6 Barraki and Botar, faded away. All that was left behind was the echo of the Barraki screams. In the months to come, the Barraki's legions and their empires were broken up. Some of their troops were sent back to their home islands for imprisonment. Others were taken by the Brotherhood as slave laborers. The Barraki's fortresses were torn down and the stones ground to powder. The names of the warlords were expunged from every chronicle, with the exception of the Brotherhood's roll of victory. The fate of the 6 traitors remained a mystery, even to Makuta. Sometimes, in the dark of night, he would remember the look in Pirak's cold, dead eyes, and some part of him would hope the Barraki were dead. Along with that wish would come other thoughts, ones that would occupy his mind more and more as time passed. The Barraki believed Mahri Nui could be overthrown and replaced. Of course, it could never be done by the likes of them, Makuta said to himself. But who is to say it could never be done at all? And somewhere in the endless darkness of the pit, the Barraki waited and brooded and longed for the day. They would take revenge.
Reza stood impatiently at the edge of the fields of air, waiting for his herd of Hydruka to finish their work. The Matoran knew that the creatures could not be rushed. Although tame, they were still highly temperamental. If they chose to be stubborn and not harvest the airweed, he would have a lot of explaining to do when he got back to the city. Still, he wished they would hurry up. Looking like a cross between a crab and a scorpion, they moved slowly through the field, gathering the weeds one at a time. It wasn't particularly difficult work. A Matoran could do it, easily. But only the Hydruka could tell which weeds contained precious air, and which did not. For Reza and the other Matoran who lived in the underwater city of Mahri Nui, air was the most valuable commodity imaginable. Reza swam a little closer to the field, trying his best not to spook the Hydruka. Like all Matoran, his eyes were well suited to operating in a low-light environment. There were few places darker than the outskirts of Mahri Nui. The only one Reza could name was the watery region just below the city. The darkness there might as well have been a reflection of the hearts of its inhabitants. That thought made him swim closer to the Hydruka and wave his arms to urge them on. He had foolishly lost track of how long they had been at work. If the safe hour was almost over, or worse, had already passed, every moment he spent this far from the city put his life at risk. There might be something down below right now, watching me, he thought. I know how they watch, with those cold, milky eyes. I know what's happened to those who didn't make it back before safe hour ended. Or, I can guess. He looked around, but could see nothing out of the ordinary. Just the vast underwater world and a few schools of fish swimming idly by. Not even any marine predators around. That was good. It meant there might still be time left in the hour, if the Hydruka would just hurry up. Come on, he shouted in his mind. What's taking so long? If they weren't simply Rahi, I would think they'd take some pleasure out of making me worry like this. He heard a sharp noise from below and to his left. It stood out from the constant cacophony of sounds that filled the undersea realm, for it sounded like metal scraping against a rock. Reza wondered if it might be some piece of equipment that had drifted away from the city and become lodged in the rocks below. Maybe it would be something worth recovering. Mahri Nui and the fields of air rested on a large mountainous slab of rock that looked like an upside-down triangle. The base of the triangle was at the top and was where the city was located. The point of the triangle was at the bottom, wedged between some massive curved bars of rock. If it weren't, or if it ever became dislodged, Mahri Nui's chunk of solid ground would tumble, end over end, to the very bottom of the ocean, taking all of the Matoran with it. Reza began to swim toward the edge of the undersea island. When he was almost there, he stopped. What am I doing? He said to himself. I've heard enough tales of quick peaks over the side that led to disaster. Whatever is scraping against the rocks can just stay there, as far as I'm concerned. I just want to get these Hydruka and their harvest back to the city. He turned away from the precipice, normally a good thing. After all, if beyond the edge lies danger, reversing your course and moving away from it would keep one safe. Except, of course, that it makes it impossible to see what might be coming after you from behind. That was why Reza was so surprised to feel a tentacle wrapping around his chest. It began to pull him back toward the edge, as if he were no more than an errant piece of airweed. He swam, he kicked, he struggled, but all he accomplished was to panic the Hydruka. Reza was over the edge now, with nothing but black water below him. He beat on the tentacle with his fists, then kicked backwards. His foot struck something solid. It had to be the body of the creature. He looked over his shoulder, hoping to at least have the satisfaction of knowing what was dragging him off to his doom. He looked, and he saw, and then he discovered a basic fact of life and death. The problem with being underwater is that you can't scream. Defilak walked silently into the Matoran council chamber. Located deep inside of the Mahri Nui fortress, it was the largest single room in the entire settlement. The huge domed ceiling featured crystal skylights lined with lightstones whose gleam reflected off of the water all around. The walls of the chamber were lined with Matanui's gifts. tools and artifacts that drifted down through the ocean to Mahri Nui every month, from no one knew where. Those items that could be put to use were given to the Matoran most in need, and the rest were brought here to be mounted. But what truly gave the chamber its air of solemnity and importance was its purpose. Here, every Matoran citizen would gather once a month to discuss any issues that threatened the safety of the city. Plans were made, decisions arrived at, and hopefully everyone left knowing exactly what the city needed them to do. This was essential to survival in a hostile environment. Leadership of the council was rotated amongst the citizens, and this month, Defilak was in charge. He took his place on the raised platform and looked out over the assembled Matoran. His friend Gar smiled and nodded encouragement. Defilak was many things, an inventor, a scholar, but a public speaker he was not, and he dreaded the experience. Fellow Matoran, he began. This talk meeting will, come to order, please. The Matoran crowd continued to talk amongst themselves, few even noticing that Defilak was standing there. Defilak tried again. Hello? Could you all stop the chatter noise, please, so we can get started? The murmur died down a little bit, but not by much. Most of the citizens were still deep in their own private conversations with their neighbors. Okay, I tried it the nice way twice, Defilak said to himself. Now I do it my way. He slammed his sword down hard on the table and yelled, Shut up! The crowd quieted instantly and turned to face him, looking shocked. Matoran council meetings usually didn't start this way, although they occasionally ended with a lot of yelling and now and then a fight. That's better, said Defilak. Does anyone have any word news to bring before the council? One Poe Matoran rose. I do. 2 of my friends disappeared today. One was taken from the fields of air, and one tried to reach the world above and never came back. That makes 5 who have vanished in the last 2 weeks. What are we doing about it? Defilak paused before answering. Working in the fields of air was always treacherous because it exposed Matoran to whatever lurked outside the city, but he had thought the residents had enough sense by now to not try and head for the surface. Even if they didn't run out of air, the change in pressure would kill them. Finally, he said, Gar, what's the status of our defenses? The razor crabs are dispersed all along the borders of the city, Gar replied. The thorn plants are intact. Sea creatures have made probing attacks in a few of the outlying shelters, but we drove them back. No organized assaults on the city in 2 months now. Then why can't we travel outside the city in safety? One Matoran in the crowd demanded. That's right, said another. We know something is out there hunting us, killing us, trying to seize and destroy our city, and all we've done is hide in our shelters and hope they go away. Why don't we fight? A Matoran rose to speak. I wish we could fight and bring down our enemies. But how do we find them? They might be anywhere in the Black Sea below us. A region they know and we don't? There might be 12 of them. Or 100. What have any of us ever seen? A tentacle? A claw? Sea life that might be acting like an organized army? Or might not? I will be the first to volunteer to fight for Mahri Nui. But first, show me what to fight. Defilak gazed up through the skylight windows. The slight blurring of the lightstone's glow showed where a thin bubble of air surrounded the building. That bubble, so vital and so fragile, symbolized Matoran life in Mahri Nui. They were hanging on here, just barely, never knowing when the next attack might come or if the fields of air might suddenly turn barren. Just as they did in the safe hour, every Matoran spent his life waiting for the moment that Mahri Nui's time would run out. It had not always been this way, he was certain. Just about all the Matoran had some fragmentary memories of a life on the surface. Some of the memories were pleasant ones, others disturbing and frightening. Regardless, on the rare occasion someone was able to string together a coherent recollection, it was treated as a major event. But his job was to focus on the here and now. Mahri Nui was under the sea and beset by enemies, whose identity and purpose were still unknown even after centuries of warfare. The Matoran could remain secure inside their air bubble protected shelters and wait for the enemy's next move. Or They could go out and find the one weapon that might help them. Knowledge. Defilak rapped his sword 3 times on the table, indicating it was time for a vote. I propose a scout expedition into the Blackwater, to be led by me, he said. We will quick learn whatever we can about what's down there, and then return. I call for a vote. Those who supported the measure raised their right hands. Those who opposed raised their left. Defilak's proposal passed, though by a closer vote than he had expected. It seemed many of the citizens preferred staying quiet and not antagonizing whatever lurked beyond the city. Done, said Defilak. I need volunteers. We will leave as soon as possible. Wait a minute, said Gar. How do we get down there? Defilak smiled. Oh, I think I can help with that. Kyrex, a Gamatoran sentry, stood on guard on the borders of the city. A single step would take her outside of the air bubble and into the ocean, where she would be prey to ocean currents and sea predators. Although a personal air bubble would allow her to breathe for a short time, it was doubtful she would survive outside for long. Not for the first time, she marveled at the way the air bubbles worked. Permeable enough to allow objects to pass through, they somehow managed to keep the sea out. Had Mahri Nui not crashed so near the fields of air, unleashing scores of small bubbles, no Matoran would ever have survived long enough to create bubbles around the buildings and pump the water out. Unfortunately, the bubbles had a finite existence. Unless reinforced, they would eventually begin to shrink and then disappear completely, allowing the sea to flood entire buildings. It was only the air harvested from the fields by the Hydruka and fed into the bubbles that allowed Mahri Nui to remain intact and habitable. Something caught Kyrex's eye. An object was floating down toward the city. Gifts from the Great Spirit Matanui were not due for some days, so she assumed it was just a piece of debris. That assumption was weakened when she noticed the glow around the artifact. It vanished completely when she heard something call to her in her mind. Heedless of the danger, she propelled herself off the rocky surface and through the air bubble. The object was just seconds away from drifting down past the edge of the undersea island and disappearing into the black waters below. She swam faster than she ever had before and grabbed it, then turned and raced for the safety of the bubble. It was only when she was back at her post that she took the time to examine her find. The light that surrounded it was unearthly, somehow both frightening and calming at the same time. Energy surged from it, so that she felt as if she was struggling to hold on to an electric eel. Kyrex's eyes widened. She was holding a Kanohi mask, one she had never seen before. It was no ordinary mask. She could tell that already, and she knew that she must bring it to the council at once. What she could not know, as she rushed for the council chamber, was that she was carrying the legendary Kanohi Mask of Life, nor could she comprehend that its arrival would herald the beginning of the end for Mahri Nui. The dull white eyes of a Rahi squid narrowed at the sight of the Gamatoran sentry passing through the bubble into the ocean. It was hungry for life energy, and here was a Matoran offering herself up as a meal. It started to propel itself through the water, ready to strike. Then the squid stopped. The Matoran had grabbed something drifting in the water. Even with its limited intelligence, and at a great distance, the creature could sense power. This was something that would need to be reported to its master. It darted down into the black water, heading for the deepest parts of the pit.
By the time Kyrex made it to the council chamber, no one was there. She thought furiously, who would be the best being to tell about this mask? She was excited about what she had found, but also a little fearful, and a growing part of her wanted nothing more than to hand it off to someone else. Then it hit her. One of her instructors on Sea Life had made a hobby of carving replicas of Kanohi masks out of stone. If anyone might know just what mask this was, it was he. Kyrex tucked the mask under her arm and started for the school. She made it only a few feet before something snagged her foot. Looking down, she saw that a strand of seaweed growing from between 2 cracks in the rock had wound around her ankle. With a determined yank, she pulled free. Passing through the council chamber's air bubble, she began to swim toward her destination. It was slow going. The work crew whose job it was to keep swimways clear of vegetation had evidently not been very diligent, for the path was choked with greenery. She had to push it aside as she went, not easy when she had only one hand free. It only grew more difficult as she went on. The seaweed and ocean grass was up over her head now, and she could barely see the city through the plant growth. Frustrated, she reached out and tore a stalk of ocean grass out of the ground. The action should have made her feel better, if only in a small way. Instead, she was struck dumb with fear when she heard the grass scream. Suddenly, the vegetation around her was moving. Weeds were reaching out to grab her arms and legs. Another patch of ocean grass was already shooting up from the spot vacated by the stalk she had torn up. Furiously, she hacked at the growth with her blades, trying to ignore the yells that greeted each blow. Then she saw a hand reaching for her. It was the armored hand of a Pomatoran who was standing outside of the plant prison that caged her. She grabbed on and felt herself being pulled through the stubborn weeds. The plants pulled back, not wanting to relinquish their prize. But the strength of the Pomatoran proved greater, and both Kyrex and the Kanohi mask came flying out. The Pomatoran pointed to the wildly growing plants, puzzled. She signaled to him that he should not think, just swim. It was good advice, for the plants were already reaching for her again. Together, the two Matoran raced for the nearest building. Once inside the structure's air bubble, they ran inside the shelter and slammed the door behind them.
"What in Matanui's name is going on?" demanded the Pomatoran. "And what's that mask you're carrying?"
"I'm starting to think both questions might have the same answer," Kyrex answered. The Pomatoran, a water hunter named Dekar, reached out and took the mask. He was no expert on Kanohi, but he could tell this particular mask was very old. At first, he thought it remarkable that something so ancient could be not only intact, but undamaged. Before he could comment on that, though, he noticed the tiniest of hairline cracks along the top edge of the mask.
"You didn't put this on?"
he asked. "No," Kyrex answered. "And even if I had, you know Matoran can't use mask powers."
"Right, of course we can't,"
he said, turning the mask over in his hands.
"Where were you taking it?"
"To the school. I thought it would be best if it was with someone of learning. Then, the plants went crazy. The whole world went crazy, and—" Dekar walked to the window and looked out at the city. Kyrex joined him. Everything looked normal. The plants she had fought her way through had receded and were back to their normal height. Nothing was trying to get at her. She breathed a long sigh of relief.
"That was so weird," Kyrex said, smiling. "Must have been some plant virus or something." "Must have been,"
Dekar agreed. He held out the mask.
"Here, this is yours. Take it where you need to."
Instinctively, the Gamatoran backed away. Suddenly, the last thing she wanted was to be anywhere near that mask.
"Tell you what," she said. "You take it. You saved my life, so you should get the glory of finding a new artifact. Really, it's okay."
Dekar started to protest, but she was already out the door and swimming rapidly away. He watched her go, then looked back at the Kanohi. He couldn't see any sense in her behavior. Then again, he had never understood Gamatoran very well anyway. The squid swam swiftly through an underwater cavern. It passed many of its species, most of them busy feeding on marine life, unwise enough to come too close. Unlike some similar Rahi species, this type of squid did not have to rely on beaked mouths to feed. The suckers on their tentacles drained the life force from any being they touched. Their speed and ruthless efficiency made them creatures to be dreaded by even the great sharks. Feeding was the last thing on this creature's mind right now, however. Its instinct led it right to the deepest part of the cave where its master waited. 3 eyes gleamed in the back of the cavern, but only 2 darted toward the squid as it entered. The master's 3rd eye had been ruined in battle years ago. This would normally have meant he was vulnerable to attacks from his blind side, and in a place like this, that would quickly spell death. Fortunately, the small tentacles on the back of his head acted as a sensory apparatus and made up for the loss of the eye. The master's great tentacle reached out and brushed against the squid. In that instant, information was exchanged from being to being. All that the squid had seen now resided in its master's memory as well. A mask of such great power that this beast could sense its energies from far away. A mask active even when not being worn, thought the tentacled cave dweller. It could not be. And then again, why not? Perhaps the universe has followed us all into the abyss. He broke contact with the squid and dismissed it. What would need to be done could not be accomplished by mere Rahi. It was time to seek out the others. It was time to hunt again. Kalma rose from his throne of bones and swam toward the cave mouth and the open sea beyond. After so many millennia in this place, salvation had arrived in the form of a Kanohi mask, and like all sources of power, it would belong to those with the strength to seize it. The empire of the Barraki was about to live again.
For centuries, the bottom of the deepest seas have been shrouded in mystery and superstition. Some say it's a hostile place inhabited by the strangest creatures. Others that it's a prison for the most dangerous outcasts. Legend has it that the only hope of ever getting out of there is a mask that every deep-sea creature has been craving for years. A mask, they say, everyone is prepared to fight for and risk their life to possess. But the only way of ever finding out is to go there and see for yourself. Wiser, but if you think your troubles are over, you'll soon find out they've only just begun. Bionicle presents the Barraki, Creeps from the Deep.
Barraki. It's Matoran word meaning warlord. They dwell in the depths of a strange sea, a place only the brave or the very foolish would ever dare to go. Karapur, Elik, Pridak, Kalma, Takadox, and Mantax. Once they were rulers, handsome, respected, and feared. Today, they are monsters. Matoran everywhere are grateful the Barraki are trapped in this pit, and they would tremble if they knew how close these six were to breaking out.
The legendary mask of life was last seen floating down from the surface world. We need that mask.
What for? We'll still be stuck down here looking like this.
Don't mind him. That shell around his head is extremely thick at times.
The waters of this sea turned us into creatures who cannot breathe air. But the mask of life can undo that. We'll be free to reclaim our empires and rule all that lives, as we once did.
We can cover more of the sea, searching separately, and anything that tries to stop us dies.
Whoever finds the mask signals the others, or else.
Little do the Barraki know, the mask they seek is not so very far away, in the hands of a Matoran. His name is Dekar, a resident of the undersea city of Mahri Nui.
I don't know what this mask is, or where it came from, but even I can sense its incredible power. If it fell into the wrong hands, it's too dangerous. It could just as easily be our doom as our salvation. This mask must be destroyed, and I have to do it.
Takadox begins his search by visiting the bestial Nocturne, another prisoner of the pit.
You're sure you have not seen such a mask?
Calling me a liar? I could snap you in two.
Takadox's hypnotic power wins him a new ally.
You don't want to do that, Nocturne! Now listen carefully. the mask should ever come into your hands, this is what you do with it.
Meanwhile, the other Barraki question the captured Matoran and explore areas of this undersea realm even they have never visited before. Ernakk uses the search for his own purposes, gathering his army of Venomils to attack the sunken Matoran city of Mahri Nui. And at the sea bottom,
my prey should be by at any moment. All I have to do is wait.
What are you doing here?
Oh, it's you, Kalma. You're such a subtle way of saying hello.
Answer my question, Takardox. We are supposed to be looking for the Mask of Life. And yet here you are, sulking behind rocks.
I was waiting for that. Every night, Mantax vanishes beneath the seafloor and stays there for hours. I waited here so I could follow him.
What possible reason could Mantax, or any of us, have for wanting to go there? There's nothing below but the prison in which we were held for thousands of years.
Ah, dear Karma, try using your head for something besides scaring small animals. Perhaps he's hidden something there. The Mask of Life, perhaps?
It would be just like Mantax to get his claws on a treasure and keep it from the rest of us.
It would be just like you, too. Are you angry at him for doing it? Or at yourself not thinking of it first? I knew there was a reason I never liked you, Karma. Now I remember what it is.
I hate this place. It's a foul, wretched dungeon without even a trace of light.
No wonder we felt right at home here. Wait, there he is. Either he hid it and it's gone, or he's looking for something else. What could it be?
What was?
Someone sealed the crack in the ceiling. We're trapped down here. Again!
It's worse than that.
Worse? How can it be worse?
When we escaped here a little over 1,000 years ago, something else moved in. They sensed our movements. They know we're here. And they are coming for us!
Toa Inika dove out of the way as a wickedly curved dagger flew overhead. Looking up, he saw the blade had buried itself in the rock, about where his head had been a moment before. Just once, I'd like to take a trip walk without someone trying to kill me, he said. Toa Inika ran past, stopped, turned, and fired a blast of fire from his sword. He aimed over the head of his scale-skinned pursuers, hoping to scare them off. It didn't work. It would have failed even if he had aimed to burn them down. Driven by hatred and a need for vengeance, nothing was going to stop these Zyglak. The battle was one more nightmare in a journey that had been filled with them. The Toa Inika had come to the island of Voya Nui in search of 6 other heroes, the Toa Nuva, who had disappeared there. They found themselves in a battle with villains who had seized control of the island and were seeking the powerful Kanohi Mask of Life, which was hidden there. In the end, the Inika had won the fight, found the mask, and the Toa Nuva had been rescued. But a last blow struck by their enemies cost them their grip on the mask, and it plunged beneath the ocean waves. Their only hope of retrieving it was to journey through a labyrinth of stone tunnels that extended from Voya Nui down to the ocean depths. Once there, they would have to find some way to locate the mask and get it back. Not easy when some of them were poor swimmers and none could breathe underwater. Of course, first they had to get there. As they moved through the twisted and narrow tunnels, the Toa quickly discovered that they weren't alone. The labyrinth was home to a race of warriors with a murderous grudge against Toa, Matoran, and anyone else associated with the great spirit Mahri Nui. The running battle that followed had been violent and frightening, and had revealed things about the Toa themselves that they might have preferred not to face. Right now, though, the Toa were just hoping to still have all their parts intact when this was over. More Zyglak were emerging from every side tunnel, their knives and spears flying through the air like angry swamp hornets. Worse, everything their blades struck was instantly destroyed. I hear water up ahead, Toa Inika shouted. She was barely able to keep moving, having been wounded badly in the earlier battle. The 6 Toa Inika rounded a bend in the tunnel and then stopped dead. There was a large gap in the stone wall, through which ocean water flooded in. The passages up ahead were already underwater. Anybody have a Toa canister in their pack? Asked Toa Inika. I didn't think so. We might have stronger lungs than most, but that's a lot of water out there. A hail of spears clattered against the stone wall just behind the Toa, eating holes in the rock. And that's a lot of Zyglak back there, said Toa Inika. Looks like the last one in the pool is skewered meat. A violent tremor suddenly shook the tunnels. Cracks appeared in the walls and fragments of stone fell from the ceiling. It seemed as if something was trying to crush the entire labyrinth from the outside, and doing a great job of it, too. The Zyglak looked around frantically as their world threatened to collapse. For the moment, the Toa were forgotten. Let's move, said Joller. We'll take our chances in the ocean. Hold on, said Huki. I like a challenge as much as the next Toa, but Toa of stone, remember? Even with a few lessons in my Matoran days, I still swim like a stone. The tunnel shook again, worse this time, as if they were being wrenched from side to side. Now the Zyglak were fleeing in sheer terror. Whatever's out there can't be worse than what's in here, Joller replied. I'll light up my swords. If they burn hot enough, they'll stay lit underwater. Follow my light. Maybe we can find an air pocket. Joller took a deep breath and dove through the gap in the wall. The other Toa Inika followed. Holly sensed immediately something was not right about the water. It wasn't the kind found around the island of Mahri Nui, or the smooth, liquid protodermis that surrounded the island of Mahri Nui. Water, by its nature, was a force of life and healing. But this liquid felt foul and destructive, like it had somehow been corrupted. There wasn't time to puzzle it out now. Joller's burning swords had revealed the source of the tremors in the tunnels. A massive undersea creature wrapped around the stone cord that led from Voya Nui down here. It was trying to crush the cord and the tunnels inside it in its coils. Then its huge serpentine head looked in the Toa's direction. It had spotted Joller's flames. Light. The creature knew that light meant living things, and living things meant a meal. It uncoiled its 300-foot-long body from the cord and started for the source of the illumination. Joller and the other Toa saw the monster's shadowy form heading for them. They braced for an attack, knowing the battle would probably use up the air in their lungs and doom them. But the huge serpent was not going to give them any choice in the matter. Then the world went white. Blindingly, overwhelmingly white. A blazing illumination that seared the eyes and tore at the mind and body. The Toa screamed from shock and pain, even though it meant water would fill their straining lungs. The creature above them reeled as waves of energy ripped through the water. In the midst of the agony, the Toa heard a voice. It wasn't speaking words so much as conveying a primal emotion, but somehow they all knew who was speaking. It was the Kanohi Mask of Life, the artifact they sought, and it was calling for help. We can't even help ourselves, thought Joller, as he doubled over in pain. If the mask is doing this to us, why? Why would it ask for our help and attack us at the same time? Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The light was gone, along with the waves of energy. The incredible pain had ceased. The Toa floated in the water, still and quiet. Any sea predator who had approached just then would have kept on going, for there would be no sport in hunting the dead.
Once, long ago, Nocturne was the mightiest warrior of his civilization. That is, until he lost his temper one day, hit his home island in just the right spot, and shattered it. For his crime, he was exiled to the pit for eternity. Over the centuries since, he has become many things, but calmer is not one of them.
I saw Barraki here. I called to him, but he swam away. Like I'm not good enough to talk to! Next time, I'll yank him inside out. Then he'll... Hey. What's that? That was open before. Somebody's probably trying to hide something good from me. I'll show them. Open it up! What? Move, you idiot!
Holding us, just coming through.
What are they?
Zyglak, a shunned, hated species that lives to destroy.
In other words, our kind of people. But really, the things they said about Nocturne were terrible. Never heard such language.
What? No one insults me and lives!
You really are sea slime, Cardox.
And I'm so good at it, too.
But the Kanohi Inika has already been found by a Matoran who thinks the way to save his people is to smash the mask.
Defilak would say I'm crazy, but I know this mask will bring us no good. But one good blow will...
Foolish
foolish Matoran. Destruction is my job, not yours.
Kalma does not notice the bolt of life energy that strikes a lone Venomil, causing it to grow to a massive size. But he notices the result. Confused and hungry, the monstrous eel swims towards Mahri Nui, even as far worse monsters arrive.
Spread out! I saw a flash of power in that cave. The mask must be inside.
Back off, or I'll destroy the mask.
I think not.
The hungry vampiric squid slash through the water toward Dekar, only to encounter the power of the Mask of Life. Reduced to what they once were, they need never be troubled by hunger again.
You see, this mask and all who touch it are cursed.
Cursed? Ha! Look at us. How much more cursed can we be than we are now?
Surrender the mask, and this will be quick, if not painless.
Go to blazes, Barraki.
You first.
At last!
No! You don't understand what it can do! It will destroy you! All of us!
Oh yes, there will be destruction. But it will not be the Barraki who fall. It will be the Toa, the Brotherhood of Makuta, and Nui himself. What is happening?
The unleashed energy of the Mask of Life surges throughout the cave, slamming into the Barraki who dared to touch it. It explodes through the pit, bringing light where there has only been darkness, and changing the course of destiny for 6 heroes forevermore.
Dekar wasn't ready to die. He was swimming as quickly as he could for Mahri Nui, but knew he wasn't going to make it. The air bubble that surrounded him was a split second away from disappearing completely. He could hold his breath, but not long enough to reach another source of air. He remembered a flash of energy and the appearance of a monstrous Venomil. Then 5 mysterious and dangerous beings calling themselves Barraki arrived, insisting he turn over the mask. When he refused, they attacked him and took it. There was an explosion of pure light, and the next thing he knew, the Barraki were scattered, and he could escape. Now it seemed certain the escape would fail. He would drown, his body slowly sinking to the ocean floor, and no one on Mahri Nui would know the danger they were in. The air bubble was completely gone now. Only the breath in his lungs sustained him, and already he felt strange. The world around him kept blinking in and out of existence. One moment he was swimming for his life. The next he was taller, more powerful, standing guard over imprisoned Barraki and other evil beings. Then reality returned, and he was still so far from Mahri Nui, and so close to the end. Everything went dark, then painfully bright, then black again. Is this what death feels like? Dekar wondered. A name began to echo through his mind, one he had never heard before. Hydraxon. Hydraxon. In the space of a heartlight's flash, he was dying, then already dead, and then reborn, full of life and strength. The crisis had passed. Now he knew he would not perish today. But he was no longer Dekar. He was a black-armored being of power, a spirit of justice and vengeance, and his duty was clear. The pit was a jail. All who lived there were prisoners, and he was here to slam the cell door shut. Grimly, he turned toward Mahri Nui and began his journey again.
De Bionicle llegan Nunca, la bestia, Maxillos, el guardián, Axxon, el carcelero, nuevos titanes que se unen a la batalla por la máscara de la vida.
Esa máscara es mía.
Nuevas poderosas criaturas, de Bionicle.
You're sent on a mission with a team of fearless heroes. They've trained you, equipped you with new masks and shields, taught you how to defend yourself with the Kodak blaster. Now there's no way back. At the bottom of the darkest sea, surrender is not an option. New Toa Mahri from Bionicle, each set sold separately.
As he struggles, Jala remembers how he and the other Toa Inika emerged from a long stone labyrinth of tunnels into the icy cold waters of the pit. An instant later, they were struck by a massive wave of energy, a cry for help from the Mask of Life. The energy twisted their armor, their masks, and their very essence, transforming them into the water-breathing warriors, the Toa Mahri. There was little time to worry about what had happened. Defilak, the leader of the Mahri Nui Matoran, was skeptical about these new so-called heroes, but willing to give them a chance.
Well, if you are heroes, then defend Mahri Nui. Perhaps then my people will believe you are who you say you are.
Protecting Mahri Nui meant fighting the Barraki, current possessors of the Mask of Life, the mask the Toa seek.
And so they are.
The Toa turned as one. Floating before them were 6 strange beings, shaped vaguely like Toa, but with mutations that made them look like bizarre sea monsters. Behind them were gathered more killers of this underwater world, tails slashing the water, tentacles eager to squeeze fresh prey. And people wonder why I hate the water, said Kongu.
One of the 6 swam a little way forward and peered at the Toa. He was slightly bent, with small piercing eyes and mandibles that snapped open and shut repulsively. "Ah, me, what have we here?" he rasped. "5 little Toa who have lost their way. We would have been here sooner to greet you, but you know, it's never wise to go swimming too soon after a meal." A larger brute with 2 crab-like claws spoke up next.
"I don't like it. What are they doing here now? Something smells."
"That would be you, Karapar," said the first. "Comes from eating those 6-foot-long blood snails."
"Quiet!"
said a wide being, this one resembling a Toa-sized shark. At first, the heroes thought he might have lost an arm in combat. Then they realized he was just keeping one hand behind his back.
"I am Pridak. We are the Barraki, and this is our realm. Tell us why you are here, and perhaps you will live to see another tide."
The bent being leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially. "Better listen to Takedog's masked ones. Pridak was not himself, or rather, too much himself a little while ago. I did a little trick of mine to calm him down. Otherwise, he might kill you first, and then ask questions of your corpses. This way works much better, you see."
"Answer," said Pridak. "What did you do to be exiled here?"
"Exiled?" said Huki. "We are not in the habit of explaining ourselves to every baitfish that comes along," Harley interrupted. "By what right do you and your pathetic schools of minnows interfere with us?" Kalmar surged forward.
"By right of conquest,"
he said, reaching with his tentacle to try and grab Harley. The toe of water grabbed the appendage and yanked hard, hauling Kalmar off his feet and hurtling through the water toward her. He slammed face first into her open hand and dropped to the ocean floor, sputtering and cursing. She cast his tentacle aside like it was a piece of flotsam that had drifted by. "Do you have any other answer to give?" said Harley. "Or are you content to tread water and bluster like toothless Takea sharks?"
"You have heard of the Barraki before?"
asked Pridak. "Yes," said Harley. "Their name has come down the millennia. A relic used to frighten pathetic Matoran and keep them in their beds at night." The other Barraki looked at Pridak, fully expecting him to fly into a rage and rend this insolent Toa. Instead, he smiled, revealing row upon row of dagger-like teeth.
"Perhaps," he said. "Our day was long ago. But a new era is about to begin, and it starts with this."
Pridak brought his hand from behind his back. The Toa couldn't help but gasp, for in his claw he held the Mask of Life.
"You recognize it?" he said. "Interesting. So few have seen this mask and lived.
I do, said Harley, and I have. Aren't you worried about its legendary curse?
Curse,
Pridak repeated.
Then he roared, Look at me! Look at where I dwell! Look at my companions, once rulers, now monstrosities, and tell me, how much more cursed could we be?
Relax, Pridak, said Takedox. Stay in control.
I thought you said there were 6 of them, Karapar said to Takedox. I only count 5.
It counts? Said Harley in mock surprise. Amazing. To answer your dull-witted question, we were 6, but profits go farther shared among 5, if you catch my current.
Bring them along, said Pridak. We have a long journey ahead of us, and this great Toa might prove useful.
As allies? Whispered Kalmar. Pridak shook his head.
It's always best when traveling, to make sure you bring launch along.
Kalmar, Karapar, and a third, spindly being covered with sharp spines, moved behind the Toa. Pridak, Takedox, and their other companion, Mantax, turned and began to swim away. The unspoken intention was that the Toa follow behind, which they did, flanked by armies of sea creatures. Challer turned to Harley and said softly, So, when did you become Harley the Barbarian? Trust me, I know what I'm doing, the Toe of Water answered. Then she smiled, adding, Besides, it's sort of fun. The 5 Toa had been escorted back to a desolate area, and each was invited to occupy a sea cave. Although Pridak insisted they were guests, the sharks and squid hovering outside the entrances made it very clear that they weren't meant to leave. Nuparu waited until the Barraki had all departed. Then he triggered his mass power. He hoped that his power of stealth would be enough to let him escape. Glancing down, Nuparu saw his hand had become almost ghostly in appearance. Anyone looking at him would barely see an outline of his form, and probably mistake it for a trick of the water. He slipped out of the cave entrance, attracting no notice from the giant squid on guard, and made his way to where Harley was being held. Harley, he whispered. She took no notice. Nuparu swam behind her and turned off the mask, so he could return to full visibility. Harley! She turned, saw him, and jumped from her rock. Nuparu, she said, quietly but forcefully. Makuta's bones, you scared 10,000 years off me. What are you doing here? You told Jala you knew something, said Nuparu. I figured it was time for share and tell. Harley nodded. As quickly and quietly as she could, she recounted how Turaga Wenua had once toured her through the shattered remnants of the Mahri Nui archives. She had spent time rummaging among some old tablets, trying to decipher them. One particularly old carving told the story of the League of the 6 Kingdoms. At the height of their power, the 6 members of the League, Pridak, Takedox, Karapar, Alak, Mantax, and Kalmar, dominated most of the known universe. When they tried to combine their armies and rebel against the great spirit Mahri Nui, they were crushed by the Brotherhood of Makuta. The records are sketchy after that, saying only that they were condemned for their crimes and taken away for punishment. Then what are they doing down here? I don't know, but maybe... What if they were imprisoned somewhere? And when the great cataclysm struck our home, it hit other places too. A massive earthquake would have shattered their cells and set them free, but, mutated as they are now, they can't reclaim their kingdoms. Unless somehow the power of the Mask of Life can make them what they once were. Nuparu didn't need to hear anymore. Our only advantage is they think we're as bad as they are, and we're condemned here as well. We need to break out and get the mask before they can use it. It's worse than that, said Harley. I overheard Takedox and Kalmar talking. The mask is cracking and crumbling. Its power is leaking out. If we don't act soon, there won't be any Mask of Life left to save.
Toa Mahri are on a dangerous mission into the unknown deep. The high-tech Toa terrain crawler is ready for action. You can gear up and begin your mission on your hydro scooter, but make sure you're prepared. Danger may be right behind you.
Alert! Creature attack!
You can fire the Kodak blaster and defend the terrain crawler. New playset from Bionicle.
I'm ready. Time is limited. There seems to be no sign of life. Oh, what's that? Uniting battle division. Let's get them! I got this one. Off you go, creep. Whoa! I'll handle this one. Guys, are you okay? Report back. Holy Kaduka! Watch out, he's on! Eat this, Kaduka. Gemma, Novella, what's your status? I found the man! I believe that mask belongs to me. That mask is mine. Guys, I need backup. I'll take it from here.
Matoro stood just outside one of the large air bubbles that dotted Mahri Nui. Dekar stood on the other side of the bubble's skin, flanked by 2 armed Tamatoran. This has been a disastrous day, Dekar said quietly. Dekar is missing, Sada is dead, and who knows how many other Matoran heroes were injured. I'm sorry, said Matoro. I wish we had gotten here sooner, but time is running out, and we need that mask. Mask, mask, Dekar snapped. There is no mask. I have never heard of any. The fields of air are free again. The shout came from Idris, a Gamatoran. She swam up to Dekar, barely able to contain her excitement. The Kera scraps have withdrawn. We can harvest the air again. Toa Matoro smiled. His friends had done their job and proven that they were true heroes. Now they could get on to the vital work of reclaiming the Mask of Life. I told you, he said. I knew the others wouldn't let you down. The others? Said Idris, puzzled. Do you mean the 5 who look like you? I saw them talking with the Barraki, and then they left with them. They're prisoners? Asked Matoro. No, said Idris. Looked more like partners to me. Dekar turned to Matoro, suspicion in his eyes. The Toa realized he would have to make a break for it, no matter how bad it looked, and go find the others. Something strange was going on down here, and he had to find out what. Before the Matoran could train their solid air launchers on him, Matoro turned the water in front of them to ice. Then he wheeled around and swam for the fields of air. He had gone only a few yards when something flew past him and exploded. The shockwave sent him tumbling through the water, head ringing. When Matoro finally came to a stop, he was lying at the feet of a figure in pitch-black armor. He was armed with wicked blades and a multi-shot blaster, and he regarded Matoro as if the Toa were something he had just stepped in.
Welcome to the pit, runner, the figure said. My name is Hydraxon. You have the right to remain jailed.
Matoro was thrown roughly into a cave. A barred door was slammed shut behind him.
You could probably break out of here, runner, if you really wanted to, said Hydraxon. Let me show you why you don't want to.
The armored figure beckoned to someone out of sight. A few moments later, a powerful-looking crimson mechanoid stepped into view, and a vicious, wolf-like Rahi strained against the leash it held.
This is Maxillos, said Hydraxon. Being completely mechanical, he is the perfect guard, for he cannot be bribed or deceived. His reflexes are faster than any living being. Watch.
Hydraxon picked up a rock and hurled it into Matoro's cell. It had barely passed through the bars before Maxillos fired an electric bolt from its sword, shattering the rock into dust.
The pet is Spinax, Hydraxon continued. Once it has your scent, it will follow you to the edge of the universe and beyond for however many centuries it takes. So I suggest you make yourself comfortable, runner. You are going to be here a long time.
Matoro watched Hydraxon go, leaving Maxillos behind to guard him. He began calculating the odds. Since Maxillos wasn't a living being, He wouldn't have to hold back. A few quick ice darts into Mechanoid's inner workings would take care of it, and some ice chains would hold the Rahi for a while. He readied himself. Maxillos was standing completely still, just staring at Matoro. Then, apparently satisfied the Toa was no threat, the Mechanoid turned his back. Now, thought Matoro. He took aim, prepared to hurl ice at his guard. But then he suddenly grew confused. What was he doing here? How could he trigger his powers? His body felt weak and slow, and all he wanted to do was sleep. His mind was a whirl with emotions, rage one moment, fear the next. Maxillos turned around.
We meet again, Matoro. You were always wiser than Jala and those other spineless fools. You knew I wasn't gone for good.
Your voice is different, but the tone, the words. You're not some robot prison guard. You're Makuta. But how?
When Axxon shattered the crystal vat that held my energies, it was inconvenient. But this new body will do until I have what I came for.
Which is what, Makuta? My death.
If you were worth killing, you would already be dead, little Toa. And call me Maxillos. Everyone else down here does. I prefer my true identity not be known yet.
We stopped your Piraka on Voya Nui, and we'll stop you here. Throw whatever you like at us. You'll never defeat the Toa.
Defeat you? Now, why would I wish to do that? I think you have misjudged me, Matoro. I'm on your side.
Meanwhile, where is the Mask of Life everyone seeks? It's in the tentacles of Nocturne, placed there by the Barraki for safekeeping.
Stay here, they say. Keep the mask safe, they say. Well, I'm bored. And I don't stay places where I'm bored. Ow!
Maybe I can bring some excitement to your day then.
I tried some. But you are dead. You died in the earthquake that set us free from our prison.
I got better.
You'll wish you had stayed dead when I am through.
The fight that follows is furious but brief.
My job is to get you back to your cell. It really doesn't matter to me if some of the pieces don't make the trip. That mask, I remember it somehow. It's powerful. Too powerful to be floating around down here. I can see it's already cracked, destroying itself. I guess I'll help it on its way.
The five Toa enjoyed a brief, if happy, reunion with Matoro. If they were curious about his chilly attitude when introducing their new ally, Maxillos, they didn't comment on it. There wasn't time to worry about the Toa Vice's moods, not with the Mask of Life to find and an entire ocean to search. It was Maxillos who suggested the Toa would be better served by splitting up. Matoro started to object, then apparently thought better of the idea. Feeling it would be best that no one travel alone, Jaller suggested he would team up with Kongu, Hyuki with Nuparu, and Holly with Matoro and Maxillos. That's all right, the Toa of Water said. I will move faster on my own. After all, I'm more at home here than any of you. As they double-checked their weapons, Defilak swam near. Perhaps living so long in this night-black water has made us see only darkness in others, he said. If you are truly about to face great trouble danger on behalf of Mahri Nui, we would be honored to call you Toa Mahri. Not so very long ago, the Toa Inika had been Matoran. They had met Toa who had come to their island and placed their faith and trust in those heroes. Their faith had been rewarded. Now, it was their turn to protect a village of Matoran who were relying upon them. It was Matoro who finally put what they were all feeling into words. The honor is ours, Defilak, he said. We'll try to prove worthy of your trust. Oh, yes, thought Makuta, master of shadows in the body of Maxillos. Indeed we will.
Toa Hali swam slowly through a massive coral reef, her eyes scanning the ocean floor. She had used the power of her mask to give her perfect vision in the dark waters, so that the Mask of Life would not escape her sight. The result was a view of ocean life beyond anything she had ever imagined. The myriad creatures who swam in and around the reef looked nothing like the fish she had so often caught off the island of Matanui. Some were hideously ugly, others stunningly beautiful, and all strange and different in some way. If her mission were not so desperate, she could easily have spent days just exploring this natural wonder. I wish Matoro or Jala could see this, she thought. They're both always so serious, especially Jala. I wonder where it's written that Toa of Fire are not allowed to smile. A powerful pincer erupted out of the ground, grabbing her around the waist. Before she could react, she had been yanked down to the ocean floor hard enough to stun her. Hali heard the sands shifting and the clicking of metallic mandibles. She swung her triple-bladed weapon blindly. It struck something hard and she heard a cry of pain. In that moment, the pincer's grip on her weakened slightly. She kicked free and turned to see her attacker. Mantax was half in and half out of the sand. Her blow had struck him below his armored shoulder plates, damaging the muscle. He looked at Hali with pure hatred and surged up toward her, trying to jab her with his head spikes. She dodged his thrust, then fired her Kordak blaster at the sea bottom. The resulting explosion of sand blinded Mantax. He whirled this way, then that, but by the time he could see again, Hali was gone. The Barraki knew the Toa had not gone far. She was stalking him, as he was her. He made preparations, and then slipped back underground at the main junction of the reef. There he waited, his spikes and his blue eyes barely visible above the sand. Eventually, she would swim by again, and he would have her. Not very far away, Hali was swimming slowly through the narrow passages of the reef. She had used her mask power to give her a chameleon ability, so that her body blended in with her surroundings. She knew the outcome of her skirmish with the Barraki was an exception to the rule. Under the sea, whoever struck first usually won the battle, and Hali was determined it would be her. There! She spotted Mantax's telltale spikes jutting out of the sand just ahead. The Barraki was keeping watch in the other direction. He would never see her attack coming until it was too late. Hali struck, firing her blaster even as she unleashed her elemental water power. Suddenly, something jabbed into the muscles of her right leg. She turned her head to see Mantax behind her, using his head spikes to inject paralyzing venom. Confused, she looked back and saw that her blast had unearthed a pile of sea creature bones, no doubt placed there by the Barraki as a decoy. Already she could feel her limbs going numb as the venom spread. In a few moments, the paralysis would reach her lungs, and she would die here, in the depths of the pit. Ala waited for Kongu to say something. He could see that the Toa of Air was just itching to make a comment about being underwater and having to search cave after cave instead of being under an open sky and soaring on the wind.
All right, say it, said the Toa of Fire.
Say what?
You know what,
said Jala.
Some tree speak complaint about being cold and wet, bumping your head on cave ceilings, and already being tired of smelling like fish. Just say it, let's get it over with so we can keep searching.
No, I don't think I will.
Why not?
I don't have to, said Kongu. You already speak said it. By the way, is this cave number 400 or 500? I lost count.
Jala sighed. Do you ever stop joking? You didn't act like this when you commanded the Gecko Bird Force in Lake Horo, did you?
Kongu shrugged. I wasn't one of the 6 Toa deciding the fate of the universe then either. Sure, I was grim and serious a lot of the time running the Force, but Toa Inika Nuva taught me that sometimes a little humor helps everyone relax and keep things in perspective. Besides, Jala, he added with a smile, between you and Huki, grim and serious is already covered on this team. Jala nodded. Not for the first time, he reminded himself that Kongu could have done just as good a job leading the team as he had. Matoro and Hali, on the other hand, didn't have experience leading Matoran into battle. Yet somehow, the Toa of Ice seemed to want to take charge, and Hali had insisted on exploring on her own, despite his warnings. Before this crisis is over, he thought, this team is going to have to come together behind one leader, whether it's me or someone else. The 2 Toa swam into the cavern. Kongu did have another good point. They had been searching for hours and found nothing, and it was beginning to look like the Barraki had found a better hiding place for the mask than a cave. But they wouldn't know until they had searched them all.
Hey, said Kongu. What are those?
Jala glanced to his right. The base of the cave wall was lined with white spheres. He moved closer for a better look. They weren't rocks or some kind of natural deposit. Their surface was smooth, but seemed fragile, and he was amazed none had broken, stacked on top of each other as they were. Jala reached out to touch one, and his eyes widened.
"There's something alive in there,"
he said.
"I can feel it moving."
Congo pointed back toward the cavern entrance. "There are more back there, and the shells are cracking. Do you think this is some kind of home nest for really short bowrock?"
"Or that thing that attacked you before. Be prepared for anything."
"Oh," said Kongu. "I could prepare a lot better from outside. Way outside, even." Before the startled eyes of the two Toa Mahri, the shells cracked. Tentacles of varying colors slithered between the cracks, forcing the openings wider. A cylindrical body and head appeared next, cold eyes regarding the Toa. Then, the sea squid launched themselves at the heroes, hungry for their first meal. Dozens of the creatures swarmed over the two Toa, latching on with their tentacles and draining the life energies of their prey. Before Jala or Kongu could defend themselves, they felt their strength deserting them. Just before the world went black, Jala looked up to see Kalma and Karupar standing at the mouth of the cave.
"Feed, my little ones,"
Kalma said,
"but leave something for your master as well."
Back when Toa Matoro had been just another villager on the island of Mata Nui, he had sat down to discuss with Kopaka Nuva what life as a Toa was like. The Toa Nuva of Ice had listened politely to his questions and then said,
"Half of being a Toa, Matoro, is being prepared for the unexpected. The other half is being smart enough to know that you really can't ever prepare for that which you don't expect." "Then what do you do?"
Matoro had asked.
"You improvise, translator,"
Kopaka Nuva replied.
"And you try not to let your enemies find out you are doing it."
The words of the Toa Nuva of Ice came back to Matoro as he hovered in the water beside Maxillos. They were confronted by more than 200 Takia sharks and an assortment of other sea creatures so revolting he didn't even care to look at them. If ever there was a time for improvising, this was it.
"All right, here's what we do,"
he said to his partner. But Maxillos did not respond, simply looked straight ahead with a cold, robotic stare. There was no sign of Makuta's presence inside the armored form. Great, thought Matoro. When he's not wanted, which is virtually all the time, you can't get rid of him. When you do want him, he's back to being a puff of smoke someplace. Pridax suddenly appeared in the midst of the sharks, flanked by Takadox. The latter eyed Matoro as if the Toa were a potential meal, and then said, "Tell us, Toa, where is the Mask of Life?" Matoro saw Pridax snarl at his fellow Barraki. He couldn't hear what he said, but he could guess. They've lost the mask, probably think we took it, he thought. But just in case we didn't, Pridax didn't want us to know it was missing. Too late now.
"Sorry, I never discuss such important matters in the middle of an aquarium,"
the Toa of Ice said.
"Tell the sharks to take a walk, or a swim, and we can have a talk."
Pridax smiled. The sharks moved in closer, restless for the hunt.
"Do you know where you are, Toa? This is a Takia shark hunting ground. The sea floor underneath you is littered with the bodies of creatures that weren't fast enough to get away." "I don't have to be,"
Matoro answered.
"Not as long as I'm strong enough to fight back."
Triggering his elemental power, he froze the water around Pridax and Takadox into a solid block. It sank like a stone out of sight. He was just about to congratulate himself on an easy victory when he heard an explosion from down below and saw shards of ice flying through the water. They were followed by Pridax and Takadox, still scraping super cold ice fragments off their limbs.
"Is that the best you can do, Toa?"
said Pridax.
"I don't know. Are you worthy of my best?"
The Toa of Ice called upon his Kanohi mask power, throwing more willpower into the act than he ever had before. Far below, long-dead sea creatures began to stir as artificial life flooded their bodies. Heavy-lidded eyes snapped open as limbs shook off the sleep of ages. One by one, the vanquished rose, vengeance in their hearts. Scattered groups began to swim toward Matoro, gathering behind him in an undead legion. Some looked almost as powerful and formidable as they had the day they died. Others had obviously suffered the tender mercies of the Takia shark. Together, they were enough to make even a Barraki hesitate. Across the span of black water, two armies stared into each other's cold eyes, one living, one an imitation of life. Prydak's gaze was fixed on Toa Matoro, searching for some sign of weakness. He saw none.
We appear to be evenly matched,
said the Barraki finally. Not so, Matoro replied, flashing a cold smile as he gestured to his reanimated army. My side has nothing left to lose.
With his strength fading, Jala knew he had to take a desperate gamble. Reaching out blindly, he grabbed Kongu's arm and sent a blast of searing heat through both their bodies. The squid attacking them shrieked in pain and detached itself, fleeing for the open water. The two Toa Mahri staggered to their feet. Kongu leaned on the cavern wall for support as he eyed the two Barraki. "You call yourselves warlords?" he spat. "Warlords don't quick hide behind Rahi beasts. They do their own killing."
"We are also smart enough to tell when an enemy is trying to bait us," said Kalma. "In our time, entire nations bowed before us. Cities fell. Armies were destroyed. Do you really think a group of condemned Toa will prove more than a moment's annoyance?"
Jala stood up straight, showing none of the exhaustion he felt. "We weren't condemned here," he said. "You Barraki got it wrong."
"Why else would you be here?" said Karapar. "Nobody comes here unless they have to."
"We came from an island on the surface called Voya Nui," Jala replied. "We are here for the Mask of Life. Help us get our hands on it, and we'll show you the way out of this place." Kalma laughed for a long time. It wasn't a pleasant sound.
"Escape to where? Look at us, Toa. We have been changed by this place. We can no longer live on the surface, and neither can you."
Jala smiled. "But the mask can change that. That's what you think, isn't it? That's why you want it. We can make a deal. Or we can fight, and risk the mask getting destroyed in a battle."
"Since when do Toa make deals?"
asked Karapar, snapping his claws angrily.
"Don't treat us like we're Rahi. Before we wound up here, your kind lived in fear of us. Everyone did."
"Past days," said Kongu. "Is that all you have?"
"We earn the right to rule," said Kalma quietly. "It is a right we never willingly surrendered. If we aid you now, it means going up against our allies. What do you have to offer that is worth that?"
Jala was silent for a moment. Then he said, "When the Mask of Life is back in our hands, Barraki, we'll make sure you get all you have earned and everything you deserve. Oppose us, and I swear to you by Mahri Nui, we will destroy the mask before you ever get your claws on it." The Toa of Fire waited for a response. He didn't believe for a moment the two Barraki would truly honor any bargain made between them. But if it got him and Kongu out of his cave in one piece, he would worry about the inevitable betrayal later.
"Your offer is intriguing," said Kalma. "But promises and vows mean nothing beneath the waves. Even if we agreed, Prydak would never go along with aiding Toa. So you're going to do a favor for us in return for our assistance."
"What favor?" asked Jala.
"Kill Prydak. Then we'll talk."
Matoro swam in the midst of a nightmare. All around him, Takea sharks were locked in battle with their reanimated victims. The carnage was mind-numbing, overwhelming, and more than a little sickening. Prydak's legions destroyed their foes, only to see them rise again through the power of the Toa's mask. And each time it happened, Matoro felt as if he had lost another part of himself. "Is this the price the Mask of Life asks to save the Great Spirit Mahri Nui?" the Toa of Ice asked himself. "Already, I've seen Matoro enslaved, Piraka driven mad, Brutaka betraying everything he ever believed in, all in the name of a cursed mask. And now more death and destruction, this time through my actions. Where does it end?" "It doesn't, you fool," said Maxillos Makuta. "So," said Matoro, "you're still in that body. I thought you had fled at the first sign of danger." "It seemed like a good idea to remain silent," the Master of Shadows replied. "The Barraki and I are
old friends. It is an acquaintance I prefer not to renew.
You may not have a choice. They show no sign of backing down.
There are always choices. Some easier than others. The Barraki made theirs 80,000 years ago when they decided to challenge Mahri Nui. Now they are living with the consequences.
Just like you? Makuta laughed through the mouth of Maxillos.
Yes, I made my choices too. But it is not I who will have to face the consequences of them. It's you and your kind, Toa. You have not yet begun to pay the price demanded of you.
There was a sudden movement on the right flank as a school of the Chaos Sharks slammed into Matoro's forces. His ranks were shattered by the ferocity of the attack, and the Sharks shot forward before the Toa could reanimate his soldiers again. Piraka was no novice when it came to battle. He had studied Matoro's tactics and realized the key to victory was shock and speed. The Toa of Ice used his elemental power to freeze as many of the attackers as he could, but more moved in to replace them.
You could help, Matoro snapped at Maxillos. You keep saying you want me to win.
Choices, little Toa, said Maxillos. It all comes down to choices. Unless I am mistaken, the Barraki called Alek has made a very bad one for himself, and a very good one for us.
Now Matoro could see what Maxillos was referring to. Hundreds of thousands of eels were swimming toward the battle from the west. But when the creatures arrived, they didn't join with the sharks to attack the Toa's forces. Instead, they mobbed the Takea, overcoming the sharks with sheer numbers and scattering the schools. Within a matter of moments, the backbone of Piraka's attack was broken, destroyed by his own allies' army.
What's going on? Asked Matoro. I thought all the Barraki were on the same side.
Throw a group of your enemies into the vilest prison imaginable, and they will forge a stronger bond, for they are all sharing the same misery, Maxillos replied. But offer even the glimpse of a means of escape, and they will tear each other to shreds, scrambling for the exit.
Matoro said nothing. What was going on before his eyes was worse than anything he could imagine. It was the full fury of nature unleashed, yet it was not natural at all. These creatures were fighting and dying for no other reason than that two Barraki and the Toa wanted them to.
Consider yourself lucky, said Maxillos. It's not every day one gets to see a war begin.
Hours later, the Toa Mahri regrouped at the sunken city. Jala and Kungu seemed a little the worse for wear after their experience with the squid. Harley was absent, something that had all her partners worried.
Mahri Nui was on full alert. Matoran aqua hunters had reported that the sea had gone mad. Sharks were at war with eels, Keras crabs and squid were mysteriously absent from the waters, and there were unconfirmed reports of attacks by rays on anything that moved. Any creatures unlucky enough to get caught in the middle of one of the battles were killed by the combatants and then ignored. The safe hour, that period of time when no predators stalked the seas, was no more.
What have you done? Demanded Dafilak. We have ever lost 2 of our herders and half a dozen Hydruka in the last 6 hours. The battles come closer to the borders of Mahri Nui every moment. Is this how you protect us?
Huki shrugged. Turning them against each other seemed like a good idea. Who knew they would be so good at destroying each other?
It was a good idea, said Jala. Remember, we still need to find the mask. If the Barraki's armies tear each other to pieces, that buys us time to search.
Is this what we have become? Asked Kungu. Sacrificing Matoran lives, Rahi lives, just so we can quick finish our mission? Harley could be dead, for all we know, and all you care about—
Don't. Just don't, said Matoro. If we fail at this, there won't be any more Matoran, or Rahi, or Harley, or any of us. None of us are happy about what's been done, he added, glancing at Maxillos. But I think we are going to have to do far worse before this is over. A Garmatoran swam up to Dafilak and said something quietly. Dafilak nodded and turned to the Toa. It's now a fact, he said. The rays are on the move, heading straight for Mahri Nui, and they are being led by your Toa Mahri.
The gentleman's name is Hydraxon, skilled tracker, master of many weapons. Today his target is the fabled Mask of Life, an artifact he thinks is too powerful for anyone to possess. But a sudden riptide sends his first shot off course, and he won't get a second one.
Stop! Don't harm that mask!
Fool! Our broken tougher runners than you.
Back off, or I will personally teach you the meaning of dead in the water.
The Mask of Life lands in the claws of evil Mantax.
Mine, and it will stay mine.
This is your fault.
So weak. Can't even move.
Some call this mask a curse, but it weakens my enemies and makes me stronger. Now, no one can take it away from me.
What if we can't find the Mask of Life in time? Matoro said. He was swimming alongside Maxillos Makuta, heading for the last reported sighting of Mantax's army and Toa Mahri. The other Toa Mahri were spread out around them, too far away to hear.
Ah, if only all Toa had words like can't in their vocabulary, said Maxillos. My path in life would have been much easier. I thought your kind thrived on being optimistic to the point of insanity.
I just asked a question, Matoro snapped.
To which you know the answer. If Mahri Nui dies, the universe that you and I and all your little Matoran friends know will be no more. Jala will lose his chance to live up to the legacy of Likan, Vakama, Tahu, and all those other lukewarm Toa of fire. Huki will never see his friend Maku again. And you will know that in Turaga Nuju's last moments, he branded you a failure.
When Matoro did not reply, Maxillos continued.
When this is all over, I really must retrieve my Kanohi Mask of Shadows. Those idiot Piraka let it fall into the sea near Metro Nui. Most think it just allows me to spread physical darkness, or breed a little rage here and there. But it's much more than that. My Kanohi lets me see the darkness inside everyone, all the nasty little things they hide in the shadows of their spirit. I miss that. Of course, I hardly need it with you, Matoro. Yours are practically written on your mask.
Matoro looked over his shoulder at Maxillos. Let me tell you something. If the universe ends, if everyone and everything is going to die, I'm going to make sure you die first. Maxillos laughed.
You wouldn't want that. After all, if anything happens to me, you will never know what to do with the Mask of Life when you get it. When, Toa, not if. I have no intention of letting you fail.
He's bluffing, thought Matoro. He doesn't have any more idea what to do with the mask than we do. He just wants to make sure I don't try freezing him solid from the inside out. If you know so much, then tell me. If we get the Mask of Life from the Barraki, then what? Asked the Toa of Ice.
I would think it would be obvious, Maxillos said impatiently. All must be as it was for Mahri Nui to be healed. That means Voya Nui cannot remain floating above us like some discarded Matoran tool. Once the mask is in your hands, you will need to destroy the stone cord linking Voya Nui to Mahri Nui, the cord you passed through to reach this place.
And then?
Pessimistic and dense. You truly set a new standard for Toa, Maxillos replied sharply. Then Voya Nui will return to where it came from. Of course, anyone living on it will be killed in the process, and Mahri Nui will be completely destroyed, along with its occupants. Acceptable losses to save the universe, wouldn't you agree?
Seeing Matoro's grim expression, the Master of Shadows patted him on the back.
Cheer up, little Toa. When all is said and done, and 2 islands worth of Matoran are dead, your name will live in history, right alongside mine.
By the time the other Toa Mahri reached Hali, both Hydraxon and Mantax were long gone. But there was a bigger problem to deal with. Matoro warned that the cord linking Mahri Nui and Voya Nui had to be destroyed for the Great Spirit's life to be saved, but doing it would endanger the Matoran of both islands. So the Toa Mahri gathered the Matoran of Mahri Nui and led them up the cord. There they found Axxon, guardian of Voya Nui, leading that island's people down towards safety. Together, they made sure the Matoran found shelter in underground chambers on Voya Nui, so they could ride out the storm to come. Then a living vehicle provided by Axxon took the Toa back down the cord and into battle.
Barraki ahead.
We split up. Matoro and I will go after the mask.
And the rest of us will keep busy. In fact, I think I see something big enough for me to hit. Wow, you make Kongu look handsome. You're almost as friendly as he is, too. Chew on this! You really should do something about that overbite. Sorry about this, but we're full up on ugly monsters this week. If we need more, we'll call.
Elsewhere.
No, Toa, it's mine. You won't take it away from me so easily.
Summoning all his willpower, Jowler uses his control of heat and flame to turn the ocean around Mantak's boiling hot.
Give it up, or else some lucky Rahi is going to have boiled Barraki for dinner.
From up above, Toa Mahri Matoro spots a new danger.
The Maxillos robot, headed for Jowler, and only I know that robotic shell contains the mind of evil Makuta. Makuta, it ends here and now. 1,000 years of fear and danger and darkness even in the day. It all ends now. If I have to freeze you for all time to do it.
Down below.
Mantax is down. The mask is finally mine for the taking. That means we can save the life of the Great Spirit Matanui. What?
I don't think so. I think that mask belongs to me. This time, no one keeps me from crushing that cursed mask.
No!
Stupid. I'll just go over or around it.
No. I really don't think you will.
Spin axe. Get back.
My thanks, Toa, for that well-timed wall of fire. Note that I couldn't have freed myself, but I was curious to see how far Matoro would go. Oh, and Hydraxon, as you can see by his being at your throat. Spinax and I have become friends, and now I'll take that mask.
Matoro, grab it!
Got it.
That was close. So what's with Tall Red and Spooky back there?
Long story. A better question is why he isn't trying to stop us from getting away with the mask.
I have my reasons, little Toa. I do indeed.
Are you sure we need to do this?
Yes, the cord has to be shattered so that the island above us, Voya Nui, can return to where it belongs. And wherever it goes, this mask has to go too.
And that helps Matanui feel ever better?
That's the rumor. Well, we've got the blasters, and we can't miss that target.
Let's do it!
What follows is a sight no Toa Mahri will ever forget. The island of Voya Nui, freed from its anchor for the first time in centuries, plunges beneath the water. Twisting, spiraling, Voya Nui falls through the ocean as if being pulled by an irresistible force. Its path puts it on a collision course with Mahri Nui, and it smashes that lost city into rubble before speeding back towards its home.
Thank the great beings we were able to get all the Matoran of both islands to safety. No one would have survived that.
The mask, it's being pulled in the wake of Voya Nui, as if it knows where it needs to go.
Then we follow it.
And fast. We have company, in case you didn't notice. Lots of company, and all of it nasty. And time is running out. For us, for Matanui, and for the universe.
Driven by desperation, Matoro soon outdistances even Toa Mahri in a race to save the life of Matanui.
Wherever Voya Nui is headed, That's where the Mask of Life needs to be used. I'm sure of it. If the Great Spirit can only hang on for a few moments more. What's happening?
But sometimes, courage and determination aren't enough. Sometimes, even a hero can be too late.
I never felt anything like that. It felt like... No. The Mask of Life. It's gone dark. It's over. All of it, I know. It's over. The Great Spirit Mata Nui is dead.
The shattered body of Maxillos dragged itself upright. The Barraki had put up a good fight, and it suited him to let them have their moment of victory. The point had been to delay, not destroy them. And if the effort had proved more painful than anticipated, so be it. Suddenly, the dark presence within the shell of Maxillos felt the universe abruptly shift. At first, Maxillos could hardly believe it. It had really, truly happened at last. His hated brother, Mata Nui, had perished after over 100,000 years of his insufferable concern for the Matoran, his unfailing support of the Toa, and his insistence on light and truth and order. The Great Spirit was no more. Mata Nui is dead, he muttered to himself. Long live Mata Nui. He could imagine how the Toa Mahri were reacting. Shock? Disbelief? Anger? Maybe even resignation? Time had run out for them, and the universe. Toa had been defeated before over the course of history, it was true, but no defeat mattered more than this one. If things stayed as they were, the Mahri would go down in legend as failures, for the few days left in which legends could be created. But things cannot stay as they are, he said to himself. The universe, my universe, cannot be allowed to end like this. Mata Nui's weakness will not alter my plans. All of existence ends when I say it ends. Not before. He was too far away, and his new body too battered, to affect matters directly, and there wasn't time. Makuta had no choice but to count on the Toa Mahri to overcome their emotions and press on. Everything depended on them doing what Toa had always done, persisting long past the point any sane being would give up. They had to save the life of Mata Nui. The body of Maxillos shambled away, its occupant voicing a mental wish that the Great Spirit would survive. One might almost call his words a prayer, except that he was praying to himself.
A few seconds ago, Toa Mahri Matoro realized the terrible truth.
We were too late. It's over. The Great Spirit Mata Nui is dead.
Soon we will be too. The Barraki are desperate. Nothing's going to stop them now.
So? With Mata Nui dead, the whole universe is doomed anyway.
No. No. No! It doesn't end this way. Jaller, all of you, we can't give up. Maybe there's some way to bring the Great Spirit back. We have to go now. We have to try.
Once, Jaller would have dismissed Matoro's words as insane, but the first thing a Toa learns is that nothing is truly impossible.
Not we, Matoro. You. Go and try, for all of us. We'll stay here and buy you time.
Matoro knows what this means. Jaller and the others are gonna face the Barraki and their armies. They will buy him time to try to save Mata Nui, it's true. And they will buy it with their lives.
Hey Matoro, when you get back to Metro Nui someday, make sure you tell the new chronicler about this. Hate to think we went through all this and didn't even get a legend out of it.
Matoro has known his 5 teammates for many years, and now that he is faced with saying goodbye to them for the last time, he finds there are no words. But as he swims away, he vows that their sacrifice will not be in vain.
What do you want me to do? Where do you need me to go? Please, speak to me and I'll follow. I don't know how much time we have left before they find me. Please. Where do you need me to go?
Little friend are already dead, Toa. You can do nothing.
Yes, I can.
What is he doing? Ali, what is he doing?
He's going, Nova! Jala!
What? Jala, you'll kill us all. It's the only way! I'm sorry! It's the only way!
Put on the
Hello? Who said that? Did you? Of course, yes, it could work. I can't even imagine what you're capable of. I don't, and nobody knows. And if you need me, if this is what everybody needs, then I will do it. No matter the cost. I have a duty. I understand, and it's okay. I won't fight it. I wouldn't even know how if I wanted to. I can barely even remember what fighting felt like. Or loneliness. Or pain. Or fear. Or joy. Wait. Friends, I have to. There is no I anymore. We are the mask, and the mask is us. It's okay. For Mahri Nui to live, Matoro must. Yes, Matoro must. But not his friends. Not my friends. All must be right. Thank you, my friend. I'll take it from here.
We're here. We're back!
How are we breathing again?
Is everyone here? Is everyone okay?
No, Jawa.
As Matoro's energy merges with that of the mask, he knows that he has succeeded. His friends are safe, and they can carry on their lives as the heroes they deserve to be. He doesn't see himself as a hero. All he ever tried to do was his duty. And now his duty has led him to his destiny. In his last moments, Matoro feels no fear.
Let's figure out a way to go get him. We owe that to him.
We owe him much more than that. I have seen Matoro's fate, felt his thoughts. There is nothing we can do now but grieve for him.
I can't believe it.
He never thought he was a true Toa hero. Turns out, he was the greatest of all of us.
Toa who saved a universe. Harley stopped speaking. Unsure if she was done, Kopek waited. It seemed as if she had forgotten he was there. Then, a sad smile suddenly flashed across her features. "I'm sorry, Kopek," she said. "I was lost in memory. That is all there is to the story. You can carve it on the wall of history now." "Is he truly dead?" asked the chronicler. Harley nodded. "He is. But his life force brought Matanui back from the endless dark. So you could say that Matoro is a part of everything now. The sky, the waters, the sunlight, and every living thing that walks or flies or swims or crawls. Matoro is dead, but never truly gone. Not as long as the great spirit Matanui exists." In the depths of the pit, Hydraxon swam alone. He could not explain all that he had seen in just the last few moments. Mahri Nui destroyed, some other island slicing through the water on its way to who knew where, Toa chasing and being chased, and the Barraki and their armies now turning on each other in frustrated rage. Nor was that the last of the mysteries. Far below, he saw a gleam of red armor. Nearby, Spinax prowled the seafloor, clawing at the earth as if on the trail of something. Hydraxon dove down to see that the armor did indeed belong to Maxillos, but it was lifeless now. What had happened to the Makuta who had possessed it? Was he dead? Had he simply abandoned the robot body when it became damaged beyond repair? Or was there some other explanation? Hydraxon didn't know. There was, in truth, a great deal which remained a mystery to him. He would never know that he had once been a Matoran named Dekar before the Mask of Life transformed him, giving him the likeness, powers, and memories of a long-dead hero. He would never realize that his lifelong friends had been safely concealed in the depths of Voya Nui, on their way to begin a new life without him. Perhaps it was best that way. Ignorance would spare him the pain of brooding on all that he had lost. Hydraxon gathered up the pieces of Maxillos. He would take the robot somewhere and repair it. And then they would go back to work, tracking down runners and bringing them to justice. For there was no other life for either of them. As he had for so many centuries, Matanui slept on. Turaga and Matoran had wondered for countless ages whether the Great Spirit could sense what was going on in his universe while he slept, or even if he dreamed. Now the answers to these questions would be revealed. Matanui had been aware of the doings in his realm only in bits and pieces over the past millennium. He had sensed his own impending doom, and the absence of the Mask of Life from its accustomed place. In a way he couldn't explain, he knew that Toa had raced to save him from destruction. He felt his own death, and his sudden rebirth. And yes, he dreams now, though he had not done so in the past. Perhaps it is the result of his brush with non-existence. Or perhaps something else brought on the images he views. But dream he does. Long, torturous nightmares in which darkness claims the world and all who live in it, and even the Great Spirit is helpless to prevent it. They are agonizing visions from which he cannot awaken. And so, one of the most powerful beings in existence can do nothing but hope to someday wake up and find his dreams were only dreams, and nothing more.